I'm a DC superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Have you thought about it? Gudang. Too scary. Seeing this scene, all the agents of District 7 showed horror at the same time. They didn't expect that the alien mechanical life, which looked so powerful, like a small mountain, could be easily removed by Cyborg, and it was suppressed by backhand like a god descending from heaven. Everyone had no doubt that the enemy had completely lost the ability to fight back. Both hands were gone. Even if it turned into a car, it was missing 2 tires and couldn't run away. Not far away, Keller and Tom finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone hanging in their hearts fell a little. To be honest, although they had a high opinion of the Justice League, when a member of the Justice League, that is, Cyborg, really showed his extraordinary ability in front of them, the heartfelt shock would still rise from the bottom of their hearts and occupy their entire inner world. If the army could have such talents, even without any planes and cannons, it would be invincible, right? Keller couldn't help but have this idea in his mind. He suddenly understood why Ross, who had become history, was so persistent in arresting the green monster. When you really see the extraordinary power, you will subconsciously want to catch it. Then again, Cyborg should be the top combat force of the Justice League, no one else. However, even a man with such a powerful force must obey Batman's command. Moreover, it cannot be ignored that the Batman who has been sitting on the Diote from the beginning is the real founder of the Justice League. All members of the Justice League follow Batman's lead. The military has long arranged a simple order for the members of the Justice League announced by the Daily Bugle. From the perspective of pure combat power, Batman's current level should not be better than Cyborg. Of course, in their view, the first choice after Cyborg is the unpredictable Batman. Almost on par with Batman are Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles, Venom, and finally Green Arrow and Daredevil. It is easy to understand why Green Arrow and Daredevil are ranked at the bottom. The most important thing is that they are not extraordinary. Unlike Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles and Venom, Green Arrow and Daredevil look like ordinary people, except that they are better at fighting. What? Batman also looks like an ordinary person? Although it seems so on the surface, because Batman is the leader of the Justice League, the military dare not regard Batman as an ordinary person just for this reason. So, let's talk about Green Arrow and Daredevil. Green Arrow is needless to say, compared with Hawkeye, and Daredevil's super hearing cannot be seen with the eyes. In summary, compared with these two guys, Spider-Man and others have abilities that are more than just fighting, so they are slightly better. While thinking, Keller and Tom looked at each other and then turned their eyes to Batman. Batman, according to you, this Bumblebee is a good guy among the aliens. Their faction, the Autobots, has no ill will towards the Earth. Keller asked, and the one that just appeared is the Decepticons. They want to get the Allspark, occupy the Earth, and transform the Earth into their home planet, Cybertron, right? Yes. Anton nodded. According to the information we have collected, that's it. He turned to look at Keller and said slowly, the Allspark is the key. The Autobots plan to find the Allspark, leave the Earth with the Allspark, return to their home planet Cybertron, and rebuild their home planet. The Decepticons have completely different ideas from them. This is a factional dispute. Anton said solemnly, if we don't deal with it well, the Earth will become a battlefield between the Autobots and Decepticons. Keller, be prepared. The Allspark is in your hands. When the situation changes, your final decision is very important. During the communication between the two sides, Roadblock, who lost both hands, looked solemn. He knew that the opponent in front of him was invincible, and he knew that he couldn't run away at all. So he gritted his teeth and charged again. At this moment, Cyborg had a blank expression on his face, not giving Roadblock any chance at all. Boom. A shell shattered Roadblock's head. Fire burst out of Roadblock's body. The joints of the mechanical joints broke. The lubricating oil on his body came into contact with the sparks, and his whole body burned, gradually losing its movement. Seeing this, Bumblebee's face was solemn. The battle between Cyborg and Roadblock ended in this way, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. But from the information he just collected, he understood that Cyborg and others had dealt with another alien in New York not long ago. The huge alien spaceship made Bumblebee feel tricky. Bumblebee also realized that, although humans are a young race in the universe, they are not a weak race. Immediately afterwards, although Roadblock was dealt with, Cyborg was not in a hurry to leave the wreckage of the Roadblock. His electronic eyes scanned up and down and captured abnormal fluctuations. Boom. Another shell. A small robot had to jump out of the wreckage of the Roadblock to avoid the shell. Confusion. This guy is the smallest transformer among the Decepticons. He has 4 slender arms and can fire CDs from his chest as hidden weapons. He usually transforms into household electrical appliances, such as portable speakers and mobile phones, to monitor humans, and his camouflage effect is very good. The most important thing is that Panic is the best partner of Roadblock and can pop out from Roadblock's chest. As Anton's clone, Cyborg certainly won't forget this little transformer. As soon as Panic appeared, he shot out a CD from his chest, intending to use it to interfere with Cyborg, and then seize the opportunity to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Cyborg sneered and didn't take this attack seriously at all. He waved his hand to slap the CD away, and another shell smashed Panic's body, and then stepped on it with his foot, crushing it into a veritable scrap metal. However, Panic had already anticipated his fate. A second before he died, he swept his eyes over everyone in the room and tried to transmit this picture to his Decepticon accomplices through the network. However, Cyborg, who was always connected to the network, intercepted this information as expected. Deleted casually. Bumblebee caught the dynamics of both parties and looked at Cyborg in surprise. He seemed to have never expected that this half-human half-machine Cyborg in front of him actually had such advanced network technology. This is not a talent that humans have. In a way, it is comparable to a mechanical creation like himself, and there is even no difference. His eyes swept over Cyborg's metal body. Bumblebee's evaluation of Cyborg quietly raised a level. This man should be the strongest on Earth, right? It's over. After finishing all this, Cyborg turned to look at Bumblebee. Let's continue with the previous topic, Autobots. Cyborg was suspended in the air, looking at Bumblebee, and said coldly, "This is Earth, not Cybertron. If the Autobots want to gain a foothold here, they must ask for our consent. We didn't expect to stay here forever." Bumblebee was very decisive, and gave an answer. "Where is Optimus Prime?" Suddenly, Anton stepped forward and immediately focused everyone's attention. He looked at the tall alien in front of him and said slowly, "Bumblebee, your words don't count. Let Optimus Prime come to see us. If he is willing to show up, it will be the sincerity that the Autobots should have." Batman. Bumblebee quickly collected the name of the man in front of him from the internet. Batman. Leader of the Justice League. Huh. This guy's status is higher than Cyborg. Cyborg has to obey him? Could it be that Batman is the strongest among humans? Thoughts flashed through his mind one after another. At the same time, Bumblebee realized another thing. The shock in his heart could not be described in words. Optimus Prime. Bumblebee. Batman actually knew his name, and knew Optimus Prime's name. This shows that the people on Earth know more than they think, not just Cybertron, Autobots and Decepticons. Wait. Bumblebee thought of another thing. Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, came to Earth thousands of years ago, but his whereabouts are still unknown. Could it be? The more Bumblebee thought about it, the more terrifying it felt. He stared at Batman in front of him, thinking a lot. How is it? Seeing this, Anton stood still, his cape flying behind him. His expression remained unchanged, and he spoke again in a calm tone. "Bumblebee, have you thought about it?" Chapter 152. The Bone Crusher is out. Bumblebee's anxiety. A certain US military base. Starscream, who was hiding inside, transformed into an F-22 Raptor fighter. The cockpit was empty, and he stood quietly on the apron. Crash. Suddenly, the dashboard inside the fighter was awakened. Roadblock. Starscream had an ominous premonition. As Megatron's adjutant and the commander of the Decepticon airstrike, he was the leader of the Decepticons in Megatron's absence. All the Decepticon members on Earth were connected to him and obeyed his orders. Just at that moment, Starscream was shocked to find that he had lost the location of Roadblock. At the same time, Chaos, who was with Roadblock, also disappeared within half a minute after he lost the location of Roadblock. He immediately thought that Roadblock was sent out by himself to find the trace of the fire source. In this case, Roadblock could not block the location by itself. Moreover, at the same time, the location of Roadblock and Chaos was lost one after another. Something was wrong. There must be an accident. Who is it? Autobots? Starscream thought for a moment and sent a message to Bonacrisha, who was closest to the Roadblock. What's the matter? Bonacrisha replied in a calm tone, not taking Starscream too seriously. Most of the Decepticons are greedy and ambitious, or they are just looking for chaos in the world. Bonacrisha is different. He is simply a perverted person who can't stand and hates everyone. He can be called the flat-headed brother among the Decepticons. Although Starscream is the second in command of the Decepticons, Bonacrisha does not take him seriously. Even when facing Megatron and Optimus Prime, Bonacrisha does not take it seriously, and even has the courage to challenge them one-on-one. The reason why he joined the Decepticons is because he was afraid of being looked down upon by Megatron. It is worth mentioning that there are very few scenes of Bone Crusher in the movie. The most noteworthy plot is probably the one where Bone Crusher chases Bumblebee. Immediately afterwards, this guy's extremely stubborn and goes up to challenge Optimus Prime, but is killed by Optimus Prime in a few seconds. It's miserable. Roadblock is in trouble. Starscream knows Bone Crusher's personality and answers calmly. Although the members of the Decepticons are companions, they all have their own ulterior motives and don't think much of each other. They can get together in this situation thanks to Megatron's powerful deterrence and his unconventional personal charm. Oh. Bone Crusher heard this and revealed a hint of interest in his words. Roadblock, that idiot, can even fail on Earth? Bone Crusher's words were full of disdain and sarcasm. This really doesn't surprise me at all. Go and have a look. Starscream pretended not to hear and ordered, I'll send you the last address where he disappeared. Got it? Bone Crusher said, and cut off the communication. Soon, an armored car drove out of the parking lot of the Los Angeles Police Department. If someone looked closely, they could see that the man in the driver's seat had no expression on his face, like a puppet being manipulated by someone. On the other side, Bumblebee heard Batman's question and hesitated for a moment. Wait a minute. Under the gaze of everyone, he seemed to be communicating with someone, and then finally gave an answer. Optimus Prime will be here soon. After saying that, he looked around. But are you sure you want to talk here? Batman heard this, and looked at Killer and others behind him. Let's go to another place. Before Tom carried out the mission, he checked the map nearby and thought for a moment. There is a junkyard nearby, which is not bad. After making a decision, he instructed Simmons beside him, saying, take people to clean up the mess, take away everyone's mobile phones and cameras, sign a confidentiality agreement with them, delete all nearby surveillance records, block all intelligence, and don't let the news leak out. Understood. Simmons nodded. Soon, Bumblebee changed back to the car form, and the group went to the junkyard Tom mentioned. At this time, Sam, who had been watching the show, was also taken away by the 7th District agent. Sam's parents stood at the door, looking confused by the sudden situation in front of them. They had no idea what was going on. Sir, my son, will he go to jail? Sam's father looked at Simmons. If your son is honest enough, he shouldn't. Simmons said, this matter has nothing to do with your son, but we need to understand some things from your son. Understood, understood. Sam's father breathed a sigh of relief and was quite sure no one is more honest than my son. He is just a thief with a heart but no courage. Yes, Sam is the most timid child I have ever seen. Sam's mother seemed to feel bad after she finished speaking and added, however, at the critical moment, Sam is still very courageous. Like when he lifted the skirt of a little girl when he was 3 years old? Sam's father asked back, laughing as if he had forgotten his troubles. Simmons was speechless. He comforted them with a word, and the two of them actually relaxed immediately, which was a bit unexpected for him. The residential area is very close to the junkyard that Tom mentioned. The junkyard is located along the Los Angeles River, and there is a pier not far away. Abandoned vehicles from not only Los Angeles, but also nearby cities are usually towed here for disposal. After Anton and others arrived, Sam was caught by the agents of District 7 for questioning. Others stood aside, staring at the Camaro transformed by Bumblebee not far away, whispering, "Is this guy really an Autobot? Most of our modern technology is extracted from them. It's incredible. The big guy in the base came to Earth thousands of years ago, and these aliens mastered such technology thousands of years ago. It's terrifying." The agents looked a little shocked, but they didn't know that all their conversations were heard by Bumblebee. The big guy in the base, Bumblebee thought. As an Autobot who is responsible for intelligence work, that is, a strategic reconnaissance agent, Bumblebee looks a little silly, but his business ability is unquestionable. He instantly thought of his previous guess. Where did Batman and his team get the information about Cybertron, Autobots, and Decepticons? You know, they even knew the name Optimus Prime. Bumblebee was amazed at the source of these people's intelligence. Thinking about it carefully, there was only one possibility. Megatron. Megatron came to Earth thousands of years ago, and now he is under the control of the Earthlings. Excluding all options, the only thing left is the truth. Bumblebee didn't know that he had guessed Megatron's situation by accident. At this moment, he felt a little anxious. The situation on Earth might be completely different from what they had originally expected. Chapter 153 Optimus Prime appears. At first, the Transformers didn't take the Earthlings seriously. Even the Autobots who had good intentions towards the young race of humans were like this. They all believed that on Earth, the only enemy of the Autobots was the Decepticons. But now it seems that even Megatron can be controlled by humans. In addition, Cyborg easily killed Roadblock, who was not weak in the entire Transformers group. Does it mean that, if the Autobots don't handle it properly, humans will have another enemy? While Bumblebee was thinking, he planned to send the intelligence he had learned to Optimus Prime, who was rushing here. At this time, he caught a person staring at him expressionlessly. Cyborg. Bumblebee felt cold in his heart. Thinking of Cyborg killing Chaos, he easily deleted the message that Chaos tried to pass to the Decepticons. He immediately restrained his inner thoughts. Boom. Suddenly, the roar of a car sounded, and a huge monster attracted everyone's attention. Outside the scrapyard, a heavy truck slowly drove in. Western Star 5700. This truck is the supercar of the truck world. The appearance is so domineering that it gives off a sense of calmness and reliability. The large air intake grille on the front has a strong sense of power. The thick exhaust pipes on both sides are even more majestic, and the dog-nose design on the front is regarded as a classic. Many people recognized the identity of this truck at a glance. They looked at each other in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect that the leader of the Autobots was not a top supercar, but a heavy truck. On second thought, this is more in line with their perception of the Autobot boss. Only a heavy truck can have such a domineering and unique spirit. Is he Optimus Prime? Beside Anton, Keller stared at the slowly approaching truck with a solemn face, and gradually felt an indescribable pressure, as if he was facing some terrifying monster. Not bad. Anton nodded, watching Optimus Prime coming, and looking at the appearance of the truck with appreciation. To some extent, the casting of Transformers is indeed perfect. This truck is completely worthy of the identity of Optimus Prime. Assemble. Tom shouted, and all the agents gathered immediately. Boom. Bumblebee stepped on the accelerator, first turned around on the spot, and then, under the gaze of a pair of eyes, joined the oncoming truck. The next moment, click, the two changed their shapes, and faced the humans in front of them in robot form. Gudang. Many people swallowed their saliva. Facing the pressure of two behemoths, they suddenly felt weak in the legs. They are all agents who have undergone rigorous training. Although the training direction is different from that of SHIELD agents, their psychological quality is definitely far superior to that of ordinary people. Even so, it is difficult to stay calm under the pressure of the two's momentum. This is completely different from the feeling when facing the roadblock attack just now. The robot in front of him, which was transformed from a truck, seemed to have descended as a king, giving people a physical pressure that transcends the level of life, rather than a psychological one. I'm Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime looked at all the humans in front of him. His eyes swept over everyone and paid special attention to Batman and Cyborg. "Finally meet, human," he said in a low tone with a hint of emotion. Optimus Prime. Anton saw that everyone except himself and Cyborg were immediately silenced by the power that Optimus Prime accidentally released, so he naturally stepped forward. "I'm Batman." He first introduced himself and then stood on the human side and said calmly, "You shouldn't be here. Of course, I mean all of you from the planet Cybertron, not just the Autobots. What do you think? It seems that you know us very well." Optimus Prime answered the question irrelevantly. In fact, Bumblebee had not had time to tell him other information, but Optimus Prime had already known Batman and Cyborg from the previous communication with Bumblebee and the alien attack that happened in New York not long ago. After receiving the news, he and Bumblebee had the same understanding. Although humans are a young race, it seems that they are not as simple as they thought at the beginning. "I know the Autobots have no ill will towards humans," Anton said again, "but you also know that there should be no aliens on this planet, at least, not now." "I can understand," Optimus Prime said. "The Autobots came to Earth, on the one hand to stop the Decepticons, and on the other hand, for the Allspark." At this point, he hinted, "Since you have a full understanding of Cybertron, you must know the Allspark." Bumblebee heard Optimus Prime's words and suddenly realized that he had missed something very important in his previous thinking. "The Allspark. The Allspark is actually in your hands, right?" Optimus Prime stared at Anton. Anton's face did not change, and he did not show any panic. But behind him, Keller and Tom's faces changed instantly. The problem touched the core all of a sudden. The two were caught off guard and had no idea how to deal with it. To be honest, it is not impossible to return the Allspark to the Autobots, but Keller and Tom alone do not have the authority to make the decision. If this is to be done, in addition to the approval of the military commission, it must also be signed by the president. Moreover, more importantly, who dares to stand up and guarantee that these Autobots will leave the Earth honestly after taking the Allspark and never come back to attack again in this life? No one dares to guarantee it. This is not about national security, but about the safety of the Earth. No one dares to take responsibility. The same is true for Anton. He will never persuade the military to make any choice. Although he knows that the Autobots and Transformers have no ill will towards humans under the control of Optimus Prime's philosophy, it has never been Batman's style to do such a thing that will leave troubles. Isn't the battle between Batman and Superman fundamentally because of this? Residential area. Bone Crusher came to the vicinity and quickly connected to the surrounding network. At this time, the surveillance footage had been deleted by the diligent agents, and he did not figure out the whole story from it. However, the wreckage like scrap metal on the road not far away, as well as the obvious traces of battle, made him ignore the process and get the result directly. Just as Red Spider expected, an accident happened. Roadblock and Chaos are both dead. It is very likely that they died at the hands of humans they looked down on. What methods did these humans use to kill Roadblock? Weapons of mass destruction? No, that's not right. The traces of battle around him show no signs of being ravaged by weapons of mass destruction. It seems that he died in a one-on-one fight. As a hot-tempered flat-headed man, Bone Crusher is naturally an experienced tactical analysis expert with a very flexible mind, but he is not very clear-headed. From the traces left around him, it can be seen that there are other Transformers present. Autobots? Who? This thought quickly popped up in Bone Crusher's mind. Seeing the tire marks on the ground, Bone Crusher analyzed the route the other party left, so he chased after them without hesitation. As for these ordinary humans in front of him, he had no intention of fighting with them. Just like an elephant would not deliberately step on an ant to death. Although the overwhelming news not long ago let him know that there are Cyborg, Batman, and other humans with extraordinary powers in this world. But the human group is still regarded as ants by Bone Crusher. Of course, before leaving, Bone Crusher, as a member of the Decepticons, still gave Starscream a face. He guessed that these humans were no longer completely ignorant of Transformers, so he took photos of several agents' appearances and sent messages to Red Spider to compare their identities, and then he didn't say much. The Bone Crusher believed that Red Spider, a guy with a high opinion of himself, would understand what he meant. By the way, today I saw a reader friend invest 10,000 points, and I was shocked on the spot. I have already completed 4 achievements, and only have the book left to complete. You come to invest so much. How dare you? Do you really think I can make a film or TV adaptation to make your money back? Or do you have any other ideas? I'm not greedy for your 100 yuan. Investment is a benefit for readers, and the author can't get any money. I'm just simply curious. How dare you? Chapter 154 The Unfortunate Bone Crusher. Starscream's Pursuit. 4,000 words. After sending a message to Starscream, the Crusher cut off the communication again and headed for the tire tracks on the ground. At the same time, he found a nearby map and scanned it for a while. Following the direction of the tire tracks, he hacked into the surveillance video of the street next to the residential area and captured a familiar yellow figure. Through the coquettish yellow color, the Crusher could be sure of the other party's identity. Bumblebee. Finally, the Crusher locked on a place. The scrapyard. At this time, the Crusher instantly became excited. After lurking on Earth for so long, he finally saw the Autobots he had been thinking about. For a battle fanatic, this was undoubtedly exciting news. It's time to fight. Boom. The Crusher, who turned into an armored vehicle, quickly drove to the scrapyard. On the way, someone saw the armored vehicle and curiously blocked the front. Just as he was about to speak to the expressionless man in the driver's seat, the Crusher saw that he was not polite and directly confronted him. Bang! Exclamation mark. The car rolled several times on the road and was severely damaged. There was only the driver inside. The driver was in a trance at this time. He was lying in the driver's seat with a bloody head. He was motionless, and his eyes and face were full of fear. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the armored vehicle moved forward quickly, as if it was not noticed, and quickly disappeared from the sight of others. Oh, shit. Passersby was shocked and hurried to call the police. The scrapyard. Anton remained calm in response to Optimus Prime's question and replied indifferently, "You shouldn't ask me about the source of the fire. I understand." Before coming, Optimus Prime studied Batman and Cyborg, as well as the Justice League they represented, and all the information he could collect on the internet. At the same time, he also learned from the internet the identity of the old man behind Batman, John Kohler, the Secretary of Defense. As for the people around Kohler, Optimus Prime has not found any information for the time being. Obviously, it will take some effort to find the information about this guy. However, Optimus Prime is not in a hurry. Even if humans have shown power beyond their imagination, he has a strong confidence in the planet Cybertron and the power of the Autobots. There are more Autobots than just the ones on Earth. Although Optimus Prime was a little surprised by the power of the Earthlings, the technological level of Cybertron and the individual abilities of the Transformers were still far superior to those of Earth. Fundamentally speaking, the two sides were not comparable. Since the Allspark is in your hands, you must have understood the power of the Allspark. Optimus Prime continued, "I must tell you that Megatron attempted to use the power of the Allspark to turn all mechanical creations on Earth into members of the Decepticon army. He wanted to defeat the Autobots and then rule the entire universe." "You mean the Autobots came to Earth to stop him?" Anton asked. He actually knew the answer, and the reason he asked this was to help the Autobots dispel some of the doubts of Keller and others behind him. "That's right," Optimus Prime said solemnly. "The only way to destroy the Allspark is to insert it into the hearts of the leaders of the two factions of Transformers." He paused, looked at the human in front of him, and said in a heavy tone, "I have been ready to sacrifice myself at any time. Why must it be your heart or Megatron's? Can't other people's hearts work?" Anton had this question when he watched the movie before. To destroy the Allspark, you have to insert it into the hearts of the leaders of the two factions. Isn't this nonsense? Does it mean that one of Optimus Prime and Megatron must die? Only the energy in our two bodies meets the concentration that will destroy the Allspark together with the Allspark. Optimus Prime explained. Others cannot use the energy in their hearts to destroy the Allspark. If they force themselves to do so, they will only be killed by the Allspark. This is a meaningless sacrifice. I see. Anton nodded. Optimus Prime's words answered a question that he had been wondering about for many years. Then, he asked another question that went straight to the point. Since the Autobots' goal is to stop Megatron, why can't they destroy Megatron? Instead, they want to destroy the Allspark? Isn't this a superficial approach? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. It makes sense. Since the goal is to stop the enemy, why not destroy the enemy? Instead, they want to destroy the weapon that the enemy is trying to use to conquer the world. As Batman said, isn't this a superficial approach that only treats the symptoms, but not the root cause? Because Megatron is much more powerful than you can imagine. Bumblebee spoke. In his eyes, Optimus Prime is a great leader. And in his opinion, the only man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with this great leader is probably Megatron of the Decepticons. A terrorist. Optimus Prime and Megatron seem to represent the ultimate good and evil, black and white. We have been fighting Megatron for countless years, and the damage we have caused him over the years has been minimal. Bumblebee said in a deep voice, Megatron has a will of steel, and he never gives up despite repeated setbacks. It sounds like an adjective for a hero, but he also has the most evil nature and endless ambitions. This makes him the most terrible enemy of the Autobots. Instead of thinking about destroying Megatron, it is better to think about destroying the Spark first, and thwarting Megatron's conspiracy. Bumblebee said a lot, which not only revealed the strength of their enemy, Megatron from the Decepticons, but also indirectly highlighted the strength of their own boss, the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, who could rival Megatron, and compete with him for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Really? Anton heard these arguments, looked at Bumblebee with a smile, then turned to look at Killer and others behind him, with his hands folded across his chest. Did you hear that? Megatron is not a simple guy. I advise you to call back now and ask those researchers to find a way to destroy NBE-1. Anton shrugged. Of course, if you still think that you can control everything about NBE-1, then just pretend I never said that. Keller and Tom looked at each other. From this conversation, they confirmed that what Anton said before was indeed true. The alien named Megatron, that is, NBE-1, is indeed the leader of another evil faction among the non-biological aliens. The two did not answer immediately, but planned to report these conversations to the top level after the communication with the Autobots was over, so that the top level would jointly issue an order to destroy NBE-1. Especially the president, who must sign. To be honest, although 1-1 still has extremely high research value, it is better for the safety of the Earth to be destroyed. NBE-1. Bumblebee was stunned when he heard the conversation between the humans in front of him, and realized that his previous guess was very likely to be true. Megatron is controlled by you? Bumblebee widened his mechanical eyes and exclaimed, you really know Megatron's location? Huh. Optimus Prime was also shocked for a moment when he heard the news from Bumblebee. Then, his eyes were fixed on Anton in front of him, as well as Keller, Tom, and a group of agents from District 7 behind Anton. Yes, Anton said without hiding anything, Megatron is indeed controlled by us, and he is most likely in a dormant state now. It should be easy to kill him. So, your guess is wrong. Even if Megatron has the idea of occupying the Earth and conquering the universe with the help of the Allspark, it can only be realized in dreams. At this moment, Megatron and the Allspark are under our control. How can he do the things you said? After speaking, Anton stared at the two shocked Autobots in front of him, waiting for their response. What he said was all true. It's just that he concealed some key information. As for how Bumblebee and Optimus Prime would imagine, he couldn't control it. Bumblebee was speechless. He wanted to say that Megatron was just the leader of the Decepticons. There were many lackers of Megatron in the Decepticons who intended to find Megatron. The roadblock just now was one of them. Therefore, the Earth is still facing a crisis. However, when the word came to his lips, Bumblebee recalled his previous conversation with Batman and Cyborg. Obviously, Batman and others knew something about the Decepticons. Everything seemed to be under the control of the Earthlings. The reckless intervention of the Autobots might disrupt the deployment of the Earthlings. Therefore, Bumblebee was speechless for a while. Beside him, Optimus Prime had a complicated expression. He didn't expect that Megatron, his opponent who had been tit-for-tat with him for countless years, and fought countless times, was actually captured by humans. Although he didn't know if it was a captive Since Batman admitted that Megatron was under their control, it was no different from a captive. Behind him, Tom and Keller looked at each other. They felt that Batman was fooling them, but what Batman said was all true. Then the two aliens were fooled. Sure enough, with a reliable teammate, you can just be a messenger and win easily. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a car sound outside the scrapyard. This was not the roar of a car. It sounded a little weird. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and were all stunned. It turned out to be an armored vehicle. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee were on full alert. They recognized at a glance that this guy was a Decepticon member, Bone Crusher. They didn't know that Bone Crusher was also stunned when he arrived at the scene. Not only Bumblebee was there, but even Optimus Prime was there. Although Bone Crusher is a tough guy, he is not unaware of the world. Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, if there was only one of them, he would dare to roll up his sleeves and fight. But with both of them there, what's the result? If he could beat these two guys together, would Megatron still be the boss of the Decepticons? Megatron didn't even dare to guarantee that he could deal with Optimus Prime and Bumblebee together. It is worth mentioning that in Transformers 5, Bumblebee and Megatron had a brief confrontation. Although the former was quite embarrassed, it must be admitted that Bumblebee had a certain resistance when facing Megatron. Also in the Battle of Transformers 5, Bumblebee and the Black and Optimus Prime had a confrontation. As for the result, it can only be said that it was not much different from when Bumblebee faced Megatron. This shows that, although Bumblebee is not a combat talent, his combat power is definitely not weak. There was almost no hesitation. Ironhead, Bone Crusher turned around and ran away. But at this time, a silver figure about 3 meters above the ground, suspended in the air in front of him, blocking his retreat. Who is it? Bone Crusher looked at the man in front of him with disdain. Just a human. Boom. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a powerful sonic shell, the armored vehicle was hit and sent flying. Bang! Exclamation mark. The armored vehicle rolled over several times on the ground, and then finally stabilized its body by transforming into a robot. How is it possible? The Bone Crusher was blasted to the riverside. He looked at the human in front of him, who was only 1/10 of his size, with a look of horror. He couldn't believe that he was attacked by a human and beaten so badly. Is this the power of humans? Optimus Prime on the side was also a little surprised. He looked at the man named Cyborg who was confronting the Bone Crusher. For the first time, he felt the extraordinary power of humans in person. This power is not weaker than many Transformers, and even stronger. Then, the Batman in front of him, the other superheroes of the Justice League, including Iron Man who appeared in the alien attack in New York not long ago. Are these heroes the confidence of humans? As Optimus Prime was thinking. In front of him, knowing that he couldn't escape, the Bone Crusher released red light from his eyes, and a human-like murderosaurus swept up, and he attacked Cyborg without hesitation. A moment later, at a certain military base, Starscream, who had just understood what the Bone Crusher meant, and was investigating the identities of the people in the photos sent by the Bone Crusher, suddenly froze, and the dashboard lit up and went out, flickering continuously. Starscream was devastated. Here it comes again. The location information of the Bone Crusher also disappeared. How come another person is missing? At this time, there are only 8 Decepticons on Earth, even if the missing Megatron is included. Starscream, Megatron, Barricade, Noise, Vertigo, Delusion, Scorpion, and the Bone Crusher. However, 3 have been confirmed missing. Barricade, Delusion, and the Bone Crusher. To put it nicely, they are missing, but to put it realistically, Starscream knows that these 3 guys are most likely gone. In addition, we have to count Megatron, who disappeared from the beginning. Starscream didn't think Megatron would die, so he joined other Decepticons and kept looking for Megatron. The glasses that were put up for auction online were the clue. Roadblock was missing because he was sent by him to look for the glasses. Confusion. I can only say that this guy is unlucky. He has to follow Roadblock when there are so many people to follow. Starscream gathered his thoughts and guessed that Megatron was probably in some trouble and couldn't get away. Agent of the 7th District, Reggie Simmons. Suddenly, his investigation yielded results. Through matching, he borrowed the authority of a general on a computer connected to the internal network of the military base, and found clues to the 7th district. Some of the information inside was exactly the same as some of the information found by Vertigo and Scorpion during the investigation of computer data when they destroyed the military base in Qatar. NBE, non-biological aliens. Starscream hesitated. Did Megatron really have an accident on Earth? As early as when he came to Earth, Starscream had some doubts that he couldn't solve. The technological structure of humans on Earth is consistent with the technological direction of the Transformers. Even though most technological civilizations in the universe develop in this way, isn't the technological model of Earthlings too similar to that of Transformers? Whether it's fighter jets, cars, or even communication equipment, circuit systems, lasers, etc., they all make Starscream feel inexplicably familiar, as if they were technological products copied from himself. Otherwise, Starscream and other Decepticons, as well as Optimus Prime and other Autobots, would not be able to hide on Earth so well. If Megatron is really controlled by humans, Starscream had an incredible and extremely exciting thought. Will he be dismantled by humans? If he is dismantled, I can be the boss. Starscream has endless imagination. As a Transformer who always covets the position of the leader of the Decepticons, and believes that he and Megatron are like-minded in their desire for power, he is eager for Megatron to die as soon as possible, so that it will be convenient for him to take the position. To be honest, if it weren't for Megatron, who is too terrible and has accumulated a lot of prestige, even if he disappeared for thousands of years, Starscream would have regarded himself as the leader of the Decepticons long ago. A mere lieutenant? That's far from what Starscream is looking for. No more chapters today. Too tired. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, friends. Chapter 155, Anton's thoughts. Optimus Prime's personality charm. 4,000 words. Although he wished that Megatron would be dismantled, he still had to continue the superficial work. All the members of the Decepticons were not simple people. In the situation of mutual dissatisfaction, only Megatron could gather these guys together and form a force to fight against the Autobots. Although Starscream believed that he had the talent to become a leader, he did not think that he could immediately take over Megatron's position. You know, his current position as adjutant was arranged by Megatron. Otherwise, the Decepticons on Earth would not be willing to obey his orders. Sector 7. Starscream thought for a moment, and through the information he collected, he had some new ideas. The Allspark. The base in Sector 7 is likely to store the treasures of the Transformers. Regardless of whether Megatron was dismantled into pieces, as long as Starscream could lead the remaining Decepticons to find the Allspark and transform all the mechanical items on Earth into Decepticon members, he would immediately be regarded as the savior of the Transformers. At that time, Cybertron would be rebuilt. It's only natural that he can be the king of the Earth and Cybertron. Even Megatron can't threaten Starscream's position. The more Starscream thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt an impulse in his heart ready to burst out. Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? Naruto Next Generations? Los Angeles. Riverside. Junkyard. The Bone Crusher was torn into several pieces. A huge iron head separated from the collapsed body. The head had lost signs of life, and the body was also seriously damaged. Bumblebee was still calm. About an hour ago, he had seen the scene of Cyborg simply and roughly killing the roadblock, so he had some resistance to it. Next to him, Optimus Prime's face was slightly serious, and in his heart, the threat of Batman and others was raised to a higher level. Okay, let's talk business. Anton's voice brought Optimus Prime back to his senses. Optimus Prime, since we have the same enemy and you have no ill will towards humans, then we can join forces to deal with the Decepticons. Anton said. No problem. Optimus Prime pondered for a moment, looked at Batman at his feet, and replied, we have not found any information about the Decepticons yet. After that, he looked at the Bone Crusher who had been killed beside him, and thought of the Roadblock and Chaos who had just been killed, which Bumblebee had learned not long ago. He added, except for the few you see now. Decepticons. Finally, Keller interrupted, if there is a helicopter and a mechanical scorpion among the Decepticons you are talking about, maybe I can give you some clues. Oh. A group of people turned to look at Keller. Keller felt a chill in his back. because of the eyes staring at him. These eyes brought him too much pressure. About half a month ago, the US military base in Qatar was attacked by an unknown force. The survivors of the military base, Captain Lannis and his team, reported to us that they were attacked by an armed helicopter and a mechanical scorpion. After Keller finished speaking, Bumblebee and Optimus Prime had already guessed. It's Vertigo and the giant scorpion. Bumblebee said, they are indeed members of the Decepticons. But why would they go to Qatar to attack you? We don't know about that. Keller shook his head, but it can be seen that they have begun to act. If we want to join forces to deal with them, we can't just sit and wait for death. That's right. Anton nodded in agreement. Sitting and waiting for death will not work, Keller. Since the Decepticons have taken action against the military, it means that they are very likely to be interested in some intelligence from the military. I think they may have found some clues about the Decepticons. Keller was shocked. He certainly knew that Batman was hinting at NBE-1. Now, the identity of NBE-1 has been clarified. It is the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. If the remaining Decepticon members have confirmed the location of Megatron, that would be troublesome. I must report this information immediately. Keller's face was serious. As the Minister of Defense, he would not be able to escape punishment if something went wrong. This was not a responsibility he could afford. Tom, you have to come with me. Keller looked at Tom. You have to express my opinion at the military committee. In addition, we have to see the president immediately. Understood. Tom nodded. As the head of District 7, Megatron is in the base they are responsible for and is being studied by those researchers. If Megatron gets into trouble, District 7 is also the responsible agency. Aliens appear on Earth as a major event that affects the whole world. District 7 will bear the brunt and will be blamed and despised by countless people. Thinking of such a result, Tom was covered in cold sweat. He was determined not to tolerate the worst situation. He nodded immediately. Shall we go now? Batman, help me. I have to go to the White House immediately. Keller looked at the man in front of him. You two stand still. Anton looked at Cyborg. Cyborg came to the two of them and put his hands on their shoulders. Swish. The three disappeared instantly. The agents of District 7 were stunned. How could they know what happened? But everyone is not stupid. Through the communication between Keller and Batman just now, they vaguely realized that Keller and their leader, Tom Bandersek, had probably gone to the White House. No, maybe, have already arrived at the White House. Teleport? The agents swallowed their saliva and expressed extreme shock. If this is true, then the abilities and methods displayed by Batman and others have completely exceeded their cognition. Isn't this more alien than aliens? On the other side, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee also witnessed this scene in person. As Transformers from the planet Cybertron, they can naturally recognize that this is a special transmission technology. The planet Cybertron also has similar methods. Of course, the application of these technologies is very difficult and must have extremely demanding preconditions. For example, the space bridge. The space bridge is the cutting-edge technology of the planet Cybertron, and it can even achieve interstellar transmission. In other words, as long as the energy is sufficient, the entire planet Cybertron can be teleported to the edge of the Earth to be neighbors. The entire planet Cybertron has only one space bridge. This valuable and extremely precious space bridge is stored in the spaceship of the former leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime's mentor, and Megatron. In addition, the spaceship is also loaded with the energy column of the space bridge, which Megatron used to restore Cybertron. However, tens of thousands of years ago, when Megatron was escaping Cybertron, he was shot down by the Decepticon spaceship and fell into the space vortex and disappeared. The space bridge technology was lost in the universe. What a pity. While thinking, Optimus Prime did not take it to heart. Since Cyborg has shown powerful fighting methods, combined with the technologies loaded on Cyborg, it seems that having another teleportation ability is nothing. Optimus Prime does not think that the teleportation technology on Cyborg can reach the point of intergalactic teleportation. It is estimated that it can only be teleported at will within the scope of the Earth. After all, there is an unknown distance between teleportation within the planet, teleportation between planets, and teleportation between galaxies. Although one method leads to all methods, the difficulties encountered on the research road are not so easy to overcome. Humans are a race with potential, but it's not that exaggerated. In just a few thousand years, they have made up for the gap with Cybertron. The gap between the two sides is millions of years. Swish. Cyborg appeared in the scrapyard again, without Keller and Tom by his side. He looked at Batman. Then, a message came to Optimus Prime's mind. Batman asked me to tell you that the people who should leave have left, and we should talk about other things. HMM. Optimus Prime suddenly lowered his head and looked at Batman. Batman smiled at him. Soon. Anton said to the agents behind him, "Leave this to me, stay away." Understood. The agents of District 7 are very confident in Batman. Moreover, facing the threat of two alien mechanical life forms, they have no intention of staying here forever. The atmosphere is too depressing. Batman and Cyborg may not feel it, but the pressure from Optimus Prime and Bumblebee makes them feel their heartbeats speed up, and difficult to calm down. Soon, a group of agents from District 7 evacuated. However, they did not dare to go far, and still left a few people to guard near the scrapyard, while the others went to the residential area to meet Simmons. Fundamentally speaking, the agents of District 7, including Tom and Keller, did not trust aliens. Especially after the alien invasion in New York, they regarded aliens as a scourge. If it were not for Batman to take the initiative and cooperate with the Autobots, they would have even thought about going to war with the Autobots. To be honest, the alien attack in New York not long ago really gave the world a heavy hammer and dispelled some of their fantasies about aliens. Batman, what do you want to say? Optimus Prime was very curious. What was Batman's purpose in sending the others away? From the way he did it, it seemed that Batman and these people were not of the same mind. About the Allspark, Anton said lightly, as you think, the Allspark is in the hands of the military, including Megatron, who is also controlled by us humans at this time. However, this is not something that humans should have at this stage. According to the plot, the researchers in District 7 should have conducted preliminary explorations on the energy of the Allspark. At least, they know that the Allspark can be used to create a large number of robots. Once the US military completely grasps the power of the Allspark, it does not mean that the Earth will become Cyberpunk 2077, but that the current balance of power on Earth will be completely broken. At that time, the United States was the only one on Earth. And it was so big that it could not be expanded anymore. The whole world was dominated by the United States. No, Anton could not let things go on like this. If the power on Earth is unbalanced, the Justice League led by him and the extraordinary humans in this world will fall into an embarrassing situation. Neither up nor down. Either they will be turned into their own people by the Americans, or they will be regarded as a threat by the Americans. There is only one way to go. Just like in the original plot, during the Avengers Civil War, the power of the Avengers frightened the whole world, and they were unregulated. When they performed defense missions around the world, they basically caused damage to cities. Governments around the world could no longer tolerate the recklessness of the Avengers. Therefore, the United Nations introduced the Sokovia Accords, requiring members of the Avengers to identify themselves to the government and accept government supervision, and they must act only with the permission of the government. Let me ask, if the Americans have the military power to suppress all resistance, will they still tolerate threats and only use a piece of paper to restrain potential threats? Regardless of whether the Avengers are right or not, as an official force, it is easy to understand that they will never tolerate a private armed force that, in the name of saving the world, stands on their heads and pisses on them. As for other aspects, it depends on the benevolence and the wise. In short, Anton will not let others control his future. Therefore, the fire source should not be left on Earth. Even if it is left on Earth, it should not be left in the hands of any official force. In addition, from a selfish point of view, Anton is very interested in the fire source. This is a treasure that can continuously create an army. In a way, it is not weaker than the infinite gems in the Marvel world. If it were not for the fact that the infinite gems are official plugins, it is estimated that the fire source would be more popular than the infinite gems. You want to help us? Optimus Prime was a little surprised, and he heard the implication of Batman. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. Anton said, I won't give the L-Spark to the Transformers, but I can keep it for them. Keep it for them? I don't understand. Optimus Prime was confused by Anton. To put it bluntly, I will quietly take the L-Spark from the military. Anton said, after we work together to get rid of the Decepticons on Earth, I will send you back to Cybertron and use the power of the L-Spark to help you rebuild Cybertron. However, if Earth faces a threat in the future, you must return to Earth and help the Justice League resist the enemy. The power of the L-Spark is at our disposal, but you will keep it. I understand. Optimus Prime suddenly realized, as the leader of the Autobots, he could understand Batman's approach. A cosmic treasure like the L-Spark would naturally not be given to any outsider by any knowledgeable person, even if the outsider was well-intentioned and was the original owner of the L-Spark. However, Optimus Prime had no intention of going to war with the Earthlings. After all, Batman promised to allow the Autobots to borrow the power of the L-Spark. The only small disagreement between the two sides was the custody of the L-Spark. If you can really do what you promised, I will agree to your terms, Batman. Optimus Prime thought for a moment and gave his answer. As long as you can help us rebuild Cybertron, the Autobots will be your most solid allies. It doesn't matter if the L-Spark is given to you. Optimus Prime. Bumblebee was surprised. He didn't expect Optimus Prime to say that. The L-Spark, a treasure of the Transformers, was actually given to the Earthlings. Bumblebee. Optimus Prime said in a deep voice, the L-Spark is the origin of the Transformers, but we Transformers did not rise in the universe because of the L-Spark. Even without the L-Spark, the Transformers are still Transformers, and the Autobots will still be the Autobots. As long as we can rebuild Cybertron and restore our home to its original appearance, even without the L-Spark, it is still the future we want to see and look forward to. Optimus Prime. Bumblebee was very excited. This was his leader. Hearing this conversation, Anton was also a little surprised and found that he had indeed underestimated Optimus Prime. This leader of the Autobots has a very broad mind. Although he continues to strive for progress because of race, he is not bound by any race, does not rely on strength to bully the weak, and treats all lives equally. This is probably the personality charm of Optimus Prime. Go to sleep. Good night everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, The Arrogance of the Americans. Using the fire source to form a mechanical army, as expected of Optimus Prime, Anton looked at the giant in front of him with admiration, and he understood why no one among the Autobots was dissatisfied with Optimus Prime. Even the Titans who betrayed the Autobots later regarded Optimus Prime as his successor. Titans never thought that Optimus Prime was not a qualified leader. The reason why he betrayed the Autobots was that he had long seen through that the Civil War would drag down Cybertron, so he planned to end the war before the planet Cybertron fell into dire straits or its resources were exhausted. Ending the war means that one side will be completely hit or destroyed. Both the Decepticons and the Autobots are powerful. The two sides are facing each other, and it is not worth the loss to fight hard. In Titan's view, the right choice is to disintegrate one of the parties from within. Therefore, the cold-blooded Titans chose to sacrifice the Autobots and cooperate with the Decepticons. Titan's plan seems very cruel, but it is actually possible to end the Civil War before Cybertron is on the verge of destruction. However, a series of accidents happen to the plan. The final outcome is that this Autobot hero has become a tragic character. Optimus Prime and Megatron still occupied the stage. Since we have reached a cooperation, I will take away the L-Spark when the time is right. Anton said calmly, what we have to do now is to wait. Wait. Bumblebee was surprised. Wait for what? Wait for the Decepticons to find the location of Megatron and the L-Spark. Anton replied, you don't understand the arrogance of the Americans. Wait until the Autobots and the US military engage in a firefight, and they will need us. Washington. The White House. Pushing the time back a few minutes ago. Under the leadership of Cyborg, Keller and Tom instantly arrived inside the White House through the teleportation device. causing chaos in the White House's internal guards. The guards in the monitoring room saw someone suddenly appear and immediately notified the patrol guards to rush over with guns. As a result, when they met, they found that they were acquaintances. The Secretary of Defense and the head of a confidential department. Both of them are frequent visitors to the White House. Not to mention Secretary of Defense John Keller. Let's just talk about the head of District 7, Tom. After the alien invasion in New York not long ago, this guy stayed in the White House for a whole day and night the day after the incident. In addition, the guards also saw Cyborg next to the two. Cyborg's appearance is too obvious. These days, Cyborg's fame is catching up with Batman, especially that black face, which is almost worshipped as a god by the black community. The guards certainly know Cyborg. We want to see the president. Before the guards asked, Keller took the initiative to speak and interrupted the guards' thoughts. Take us to see the president. You. The guards glanced at Cyborg. Don't count me. Cyborg waved his hand and looked at Keller and Tom. I don't intend to participate in your conversation. After you make a decision, you can contact Batman again. You know how to find Batman. Okay. Keller's eyes flashed, and he didn't say much. Seeing this, Cyborg's mind moved, connected to the teleportation device, and instantly disappeared in front of everyone in the audience. Hiss. This time, the guards finally saw clearly how the three of them came to the White House. Teleport? Very soon. Keller and Tom met the president. I heard that you just teleported here? The president was quite curious. He looked at Keller and asked, are you sure it's teleportation technology? It should be correct. Keller said, it only took me a moment to go from New York to Los Angeles and then to Washington today. It's not clear where the Justice League has moved the teleportation device, but Batman promised me that the Justice League is willing to cooperate with all our anti-terrorism actions. I think it's not necessary to regard the Justice League as an imaginary enemy for the time being. We still have to make the necessary preparations. The president did not comment. Let's get back to business. You suddenly came here, so you shouldn't come to chat with me about the true identity of the alien NBE-1. And, we have actually discovered the presence of aliens on Earth. Tom spoke. He looked serious. Mr. President, NBE-1 is a huge threat. After a moment, the president finally understood what was going on. His face gradually became serious. The president said seriously, if things are really as they say, then the threat of NBE-1 cannot be underestimated. Tom, you go back to Hoover Dam immediately and increase the military force to guard it to ensure that the situation does not deteriorate further. As for what to do, wait for the next instruction. I need to find someone to discuss it carefully. Understood. Tom hesitated for a moment, said nothing, and left the president's office. Although as the head of the 7th district, he has considerable power and knows many secrets, but facing the president, his identity is not worth mentioning. Keller watched Tom leave, looked at the president in front of him, and hesitated. Mr. President, NBE-1 is a threat. I think it is necessary to destroy it. But do you know that we have gained the upper hand from it? The president frowned and said in a deep voice, if it weren't for it, the United States would not be as powerful as it is now. Moreover, it also represents the future. We can't destroy it because of someone else's words. Mr. President, I have to say that the enemy is more powerful than you think. Keller fully understood what the president meant. He could only say, if a group of NBE-1s really stood in front of you, you might take back what you said. No, you're wrong. The president said, don't forget, Keller, we still have the Allspark. The Allspark. Keller looked up at the president suddenly, as if he realized something. Mr. President, are you hiding something from me? This is confidential. The president said, but, now that things have come to this, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Our research on the Allspark you mentioned has entered the experimental stage, and it is indeed a rare treasure. Imagine if we can use it to transform machines into mechanical warriors, we will be invincible because of this mechanical army. Coming out of the White House, Keller always felt that the situation was a little out of control. Whether it was the president's confidence or the threat from aliens, he felt that the current situation was like a mess and couldn't be sorted out at all. The Decepticons from the planet Cybertron are eyeing the Earth. and the Decepticons' nemesis, the Autobots, came to the Earth at the same time, ready to stop the Decepticons from occupying the Earth and conquering the universe. On Earth, the United States, which controls Megatron and the Allspark, is full of confidence. Also on Earth, the Justice League, led by Batman, seems to be inclined to cooperate with the Autobots. Keller thought for a moment, and his head ached. At the same time, Anton, who had been observing the situation inside the White House through the perspective of Cyborg, sneered. Chapter 157 Intergalactic Teleportation. Starscream's plan. The internal network of the White House was breached by Cyborg the moment he arrived at the White House. For Cyborg, whose brain has become a quantum computer, it is not difficult to break into the internal network of the White House. This process can even be called easy and enjoyable. In this case, Anton could hear clearly the conversation between Keller, Tom and the president in the presidential office. As he expected, the American government headed by the president does not want to destroy Megatron at present. Moreover, what he did not expect was that the Americans, who have gradually begun to use the energy of the Allspark, have such an unusual idea. Form a mechanical army. I'm afraid they have lost their minds. Let's not talk about whether the mechanical life spawned by the Allspark will obey the orders of the military and be a cannon fodder tool for the army. In the original plot, almost all the life spawned by the Allspark is in the Decepticon camp. This is enough to make the Americans drink a pot. There are almost two explanations for the fact that the mechanical life on Earth, spawned by the Allspark, is Decepticon. First, whoever holds the Allspark will be the one that the mechanical life spawned will look like. Another explanation is that most of the current science and technology on Earth is reversely deduced by studying the technology on Megatron, and Megatron belongs to the Decepticons, so the mechanical objects on Earth will also become Decepticons. Both explanations make sense, but Anton is more inclined to the latter. It is conceivable that once the Americans really think they can control the Allspark and start to form a mechanical army, they will inevitably become puppets of mechanical life and then be ruthlessly backfired. The future at that time will become the world of mechanical life. In this case, it is the humans who took the initiative to dig the fire pit and then jumped into the fire pit happily. Even the Autobots can't save the humans who are seeking death. The Allspark really shouldn't be left in the hands of these ambitious people. Anton sighed. He did not deny that he also coveted the power of the Allspark, but the key was that he at least knew how much he had and would not do things beyond his control. For example, the Allspark. The Americans dared to make such a big bet when they knew only a little about the Allspark. It can be seen that they were really blinded by power. Then, Anton retracted Cyborg's perspective. If it's convenient, you can go to our base and sit for a while. By the way, let you see our sincerity as an ally. Anton said to Optimus Prime. Base. Optimus Prime was a little surprised. Not bad. Anton came to Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Then, the group disappeared. The agent who stayed in the scrapyard of District 7 was stunned. He looked left and right and found that several people from the other side, whether it was Batman, Cyborg, or Transformers, had left here. Before leaving, at least say hello. What to do now? Continue to fish? A certain military base. Starscream awakened Noisy and Vertigo, who were in the same base as him. Noisy is a tank, and Vertigo is an armed helicopter. The two and Starscream, who turned into a fighter jet, can perfectly integrate into this military base. Starscream sighed secretly. If he is not mistaken, there are only a few Decepticons on Earth now. As for the giant scorpion monster, this guy's not a human at all in the eyes of the Transformers. He can only be regarded as a pet of Vertigo. Soon, Starscream shared the information with Noisy and Vertigo, and the two immediately became alert. Is it possible that Megatron is in the secret base in Sector 7? The Allspark may also be in their hands. Noisy and Vertigo talked back and forth, gradually figuring out the situation in the conversation. However, with the next few words of Starscream, they were surprised again. Barricade, Chaos, and Bone Crusher are missing. It's a bad time. What else on Earth can threaten them? Noisy and Vertigo didn't think that the Transformers were really invincible on Earth, but in terms of personal combat power, Barricade and Bone Crusher definitely have the ability to fight against the army. How could they suddenly lose their position and disappear without a trace? In fact, everyone knows that disappearing without a trace is just a nice way of saying it, and the unpleasant way of saying it is dead. Be vigilant, the Earth is not as simple as you think. Starscream replied. He also transmitted the video footage sent by the Daily Bugle during the alien attack in New York not long ago to Noisy and Vertigo. After watching these videos, the latter two had a slightly changed view of the Earth, but overall, they still didn't think much of it. Batman, Cyborg, Iron Man, looks interesting. Wait, the level of technology on this cyborg doesn't look like what Earth should have. I can't even reverse deduce the result. This is definitely not Earth technology. So, I'm asking you to be vigilant. Starscream said in a deep voice. Through this organization called the Justice League, we know that, before we came to Earth, perhaps Earthlings had already come into contact with aliens. It seems that there is a guy called Superman hiding on Earth. In any case, we can't repeat the mistakes of Roadblock and Bone Crusher. Understood? Don't worry. Noisy and Dizzy almost patted their chests to make the promise. The next plan is to find the Allspark first. Starscream said, if we can get the Allspark, we will become heroes of Cybertron. The entire planet of Cybertron will praise our names. We can be kings of Cybertron and Earth. Hero? Noisy laughed. It's incredible to hear this word coming out of your mouth. Starscream. Where's Megatron? Vertigo interrupted. Where is Megatron? Megatron may be in the same location as the Allspark, or maybe not. Starscream said calmly. Vertigo, there is one thing I want to emphasize to you. Our main goal now is not to find Megatron, but to find the Allspark. Okay. Everyone in the Decepticons knew about Starscream's ambitions, even Megatron himself. To some extent, this was also the result of Megatron's deliberate connivance. Therefore, Vertigo did not refute. Next, our goal is this place. Starscream continued to speak, sharing the map with his companions. In the network perspective of the three Decepticons, a place was highlighted in red. It was the Hoover Dam. A certain galaxy. The huge war fortress was suspended in space. Inside the fortress, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee were teleported here. They looked at everything around them with surprised expressions. Optimus Prime's voice was low and powerful. We are in space. According to the location, this does not seem to be the solar system. Batman, is this the base of the Justice League? Yes, this is the base of the League. Anton pointed to the teleportation technology located in the center of the inner space of the war fortress. After everything is completely over, I will use teleportation to send all Transformers back to the planet Cybertron. Intergalactic teleportation. Optimus Prime did not expect that his previous idea would be slapped in the face so quickly. He was slightly surprised. You have already mastered such advanced technology. It's incredible. Seeking monthly votes and recommending books. By the way, Injustice Superman starts from Marvel on the last day of this month. I ask for monthly votes. It would be a waste if you don't vote. In addition, I recommend a good book of the same type. Injustice Superman starts from Marvel, an old author with a new vest. The results are much better than mine, and the quality is guaranteed. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, the 1st. Readers who like it can go and support it. Chapter 158. Is this a joke? While Optimus Prime was astonished that the Justice League had mastered such high-end technology as interstellar teleportation, the Decepticons on Earth had already quietly taken action. Starscream, Noisy and Vertigo rushed to the Hoover Dam. They were extremely fast, and it took only about 10 minutes to get from the military base where they were originally located to the vicinity of the Hoover Dam. There were many tourists here, and vehicles coming and going were parked on the roadside. But no one knew that there was a secret base belonging to District 7 inside the Hoover Dam. If Starscream had not sneaked into the military base and connected to the military's computer network, and if Vertigo had not attacked the Qatar base and copied all the data from the military computer, he would not have been able to lock the location of the base of District 7 so quickly. Staring at the mountainside next to the Hoover Dam, the source of the fire is inside. Starscream fell from the sky and transformed into a robot. He looked at his companions around him. It's time to act, Decepticons. Hoover Dam, the head of District 7, Tom Bandersek, had just come out of the White House. However, Tom did not rush to leave, but stood outside the White House waiting. A moment later, Kohler came out with a serious look on his face, and it was obvious that he was not in a good mood. "Mr. Kohler." Tom found a way to greet him and stepped forward and said, "What did the president say?" "Tom, you didn't tell me the truth." Kohler looked grim, stared at Tom, and snorted, "I don't like people hiding things from me, especially since we are still in the same camp now." "I knew it." Tom understood what happened as soon as he heard it. He said helplessly, "The research on the source of fire is the biggest secret of District 7, even more important than NBE-1. In short, there are far fewer people who know about this than you think. Are you so confident that you can build a mechanical army?" Kohler stared at Tom. "No." Tom shook his head. "That was before I met Batman and the Transformers." "What do you mean? What do you want to say?" Kohler frowned. "As early as the last century, we found the Allspark source and have been studying it for decades. From knowing nothing at the beginning to being able to use it now, it was actually in the past few years after the technological revolution entered its explosive period." Tom said in a deep voice. "In fact, just when we thought we could master the power of the Allspark source and were ready to make a big move, aliens appeared one after another. They know much more about the Allspark source than we do. Even Batman can easily tell the name and origin of the Allspark source. This makes me feel scared. We seem to have underestimated the Allspark source." "Fear? The president doesn't think so." "I can see ambition in his eyes." Kohler sneered. "If you hadn't planned too many beautiful futures for him before, I don't think he would be so determined today. It's useless to say these now. I have to rush back to the base of the Hoover Dam immediately. Do you want to come with me?" Of course. The two got in the car together. But about a few minutes later, they returned to the White House with anxious faces and knocked on the door of the president's office again. "Why are you here again?" The president looked at Tom and Kohler with a surprised look on his face. "Something happened." Tom gritted his teeth. "Mr. President, the Hoover Dam base in District 7 was attacked by unknown persons." "It's not unknown persons, it's Transformers." "No, it should be said, it's Decepticons." Keller added, "We must assemble the army immediately and go to the Hoover Dam. We can't let those Decepticons break into the base." "Shit." The president was shocked. The Hoover Dam base was attacked by the Decepticons. The president inside the White House hurriedly contacted the army, informed them of the situation, and issued an order for the army to assemble and attack. All of a sudden, the military bases near the Hoover Dam all took action. The atmosphere was instantly like dynamite buried, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The White House. Keller and Tom face to face. "Do we need to notify Batman?" Tom hesitated. "No need." Now it was Keller's turn to be helpless. He said, "The military committee believes that we can solve this trouble. In addition, although they didn't say it explicitly, they believe that Batman's mission is mainly to contain the other faction of Transformers, the Autobots, and prevent them from interfering in our battle. Obviously, Batman has done it. Okay. Universe, a certain galaxy, a war fortress." Anton didn't care much about what was happening on Earth at this time. However, it didn't mean that he didn't know. Isn't it just to monitor the situation, to maintain the cyborg clone? To be honest, through the perspective of Cyborg, from Keller and others, we learned that the Decepticons had locked the location of the Hoover Dam and had already launched an attack. Anton was quite surprised. Cyborg switched perspectives, found the Hoover Dam, and discovered that the network near District 7 had been cut off. He immediately felt that things were developing much faster than he thought. In addition, the online discussion of the military committee did not escape Cyborg's monitoring. "No need to notify Batman. Let him hold back the Autobots. Our army will clear all the troubles for us." As expected, this sentence was completely within Anton's expectations. The military will not rely on superheroes for everything. The reason why they asked Keller to win over the Justice League is probably due to strategic considerations, rather than tactical thinking. "Batman, what are you thinking about?" Optimus Prime noticed Batman's abnormality and spoke, to bring Anton's mind back to reality. "Nothing." Anton looked up at Optimus Prime. "I thought I would have to wait at least a day and a half, but I didn't expect the Decepticons to be smarter than I thought." "Oh." Optimus Prime understood instantly. Optimus Prime, gather the Autobots. It's time for us to take action. After Anton finished speaking, he looked at Cyborg. The coordinates of the Hoover Dam have been locked. Cyborg said to Optimus Prime with a blank expression, tell me the coordinates of the other Autobots, and I will take them to the Hoover Dam together. Inside the White House, whether it was the president, Tom, or Keller, they actually had a certain degree of confidence and did not fall into extreme despair. After the alien attack in New York, coupled with the good preparations for welcoming the aliens, there are battle-hardened special operations teams stationed inside the 7th District base. With strong firepower weapons, they should be able to hold out until the military reinforcement arrive. Among them, the members of the Special Operations Team include Lannis, who survived the attack on the Qatar military base last time, and Epps under his command, etc. In summary, this is the biggest reason why the President and the Military Committee have a certain degree of confidence in the military action against the aliens. However, they obviously do not have a clear understanding of the enemy, including Keller and Tom. The two of them only saw the scene of Cyborg beating the Decepticons, but they did not really realize how powerful the Transformers from Cybertron, the cruel and cold Decepticons, are. Half an hour later, no matter how they called, no one in the White House received any more reports from the 7th District. Almost half an hour later, the call was restored. How is it? Tom couldn't wait. How is the situation? Are you alright? There was a silence on the other end. Sorry. The person on the other end of the phone spoke with a hint of shock and inexplicable grief. We are late. Hoover Dam, the 7th District base has become a ruin. It seems that the whole army has been wiped out. The whole army has been wiped out? Tom and Keller looked at each other, with great shock and confusion in their eyes. The whole army has been wiped out? What is left in the base? Have you seen a huge robot or a huge cube that has been frozen? Keller looked solemn and asked again. No, there is nothing. The man on the other end of the phone answered. There is only a ruin, and occasionally you can see broken limbs. The entire 7th District is buried, and we can't change anything. Are there any traces of the enemy? No, we heard a huge explosion in the distance a few minutes before we arrived here. Now think about it, maybe at that time, the 7th District was blown up by some kind of weapon. What happened? Tom and Keller looked at each other, both of them were confused. What happened? Let's go back to 30 minutes ago. The three remaining Decepticons, Starscream, Noisy, and Vertigo, plus a mechanical pet, the giant Scorpion, arrived at the Hoover Dam. They had no intention of hiding their identities. The arrival of the giant robot caused all the tourists at the Hoover Dam to exclaim and even panic. They took pictures and wanted to upload them to the internet, but found that there was no signal available around. How could this happen? That's because Starscream casually destroyed the signal tower of the Hoover Dam and blocked the signal and wireless network nearby to avoid attracting attention from the internet. Although the Transformers did not take humans seriously, too many ants would also make people feel troublesome. What's more, the loss of contact with Roadblock, Chaos and Bone Crusher made Starscream feel that this Earth was not as simple as he had thought before. Immediately afterwards, they first sent out the giant Scorpion to enter the entrance of Area 7. Without paying any attention to the tourists on the dam, Starscream, Noisy and Vertigo walked into Area 7 together. The passage inside the dam can definitely accommodate Transformers in robot form. Otherwise, they would not be able to transport Megatron in. However, since the tunnel was not large, only one Transformer could pass through at a time. This gave humans a chance to fight back. After realizing that there was an intruder, the 7th District immediately assembled their troops. The burly soldiers stood inside the huge tunnel, intending to stop the enemy from attacking. However, they unexpectedly discovered that the first person they faced was not a Transformer, but a mechanical Scorpion. It's him again. Lannis gritted his teeth. Epps, we only shot off its tail last time. This time we have to kill it, not only to buy time for the people in the base to escape, but also to avenge our dead brothers. Don't worry, boss. Epps and his companions laughed. They knew that Lannis was just bragging, but at this moment, they really had no way out. Giant Scorpion monster. The size of this thing is about the same as an ordinary car, but the threat it possesses is no less than that of a tank or armored vehicle, or even stronger. The giant scorpion monster roared and rushed into the tunnel, its silver body reflecting cold light. The soldiers pulled the trigger. Ordinary thermal weapons simply cannot break the giant scorpion's shell and cannot cause any damage to it. Damn it. Be careful, Lannis exclaimed. In the center of the giant scorpion's giant claws, there is actually a huge cannon hidden. The terrifying energy waves gathered and then burst out, landing at the feet of the soldiers. Boom. A group of soldiers fell to the street. The remaining people looked at each other, and Lannis asked, "Where is the escape route?" "The escape route has been opened, and the researchers are evacuating." "What did the Pentagon say?" "Those damn politicians, don't they plan to send troops to support?" "No signal, no communication. The wired network inside the base has been cut off." "Damn it." Lannis communicated for a while, attacking while paying attention to the time. However, boom. Another huge roar came. They saw 3 robots as huge as NBE-1 entering the underground base of District 7 and suddenly realized, it's NBE non-biological aliens. These are NBE-1's compatriots. 3 giant robots came to the underground base. They didn't care about the soldiers behind the bunkers at all. Instead, they locked their eyes on the NBE-1 who stood tall and frozen in the center of the base. Megatron fell into a deep sleep. Starscream's eyes flashed. "I see. We should release him." Vertigo was excited. He was a loyal supporter of Megatron. Bang. Just as he was about to step forward, he was slapped to the ground by Starscream. "Do you want to fight?" Huge sparks appeared on the ground. Vertigo turned over and glared at Starscream. "Vertigo, you can't release Megatron." Starscream roared in a low voice. "Now the Decepticons, I have the final say. As long as we can get the Allspark, it will be the same, whether Megatron is there or not. The Decepticons will dominate the universe. When we dominate the universe, we will release Megatron. I believe he will be willing to work for me." "Vertigo, listen to him." Noisy sneered and didn't say much. "Anyway, the situation is clear now, and he can do anything. In fact, he doesn't mind who is the boss. Anyway, compared to the brutal Megatron, Starscream is much easier to fool than Megatron." "Damn it." Vertigo's eyes flashed, and he didn't intend to quarrel with Starscream now, and planned to deal with it after getting the spark source. However, he had to vent his anger. He stared at several human soldiers behind the bunker. "Damn it." Lannis gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way. Get out of the way." Boom. But before Lannis and others could act, they were facing a terrifying energy shell released by Vertigo. Before the shell hit, they instantly felt their hair stand on end and their scalps tingling. Whoosh. The energy shell was extremely fast. The soldiers' pupils dilated, and they felt that the blue light in their sight was coming from far away, and it came to them in less than a blink of an eye. Of course, this blink of an eye, in their perception, was infinitely long, as if they had experienced reincarnation. Bang! Exclamation mark. A huge shock wave exploded in front of them. They felt a strong wind blowing on their faces. This is the energy of life. Turning his head, he saw a silver figure standing in front of him and the others. There was an invisible barrier on the chest of the silver figure, which resisted the attack of the energy shells. Under the impact, the strong wind was raging. The soldiers recognized the person and were ecstatic. "Cyborg, you stand back." Suddenly, another voice sounded in his ears. A tall man with a flying cape came out from the dark corner behind them, and the 2 pointed ears on his head were unusually obvious. Batman. In this era, when superheroes commit crimes against the wind everywhere, even these battle-hardened soldiers are familiar with superheroes who shine like superstars. Especially in recent times, Batman, who is unparalleled in the limelight, and Cyborg, whose fame is second only to Batman. "Why are you here?" The leading soldier was very excited. "Not only us." Batman replied indifferently, "The enemy of the enemy is here too." "The enemy of the enemy? Isn't that a friend?" Lannis was startled at first, and then just as he reacted, he saw cars speeding in from the passage outside the door. Chick, chick, chick. These cars left tire marks on the ground and stopped inside the base, surrounding the 3 robots, almost filling up this space that was not wide at all in the eyes of the Transformers. Lannis saw a bunch of cars driving into the base. He thought they were helpers and was delighted. But when he saw that the driver's seats of these cars were empty, he was immediately confused. What's going on? His eyes swept from the Western Star truck in the lead and then looked behind the truck, following the Camaro, Pontiac, Hummer H2 off-road vehicle, black GMC, Top Kick C4500. The enemy of my enemy, just a few cars? What the hell are these? Lannis was stunned. If the situation was not urgent, and the person who said this to him was Batman, he would have wanted to slap him. Is this a joke? Single chapter, February summary, March update, and April outlook. First of all, today's update has been uploaded, which is about 4,700 words. I didn't divide it into chapters, so I uploaded it one chapter at a time. 1. Summary of February. Days. 28 days. Word count. The backend statistics show 128,069, with an average of about 4,573 words per day. Self-evaluation. Qualified. Average subscription. Because it was highly recommended by the editor at the beginning of the month, it increased by 500 averages. Now it is more than 1,900, and it is only one step away from 2,000. Self-evaluation. Good. The results are not bad. Thank you for your support. Although the subscription has dropped a little in the past 2 days, and the number of new subscriptions has become less and less, I roughly know where the problem is. Since it is my own problem, I won't say anything hypocritical. I will adjust it well, and provide you with more exciting content. However, I still ask for what I should ask for. Ask for monthly tickets. Ask for recommendation tickets. Then, ask for subscriptions. Especially full subscriptions. If you think it's okay, readers, come to Kidian and subscribe. It won't cost you much money. Now you can watch ads for free on Kidian, right? 2. Then, let's talk about the update in March. Ahem. This month's update is uncertain. Didn't I say before that I'm preparing for the provincial civil service exam? The exam is confirmed to be on March 27th. There are still about 20 days left. The civil service exam should be considered something that will affect the choices in my future life, right? It's very important. So, I will be busier in the future. The closer the exam is, the less time I may have to take care of this. So, I'm giving you a heads up in advance. However, I will try my best to ensure that there are stable updates every day. If I really can't take care of it, I will also issue a statement in advance to tell everyone. Please don't give up on me. 3. Looking forward to April. I'm done with March, and no matter what the result is, it seems that I have nothing to do in April. I will definitely work hard to update in April. Set a flag. In April, I will challenge to update 10,000 words a day for 30 consecutive days. So, after saying so much, I mainly want to emphasize one point. The updates may not be very stable in the past 20 days in March. Please rest assured, this is not a prelude to Eunuch. This book has performed well, and as my only source of income at present, I have no reason to give up it, whether from the perspective of hobbies or personal circumstances. It has been 3 months since I uploaded it today, and I haven't missed a single day. So please don't give up on me. By the way, I will go to study later and continue writing when I get home tonight. I think the next chapter will still be updated at 0 hours. The time will not change for the time being. I will only be late for the update, but I will never be absent. Thank you everyone. I kowtow. Dong dong dong. Chapter 159. The decisive battle has just begun. These are not just a few cars. Batman said calmly to Lannis and others. Friendly reminder, stand back a little to avoid accidental injury. Accidental injury? Before Lannis could react, Epps and others behind him moved together and quickly retreated. Huh? Lannis stared at Epps blankly, not expecting him to move so quickly. Lanny, didn't you hear Batman tell you to step back? Epps roared. Lannis was startled and came to his side silently. Idle, please. Epps looked at Batman again. Epps, if I remember correctly, you told me before that you liked Cyborg more. Lannis gritted his teeth in a low voice. That was before Cyborg rescued us. Epps said. Cyborg saved you. Why do you suddenly dislike him? Lannis was puzzled. He didn't even look back at me. Epps replied. Batman still looks more amiable. Amiable? Lannis looked at Batman and didn't think so at all. As the captain of the special operations team, he had carried out many confidential missions. Without exception, he always encountered some terrible opponents, but he was often the winner. Until he met Batman, Lannis had a feeling. If his opponent was Batman, he would not live to the next second. When he saw Batman, that abnormal feeling is indescribable, but it is often creepy. Boom. The next moment, the changes in the cars in front of him pulled his thoughts back from the mess. Several cars instantly transformed into robots. This was beyond Lannis's understanding of cars. Among them, the tallest one was a red robot transformed from a Western Star truck. The remaining few were of different sizes, but without exception, compared with humans, they were like hills, majestic and imposing. What are these? Lannis was completely shocked. The scene in front of him was undoubtedly more amazing than the mechanical scorpion he met before. He began to doubt whether he was still on Earth. NBE. So there really is an NBE. Lannis looked at the frozen NBE-1 and immediately realized that this was simply an alien war. The Earth was an innocent battlefield. Humans were the innocent victims. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. Something terrible had happened. The frost on NBE-1 was actually showing signs of melting. It was because Starscream and others had cut off all the lines inside the base, including cables, network cables, etc., that the base was operating abnormally. Only the lighting was still using the small amount of backup energy stored earlier to barely maintain the light. This was not the key. The key was that the machine that maintained the frost on NBE-1's body was lacking a large amount of power supply and stopped operating directly. The result of this was that NBE-1 was about to wake up from his slumber. This was not a matter of whether Starscream and other Decepticon members were willing to let Megatron out. Once the frost melted, Megatron would be able to regain consciousness. Not good. At the same time, Optimus Prime also found that the frost on Megatron's body was showing signs of melting. This meant that Megatron was about to be released from his slumber. After 2000 years of sleep, Megatron might not be unaware of what was happening outside. Most of the time, he was like a plant that could not move and was locked in his inner world. The resurgence at this time would inevitably make him fall into mania instantly. Megatron must have been very scary at that time. Optimus Prime knew that he could no longer stop Megatron from waking up, so he looked at Batman beside him. "You go get the Allspark, leave this to us." His tone was low and full of determination. "Before you get the Allspark, I promise not to let the Decepticons harass you." Optimus Prime's words were loud and clear. In response to his words, a roar came from the mouth of Megatron, who had just woken up from his sleep in the center of the base. "I'm Megatron." Crack. Megatron's eyes released red light. His huge body moved, breaking all the ice that had not yet completely melted in various parts of his body, including all the joints. Before, Megatron fell into a deep sleep because when he flew over the North Pole, the huge gravity caught him off guard, interfered with his senses, and made him lose consciousness and fall to the North Pole. Then he was frozen in the glacier before he could recover his consciousness. It was not until the beginning of the last century that he was discovered by Captain Witwicky, and then he spent a lot of effort to transport him to the United States along with the ice. People have never dared to melt the ice on him. On the one hand, he was regarded as a sealed demon. On the other hand, scientists who were crazy about the truth developed various modern technologies from him and regarded him as the morning star of the modern world. Many people are sure that this mechanical alien has just fallen into a deep sleep, and the ice is the key to his sleep. As long as the ice is not untied, this guy will not wake up from his sleep. Obviously, their idea is correct. Because the ice melted, Megatron's consciousness finally took control of the body. His red eyes turned, instantly locked onto Optimus Prime, and then laughed. "Old friend, seeing you as soon as I woke up really made me feel hot all over." Megatron's voice was as deep and powerful as Optimus Prime's. The biggest difference was that his voice had an indescribable evil aura that was more lawless than Optimus Prime's. "Megatron, you finally woke up." Starscream hurried to Megatron's side, knelt on one knee, expressed his sincerity, and added a catchphrase, "I live to serve you." "Me too, you're finally back. The Decepticons welcome you." Noisy stood side by side with Starscream. The dog-licking duo came on stage. Megatron's eyes swept over the two of them and looked at the late Dizzy. Dizzy looked at Starscream and Noisy, who took the lead in expressing their sincerity, and the metal face that was originally full of cruelty and evil showed a stunned expression. Obviously I was here first. You two didn't say that before. Vertigo. Megatron was not a fool. He knew who was the most loyal to him among the three. Prepare for battle. Understood. Vertigo heard Megatron call his name, and he was satisfied, and no longer cared about the previous things. He immediately entered the battle state. The two sides confronted each other inside the base. Autobot camp, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet. Decepticon camp, Megatron, Starscream, Noisy, Vertigo, and Scorpion. The two sides just corresponded 1-to-1. I can feel the breath of the Allspark. Megatron muttered to himself. He locked his eyes on the old opponent in front of him. Optimus Prime, are you ready to face failure? Megatron clenched his fists and said in a low voice, the planet Cybertron can only be rebuilt by me. This universe, including this planet, is ruled by me, Megatron. I will not let everything you say become a reality. Optimus Prime replied coldly. Swish. A broadsword popped out of his right arm. This move, like a signal, completely detonated the already tense atmosphere inside the base. Bumblebee, Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet. Each of them found their own opponents and immediately fought with them. Autobots, attack. On the other side, Anton did not take the battle behind him seriously. Although Megatron had awakened from his deep sleep, Anton had not anticipated such an outcome, so he was not panicked at all. Fish in troubled waters. Also readers fish in muddy waters. The muddier the water, the better. Didn't Megatron's resurrection make the situation instantly complicated, more turbid, and unclear? At this time, Anton had more reason to come to the back of the base inside Sector 7 and find the Transformers' holy relic that was surrounded by heavy clouds. The Allspark. According to Optimus Prime, only the hearts of the leaders of the two factions can destroy the Allspark. At the same time, the leaders will also pay the price of their lives for this. It's just ahead. Lannis led the way in front. The group quickly came to the location of the Allspark. During this process, Lannis did not forget to ask Batman about the situation, so he simply learned what the identity of the enemy he was facing was. Those machine life forms were all Decepticons from the planet Cybertron. The opponents of the Decepticons were the Autobots, who also came from the planet Cybertron. This race of mechanical life forms was called Transformers. The Decepticons wanted to transform the Earth and conquer the universe through the spark source. The Autobots wanted to stop him, so they were allies of mankind. The logic was clear. In addition, Lannis and others also got an astonishing fact from Batman. There is a simplest and quickest way to solve this incident. This method can not only destroy the Decepticon conspiracy, but also kill Megatron. Stuff the spark source into Megatron's heart. How to stuff such a big spark source? Epps looked at the huge block in front of him, which was at least 3 stories high, and there were hieroglyphs with unknown meanings on it, covering the surface of the block, and he was stunned. You said you wanted to stuff this thing into Megatron's chest. Epps complained helplessly. I think this thing can fit Megatron in it. What you see is just the surface. Batman said lightly. In fact, from our point of view, the Allspark is only a small one, about the size of a basketball. Basketball? Epps felt unreliable. If it is really as big as a basketball, I will eat it on the spot. Then you will have indigestion for the rest of your life. Cyborg left a word, floated to the side of the Allspark, and touched it with both hands. Caca. Suddenly, a wave of blue translucent energy swept across the entire underground space and merged into the hieroglyphs on the surface of the Allspark. The next moment, the Allspark turned into countless cubes, began to reorganize and deform, and finally condensed into a small one. Just as Cyborg said, it was the size of a basketball. This. Lannis and others were stunned and turned to look at Epps, whose jaw was hanging open. Epps, where are you going to start eating? I personally suggest that you go get a set of steel teeth first. Okay, now is not the time to joke. Anton turned around and looked at the soldiers in front of him. We have to go back to help the Autobots defeat the Decepticons. You evacuate immediately. No. Lannis decisively refused. I want to go with you. Lanny. Captain. Epps was surprised. The other companions did not expect Lannis to say that. "Don't say it, I insist on going." Lannis said, "You don't have to follow me. I have my own ideas. I must see those aliens pay the price with my own eyes." "Lanny, don't forget, Fig is still waiting for us to go back." Epps did not dissuade him and hugged Lannis tightly. Fig was a member of the team who fled to a desert town after the Qatar military base was attacked, but was attacked by a giant scorpion monster and then seriously injured. At present, his life is temporarily out of danger and his consciousness is still clear. They often talk to Fig. "If you want to see the Decepticons pay the price, then you have to act quickly, lest you arrive too late and only see the enemy's corpse," Anton said, and walked back the way he came. "I'm coming." Lannis agreed, his eyes firm. He looked at the backs of Batman and Cyborg, and quickly chased after them. The inner area of the base. The battle here is in full swing. The situation is very chaotic. It can be basically divided into two categories. One is the battle between Optimus Prime and Megatron, no one can intervene, and the other is the battle between other Decepticons and other Autobots. The two sides exchange opponents at any time, fighting back and forth, sparks flying, very brutal. The worst is probably the giant scorpion and the ambulance, who is not good at fighting. The two can only peck at each other, but suddenly find that their opponents have been replaced and then ravaged. It was not until Anton, Cyborg, and Lannis returned to the open space that the situation calmed down temporarily. All Transformers, whether Autobots or Decepticons, cast their eyes on Anton. The Allspark. Megatron stared at the basketball-sized cube in Anton's hand and said in a deep voice, "Give it to me, human. You seem to be thinking too much." Anton looked at his brother, Optimus Prime. "Kill him. I'll let Cyborg help you." Optimus Prime had no intention of refusing. Cyborg's clone took the cube from Anton's hand, then soared into the air, shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime. "The Allspark. You actually want to destroy the Allspark?" Megatron immediately saw what Optimus Prime meant, showing an extremely unbelievable expression, and then he was furious on the spot. "Optimus Prime, do you know what you are thinking? You want to destroy the holy relic of the Transformers, and destroy the flame of hope for rebuilding Cybertron." Megatron gnashed his teeth and was furious. If the mechanical life could spit saliva from its mouth, the saliva that Megatron spit out at this time would probably allow Optimus Prime to swim 3 times in the swimming pool. In Megatron's view, Optimus Prime betrayed the high hopes that his race had placed on him for a bunch of ants, which was a betrayal of Cybertron. However, for Optimus Prime, a victory that was not just would be meaningless. This was the most irreconcilable contradiction between the two sides. "What should we do later?" Lannis saw the leaders of the two major alien factions confronting each other and quietly asked Batman beside him. "You?" Anton shrugged at him. "Just stand aside and watch the show." "What about you?" Lannis was curious. "Me." Anton looked at the Transformers in front of him. His eyes swept over Megatron, and the focus fell on Starscream, noisy and Vertigo. He pondered for a moment. "Of course I will take the initiative to fight." The voice fell. He saw Anton snap his fingers. Bang. In the darkness, at some point, a black car drove over. The low body, heavy frame, wide tires, and the weapon frame on the body made Lannis realize that this was not a simple car. "This is the Batmobile." Lannis thought of the news reports in which Batman often rode this car and flew around in the sky. "Lannis, you'd better stay away." Then, when he saw Batman open the cockpit and close the door, he reminded himself, after all, the decisive battle has just begun. Chapter 160, The Death of Megatron. 5,000 words. The decisive battle has just begun. What does that mean? Lannis felt his scalp tingling when he heard this. Boom. In front of him, several Transformers were fighting, accompanied by close combat and the bombardment of thermal weapons transformed from their bodies. During the collision, the surging airflow like the waves, accompanied by a series of sparks, continued to spread in the space inside the base. Lannis could almost smell a burnt smell in the air. Buzz. In front of him, the Batmobile driven by Batman roared forward, and terrifying weapons were transformed on the frame. The thick and long barrels made people tremble with fear. But this change was not taken seriously by the Transformers. Even the weakest giant scorpion monster among the Decepticons disdained it. but the giant scorpion monster soon suffered. Boom. After the Batmobile entered the combat mode, it was enough to suppress all the villains in Gotham. Anyone who underestimated it will pay the price. It was equipped with Gatling guns, armor-piercing bullets, tracking missiles and other weapons, and even equipped with a grappling hook gun that Batman often used. The giant scorpion was the first to be hit in the head by 2 tracking missiles. Crack. The giant scorpion's head was the first to break. However, it was tenacious and did not fall down after being severely injured. Instead, it waved its giant pincers, gathered energy, and planned to use artillery shells to fight back. Anton did not give him this opportunity. An armor-piercing bullet detonated under the feet of the giant scorpion, blowing it up. A few seconds ago, the Autobots, ambulance, who were fighting the giant scorpion, were stunned when they saw this scene. So strong? What kind of car is this? Ambulance fell into deep thought. Anton ignored the ambulance and saw that the giant scorpion was dying and broke into several pieces. The scarlet eyes seemed to have poor circuit contact, extinguishing and lighting up. Knowing that this guy would not live long, he turned his head to look at Bumblebee, Ironhide and Jazz not far away. These 3 guys were fighting against Starscream, Noisy and Dizzy. In this narrow space for Transformers, many actions and moves could not be used, and the battle between the 2 sides was extremely brutal. Sparks flew everywhere, and the metal armor and shells of both sides were all severely damaged. The 2 sides fought back and forth, but it took a long time to determine the winner. In fact, it was normal. Decepticons and Autobots both have long lives. Their battles began thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. The long tug-of-war has made them fight on the planet Cybertron so many times that they can't count them, and they have always fought these people. Even this level of war has happened before. After so many years of fighting, if it was possible to determine the winner, it would have come to an end long ago, and the resources of the planet Cybertron would not be exhausted, and they would come to Earth to continue the old battle. However, the difference is, this time, there are 2 more, or 1 more person in the Autobot camp. Batman and Cyborg. Collectively called Anton. Kai. The Batmobile fired another tracking missile, which landed on Starscream, Noisy and Vertigo, pushing them back a few steps. Seeing this, the Autobots turned around and stood in a row behind the Batmobile, in a fighting posture. The Decepticons were embarrassed by the tracking missiles and turned to look at the aggressive Autobots in front of them, and they could no longer suppress their inner mania. The 2 sides fought again. Anton controlled the Batmobile and quietly shot the Decepticons behind several Autobots. In a head-on battle, the Batmobile's mobility and lethality are not strong enough for the Transformers, and the ability loaded by the Arkham Knight armor has not reached the level of being able to defend the Transformers, so it can only abuse the weak, such as beating the giant scorpion monster half to death first. He has already done this. Therefore, the only effective way to play a positive role is to avoid head-on battles. Anyway, the other Anton is fighting fiercely with Megatron at this time, and there is no problem of insufficient output. Human, who are you? Megatron has just woken up and feels very unfamiliar with Cyborg's identity. Cyborg's gorgeous technology made Megatron very suspicious of his human identity. Victor Stone, you can call me Cyborg. Cyborg's clone had no expression on his face. He raised his hand and released a sonic shell, forcing Megatron in front of him to retreat, and sneered, "Don't doubt it, I'm a human. It's just that there are some deviations from the humans in your memory. Although most of the humans nowadays are weak in your eyes, please remember that humans will never lack strong people." As soon as the voice fell, a strong airflow burst out from behind Cyborg, and he rushed towards Megatron. He used the energy field in his hand to absorb the fire source on his palm. That means he wants to hit Megatron's heart directly. At the same time, Optimus Prime restrained Megatron for Cyborg, giving Cyborg an opportunity to take advantage of it. The leader of the Autobots swung the broadsword on his right arm, and the air burst in an instant, and the strong wind overflowed. Due to space problems, the broadsword could not be used and inserted into the mountain wall. The sword body rubbed violently with the rocks, splashing out amazing flames. The mountain wall cracked into deep gullies. Kai. Megatron felt an unprecedented threat. He had to avoid the attack of Cyborg holding the Allspark, and also avoid the slash of his old rival Optimus Prime. He was caught in a dilemma. He finally chose to avoid Cyborg, so he took Optimus Prime's sword in a hurry. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. The sound was like a bell, vibrating in the closed underground base, and the sound spread back and forth, echoing in the ears. Everyone looked at the sound at the same time. Megatron was half kneeling on the ground, under great pressure, which could be seen from the circular depression on the ground. The key point was that the metal shield transformed from his arm blocked Optimus Prime's broadsword. This allowed him to avoid being seriously injured. At the same time, with the collision point of the broadsword and the shield as a center, the amazing airflow spread in all directions. Visible air ripples spread in all directions, raising thick dust and mountain ash. Whoosh! Cyborg's first attack was ineffective, so he turned around and charged like an eagle hunting. His momentum was amazing. The Allspark on his other palm released a blue light as he moved. This light was like a miracle for the Transformers. But to Megatron at this time, the Grim Reaper was approaching with a scythe. This was not a crisis that could be described as dangerous, but a reality that could be called a disaster. Megatron gritted his teeth and looked resolute. Under the control of Optimus Prime, he could not respond effectively to Cyborg's attack at all, and could only passively defend. In particular, the threat of the Allspark to him was simply beyond measure. The Allspark could kill him completely. The complete here means that after he was killed by the Allspark would also be destroyed. In this way, he lost the chance of resurrection. Of course, Megatron's resurrection in Transformers 2 was purely a tale left by the screenwriter, so I won't go into details here. In short, the threat that Cyborg brought to Megatron at this time was higher than that of Optimus Prime under any circumstances. Of course, Megatron's hatred for Optimus Prime at this time was higher than any time before. Because, at this time, Optimus Prime not only wanted to kill Megatron, but also wanted to destroy the holy relics of the Transformers. This was a fact that Megatron could not accept in any way. Optimus Prime, do you know what you are doing? Megatron became more and more angry. In his rage, he ignored Cyborg's attack and insisted on fighting Optimus Prime to the death. You are going to give up the hope of Cybertron for the sake of ant-like humans. Megatron clenched his fists. It's just you and me this time. Only one person can live, and the other must die. The red electronic eyes shone brightly. Even at a disadvantage, Megatron still issued his victory declaration. You dare to duel with the winner, you will definitely lose. Without sacrifice, there is no victory. Optimus Prime's answer was simple. He did not confront Megatron, but his attitude was no less than Megatron's. He was not afraid of sacrifice. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two collided, and the shells transformed by their hands fell on each other's chests. At the same time, Cyborg appeared between the two. After Megatron and Optimus Prime had just declared their duel, they had only fought for half a round when he ran out to disrupt the situation. Get out of my sight, bastard. Megatron was furious. A huge energy shell was aimed at Cyborg and released. Cyborg had no expression on his face. He fired a laser to detonate the energy shell in advance. In the huge fire raging everywhere, Cyborg broke through the encirclement of the flames and pressed the fire source in his hand directly to Megatron's chest. No. Megatron felt a huge fear in his heart. At the same time, Starscream, Dizzy and Noisy, who saw this scene, also showed incredible expressions. They all knew what would happen next. Boom! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, a huge fire rose from nowhere and surrounded the area where Megatron, Optimus Prime and Cyborg were. The entire base was illuminated by the fire, as if it were daytime. It seemed as if the sun was close at hand. Even Lannis felt this way. The raging fire burned his eyebrows a little black. The flame blocked his sight and even stimulated him so much that he couldn't open his eyes. Lannis had no idea what was happening inside the flame. However, the amazing battle that just happened in front of him made him imagine how fierce the confrontation in the flame was. Plus Batman's previous explanation. Only by pressing the fire source into the opponent's chest can the enemy be completely killed. However, the fire source will also be destroyed. Lannis' mind subconsciously emerged from the previous conversation. He didn't know that this huge flame was actually a deliberate trap set up by Cyborg and Optimus Prime, the purpose of which was to interfere with the sight of humans. Swish. At the same time, at the moment the huge flame was released, Cyborg took back the fire source, pressed one hand on Megatron's chest, and activated the teleportation device. In a blink of an eye, the two came to a galaxy far away from the Earth. Megatron was shocked. As a mechanical life, he can certainly survive in the universe. Looking around, in front of him, a huge, technologically charming sphere was suspended in space. The human named Cyborg, who brought him here, was now standing in front of him. It seems that you are reluctant to destroy a treasure like the Allspark. Megatron realized something, smiled smugly, and laughed. If it weren't for the Allspark, do you think you can threaten me, human? You may have some misunderstandings. Cyborg was not in a hurry, showing a sarcastic smile. Don't you plan to take another look at why I chose this? The voice fell. Caca. The war fortress behind Cyborg finally showed its original hideous appearance. Countless barrels were transformed from the outside, and the terrifying energy fluctuations gathered in them, including the external energy shield, which was opened simultaneously. The terrifying weapon, that was enough to destroy the lives of the people on Earth, was finally no longer just the tip of the iceberg. Although Lange was the former commander of the war fortress, when Lange invaded the Earth, firstly, the war fortress was not fully assembled, and secondly, Cyborg's super strong hacking ability that could crack all alien technology was limited. This gave the Justice League, or more precisely, the Batman transformed by Anton and Cyborg, a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, Tony would not have been unable to get through the first level, the external defense mechanism of the war fortress, after spending so much time. Of course, don't compare it with the plot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. As we all know, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie is a comedy. Let's get back to the point. Seeing this scene, Megatron was horrified. Although he was the strongest among the Transformers, he was still powerless in the face of such combat weapons. Unless he was asked to solve the problem from the inside. But the key is that he is now outside the war fortress, facing the strongest side of the war fortress. Damn it. Megatron's face was solemn, and he was ruthlessly bombarded by countless energy shells. Finally, under the indifferent sight of Cyborg, Megatron's hands and feet were broken by shells, and the fatal blow to the chest ended Megatron's sinful life. Megatron's eyes gradually lost their light. The fatal wound on his chest was a mark deliberately created by Cyborg's clone. After confirming Megatron's death, Cyborg took Megatron's body back to Earth, to the base in Sector 7 at the Hoover Dam. Of course, he left the Allspark inside the war fortress. Swish. When they returned to the base, Optimus Prime, who was maintaining the flames and making some noises from time to time, looked at him, then looked at Megatron's body, sighed, and dispersed the flames that blocked his vision. At the same time, he also retracted the broadsword in his arm. Combined with Megatron's body on the ground and his broken limbs, it seems that this result is not entirely Cyborg's credit, and he has also made a lot of efforts. At this time, everyone saw this result. Megatron is dead. The broken limbs and the huge hole in his chest are definitely not fake. Megatron, who has fought with the Autobots for tens of thousands of years, died on a remote planet in the universe. All the Decepticons were stunned. The Autobots were greatly encouraged. Inspired by the extraordinary results, they burst out with a combat power level beyond the limit and beat the Decepticons back step by step. Run! Exclamation mark. Starscream and the other two looked at each other, revealing the same fear. Megatron's death made them lose all their energy. At the same time, Megatron's death also announced the destruction of the Allspark. They did not ignore the big hole in Megatron's chest, and the scene just now, when the human named Cyborg rushed towards Megatron with the Allspark. The Autobots certainly would not let the Decepticons get away as they wished. At the critical moment, there was no concept of chasing the desperate enemy. The Autobots chased the Decepticons relentlessly. But! Exclamation mark. Anton stepped on the accelerator of the Batmobile, passed through the crotch of the Decepticons like lightning, and took the lead to the base, the only huge entrance for the Transformers to enter. Kakaka. The tracking missiles were fired with countless armor-piercing bullets. The fire and smoke spread throughout the base, delaying the Decepticons' evacuation. The Decepticons were caught up by the Autobots. Damn it. Starscream roared angrily. Noisy and Dizzy were also overwhelmed. so they simply transformed their hands into cannonballs and began to attack indiscriminately. Boom 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 boom. Energy cannonballs were fired from all directions. It must be said that the base was built in the center of a cave. The continuous bombardment of cannonballs in the previous battle between Transformers and others had caused great damage to the stability of the cave. At this time, all four sides of the cave, including the wall above the head, were cracked. Crack, 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 crack. Spider web-like cracks immediately spread. The gaps were getting bigger and bigger. Lannis simply dodged the cannonballs shot from all directions. At the same time, the stone chips caused by the cracks in the surrounding walls fell off and fell on him, which made him horrified. The cave is about to collapse! Exclamation mark. Lannis turned his head suddenly and looked at Optimus Prime and Cyborg at the edge of the smoke and fire. He couldn't help but shouting, "The cave is about to collapse." Hearing this voice, Cyborg turned his head and saw that it was indeed the case. As Lannis said, under the fierce battle, this battlefield was overwhelmed and had reached the limit of what it could bear. The cave is about to collapse. We should withdraw. Cyborg looked at Starscream and others who were suppressed and could not raise their heads. The Decepticons have no chance to turn over. You take the humans to evacuate first. We will come out before the cave collapses. Optimus Prime looked at Starscream and others who were gradually despairing. The battle between Transformers should be ended by Transformers. You have helped us a lot. Thank you, Justice League. Optimus Prime nodded slightly and saluted Cyborg. Okay. Cyborg also nodded in response. The next moment, the air behind him burst out and came to Lannis, carrying him to the outside of the base. At the same time, Anton drove the Batmobile and evacuated from the base. About 10 minutes later. Boom! Exclamation mark. The cave collapsed completely, and a huge depression appeared on the edge of the entire Hoover Dam, where the originally slightly raised peaks were. The spreading dust filled the entire Hoover Dam. The Batmobile was suspended above the Hoover Dam. Anton sat in the Batmobile and looked down. Optimus Prime and others rushed out of the dust and smiled slightly. On the other side, after leaving Lannis in a safe place, Cyborg, who was flying to the Batmobile and standing next to Anton, also saw Optimus Prime and the others. Whoosh! The moment he saw Optimus Prime and the others, Cyborg did not hesitate and rushed into the flying dust, came to Optimus Prime and the others, and took them to the interior of the War Fortress in a distant galaxy through the teleportation device. Seeing this, Anton also took back the Batmobile, and with a thought, he returned to the War Fortress. Lannis stood at a high point of the Hoover Dam, choking on the flying dust. Finally, most of the dust dissipated. At this time, at the end of the distant sky, fighter planes arrived and circled above his head. Soon, row after row of military jeeps loaded with soldiers arrived at the scene. They did not pay attention to Lannis, who was completely surrounded by dust in the dust, but rushed into the huge sunken land next to the Hoover Dam. He fell into a stagnation. The general in charge saw the scene, was silent for a moment, took out his communicator, and contacted the White House. Sorry. He didn't hear what the other party asked at all, and with a heavy and sad heart, he said to himself, "We are late." Finally, Transformers is almost finished. The subscription has dropped to the point that I want to cry. Please come back. I know I was wrong. I dare not do it again. I really don't dare. In addition, this chapter is 5,000 words. Please subscribe and recommend. The recommendation votes are finally approaching 10,000. Thank you so much. Chapter 161 The idea of creating Wayne Group. Tony built cars. Lannis saw the army coming and hurriedly ran to the side of the army. Some people saw Lannis, who was covered in dust and had some burnt hair and eyebrows, as if he had just escaped from a fire scene, and were shocked. There are survivors here. They recognized the military uniform on Lannis and were overjoyed. They hurriedly received Lannis. Another person ran to find the general who was communicating with the White House. What? The general was also surprised and said to the person on the other end of the communicator, "Wait a minute, I found a survivor here." He kept the communicator open, came to Lannis, and asked anxiously, "Soldier, what's your name? What happened here?" "Sir, I'm Lannis. I was recently assigned from the army to the 7th district as the captain of the special operations team. Lannis quickly introduced himself and then said, just now, aliens invaded the 7th District base. They called themselves Decepticons and Autobots. The ones who attacked us were the Decepticons, and the ones who saved us were Batman, Cyborg, and the Decepticons' fellow tribes, that is, the Decepticons' enemies, the Autobots. They saved us. Decepticons, Autobots, and Batman, Cyborg. The general was stunned. This information was almost the same as what he had received. The only difference was the superhero, Tom Keller, and the president on the other end of the communicator all received this news. NBE-1 and the Allspark. The president didn't care if there were any other survivors and asked anxiously, what happened to these two things? NBE-1 is the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron, and he was killed by Cyborg. Lannis said, the weapon that killed Megatron is the Allspark. The Allspark should have been destroyed in the battle. What a pity. The general felt a little regretful, but still asked, what about the others? How are the others? They should have left through the emergency exit, about a few kilometers away. We bought them enough time to escape. Lannis answered. He recalled for a moment, thought about it again, and said uncertainly, by the way, although the Decepticons are dead, their bodies seem to be under the ruins. The general and the politicians in the White House opposite the communicator all had their eyes lit up and looked at each other. Although a base was lost, some things were still left. Keller and Tom looked at each other, wondering if this was left by Batman on purpose. If this is true, then Batman is really not to be underestimated. Of course, even if Batman didn't have such a little idea, no one would dare to underestimate him. Dig. The president issued an order. Go dig in the ruins until the remains of the Transformers are dug out. Understood. The general obeyed the order, looked at his soldiers, and ordered, let someone find a way. We must find the things in the ruins. In addition, let someone go to the escape exit inside the base to find the survivors who evacuated in advance. After that, he looked at Lannis. Do you know the location of the escape exit? Yes, I'll take them there. Lannis nodded seriously. Very good. The general patted him on the shoulder. I'm counting on you. In a distant galaxy, inside a war fortress, the Autobots came to this space full of technological atmosphere, and when they saw everything around them, they showed an extremely surprised expression. However, before they met Batman, they had searched for information about Batman, and they were not unfamiliar with the alien attack that occurred in New York not long ago. They saw that this was probably the weapon that the alien was going to use when it invaded the Earth. It's called War Bastion. We took a lot of effort to get control of it from its former commander. Anton saw the Autobots' thoughts and explained in a calm tone. Batman, the Autobots will always remember your help to us. You will be our Autobots' eternal friend. Optimus Prime saw this and spoke immediately. Stop talking nonsense like this. Anton waved his hand. You will provide me with the coordinates of the planet Cybertron in a while, and I will teleport you back to the planet Cybertron. As for the Allspark, Optimus Prime, I will give you a special teleporter. You can use this teleporter to allow the rays of the Allspark to travel through time and space and be teleported to Cybertron at the coordinates set by you. In theory, it can cover any corner of the planet Cybertron. After a pause, as we said before, I will always own the Allspark, and you only have the right to use it. Of course. Optimus Prime nodded. Hearing these conversations, except for Bumblebee, the other few people, that is, Ironhide, Jazz, and Ambulance, were all stunned. Allspark? Wasn't the Allspark destroyed? It's not that simple. I'll explain it to you later. Bumblebee whispered. Then, Cyborg took out a teleporter and installed it in Optimus Prime's palm. I will load the spark source into the energy output core of the war fortress, and then you can borrow the power of the spark source at any time. Cyborg finished speaking. Anton looked at Optimus Prime. According to humans, the planet Cybertron is approximately in the Centauri galaxy, and it orbits Alpha Centauri. Optimus Prime provided the coordinates of the planet Cybertron. Very good. I wish you a safe journey. Anton paused and said, if you need anything, I will contact you at any time. You're welcome. No matter what you need, the Autobots will do their best to help you. Optimus Prime said. After the conversation, Cyborg raised his hand slightly. It is located near the teleportation device, so it doesn't need to be so troublesome. It needs to rely on physical contact to complete the transmission. The Autobots only felt their bodies lighten and were sucked into the time and space gate above their heads and instantly disappeared in the War Fortress. At this time, only Batman and Cyborg were left in the War Fortress. The two looked at each other, and Cyborg's figure disappeared into thin air, while Anton took off his Batman posture and returned to his original appearance. He let out a long breath and looked at the system panel to see the rewards given. Defeat the Decepticons, kill Megatron, and reward 10 million justice points. Current justice value balance 30 million. Anton smiled. This time he really made a lot of money. Not only did he get so many justice points, but he also got the treasure of the Allspark from the Transformers. It is worth mentioning that the Allspark can turn any machine into a mechanical life. But Anton does not intend to use the Allspark to turn the War Fortress he is in, or the Batmobile, and other weapons and equipment into mechanical life. Mechanical life has its own autonomy, and is somewhat uncontrollable. Even if it can enhance his combat effectiveness, it also puts a lock on himself and adds some unpredictable risks. In Anton's opinion, it is not worth the loss. The reason why the Autobots need the Allspark is that after the planet Cybertron lost the Allspark, its resources were exhausted. They had to flee Cybertron and find a planet or a way to replenish Cybertron's resources in the universe. After regaining the Allspark, Cybertron's consumed resources have the opportunity to be reused. In this way, there is no such thing as exhaustion of resources. This is the truth about the Transformers' need to find the Allspark and rebuild Cybertron. It is for this reason that Megatron believes that Optimus Prime's use of the Allspark to kill himself and destroy the Allspark is a betrayal of Cybertron and Transformers. In addition, Anton cooperates with the Autobots not only to establish an alliance, but also to have some other ideas. That is to accelerate the technological progress of the human world through Cybertron's technology. In other words, it is a feasible plan to establish a Wayne group on Earth, involving arms, biotechnology, clean energy, and other industries. After all, Anton's current connections include not only the Autobots from Cybertron, but also Bruce Banner and Kurt Karnas from the Sewer Laboratory, and Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who has a special liking for technology. Even Oscorp, which has a good relationship with Anton, and Stark Industries, after he became a shareholder. They are already made resources, so why not use them? Meanwhile, Los Angeles, a beachfront mansion. Beep, beep, beep. Tony Stark is working hard to make his own big toy. Since the alien attack in New York not long ago, Iron Man, who lost face in front of the people of New York City, no, the people of the country, and even the people of the world, believes that it is necessary to strengthen the combat capability of the armor. At the same time, he also upgraded Jarvis' core algorithm. Tony has been making armor in his studio these days. Stark Industries, which was taken back from a bad day, was fully handed over to his assistant, the current president, Pepper Potts. Except for watching a movie of Superman, Tony has never left the house. Even Boz was surprised that Tony had changed from a playboy to a nerd who only knew how to study his broken toy. This can be called the most amazing change in the 21st century. To some extent, in the Marvel world, it is indeed as Boz said. This is indeed the most amazing change in the 21st century. Beep beep. Suddenly, Jarvis popped up a prompt. Sir, Batman has appeared again. Jarvis said, I captured information about Batman in the communication between the army and the White House. I think you will be interested. Jarvis had just finished speaking when Tony dropped his tools and came to the table to operate. Play the audio you recorded. Tony was quite calm. This kind of thing is equivalent to spying on state secrets. However, who asked them to use military satellite communications? These days' experiences made Tony quite anxious and insecure, so he simply asked Jarvis to monitor the military satellite signals and check every channel in them. Of course, Jarvis would not deliberately record the information in it, but only capture the keywords and keep the one that Tony was interested in. For example, Justice League, Batman. There are survivors here. I'm Lannis. Aliens just invaded the Sector 7 base. They call themselves Decepticons and Autobots. The ones who attacked us were the Decepticons, and the ones who saved us were Batman, Cyborg, and the Decepticons' fellow tribesmen, that is, the Decepticons' enemies, the Autobots. They saved us. Decepticons, Autobots, and Batman, Cyborg, NBE-1, and the Allspark. NBE-1 is the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron, who was killed by Cyborg. The bodies of several of them seem to be still under the ruins. Tony heard these conversations, his eyes flashed, and he ordered Jarvis, search NBE-1, Decepticons, Autobots, and the Allspark. Don't let go of the military database, including the Pentagon, and the main database of SHIELD. Understood. Jarvis agreed, and a series of data appeared in front of Tony Stark. Decepticons, Autobots, no search results. The Spark source, no search results yet. NBE-1. NBE, short for non-biological alien. At the beginning of the last century, a captain named Witwicky discovered traces of NBE-1 in the glacier. In 1934, NBE-1 was transferred to the United States. According to the information, NBE-1 is the source of modern technology. Integrated circuits, lasers, spacecraft, cars, etc. are all the results of studying it. After listening to Jarvis, Tony showed a look of surprise. It was mainly because of Jarvis's last sentence that really shocked him. The source of modern technology actually came from an alien. Non-biological alien. To put it bluntly, isn't it just mechanical life? Tony narrowed his eyes, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He ordered Jarvis again. Find the latest strange news related to machinery and intelligence, limited to the United States. The amount of information this time is much stronger than the previous simple comparison of a few keywords. Jarvis compared for half an hour. The most suitable one is from the Los Angeles Police Department, law enforcement recorder, Sam Witwicky, who called the police and said that his car could move and stand up like a robot. Jarvis played a recording by the way. It was the footage of Sam being surrounded and questioned by the police at the Los Angeles Police Department. Call up Sam Witwicky's home address and the surveillance information around him. The key is, I want to see his car. Tony found it more and more interesting. Jarvis found Sam's information, immediately locked Sam's address, and found the recent records. Sorry, sir, the surveillance information near Sam has been deleted. Jarvis said, according to the surveillance footage from other streets, Sam seems to have been taken away by a mysterious organization. Batman and Cyborg are also in the car. Can you retrieve the surveillance footage? Tony asked calmly. Trying. Jarvis said, only 2% of the content can be restored, and it will be played for you immediately. Immediately afterwards, Tony saw an amazing scene. Cyborg released energy shells and faced a robot as big as a hill, which was equipped with advanced technology and powerful weapons. Boom. Energy shells collided with robots, and huge sparks exploded in the screen along with flames. Click, 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 click. This video was only 6 seconds long, and then it was stuck for 2 seconds, and the next video began to play. A yellow Camaro sports car transformed into a huge robot on the street. The superhero standing in front of the robot was Cyborg, who took off into the air. Click, click, click. The screen was completely stuck. The second scene was even shorter, only about 4 seconds. The two videos added up to no more than 10 seconds, but they completely attracted Tony's attention. Tony didn't say anything. However, he already fully understood what the so-called Autobots were. At the same time, he also understood why the military documents claimed that NBE-1 was the source of modern technology. Autobots. Tony looked at the half-built Mark 7 armor in front of him and felt that he had a new inspiration. The Mark 7 is not good at all. Jarvis, take the Mark 7 in front of me away and file the Mark 8. Let me think. That ODR-8, how about turning it into armor? Tony Stark's eyes were burning. He suddenly thought that Batman also had a Batmobile, so why couldn't Iron Man have a chariot of his own? I think it's a good idea, sir. Jarvis replied. Very good. Show me the internal structure of the R8. I'm going to start designing the Mark 8. The workload this time is much greater than before. I can't wait. Tony nodded. Also, contact Rod for me. I have something to see him. Jarvis asked, sir, when? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. After Tony finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck and frowned slightly, but he didn't take it to heart. He opened the virtual screen in front of him and prepared to draw a sketch with great interest. What Tony didn't notice was that the blood vessels on his neck had already shown signs of slightly turning black. Palladium poisoning. It means that the plot is still advancing. It is estimated that Iron Man will face another low point in his life soon. If Anton knew about this scene, he would definitely watch the show with great joy. After all, Tony Stark's personality before Avengers 1 was definitely not friendly. Even after Avengers 1, Tony only began to seriously reflect on his shortcomings after experiencing Iron Man 3 and seeing Killian, who was completely blackened after being insulted by him. Fate is fair, and Tony will eventually taste the bitter fruit of his past. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 162. The old man is at the helm. Wayne Company is being established. At night, the incident was over, and Anton returned to New York. On the big bed, he dispersed his two clones and opened his tightly closed eyes. Who knew that just going to see the situation with Secretary of Defense John Kohler, the scene inexplicably became more and more chaotic. This day's experience felt more tiring than the past week. However, the gains were huge, and it was worth it. He got out of bed and went to the living room, where he saw the old man reading a book. "Are you awake?" Seeing Anton awake from a nap, Jonah Jameson asked, "How is the situation with Batman?" "There were some minor problems." Anton spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. "Minor problems?" Jameson was stunned, realizing that the minor problems Anton mentioned were probably not too small. "Don't worry, it's all solved." Anton smiled as he sat opposite Jameson. Seeing the old man's face relax, he suddenly said, "You've been resting for more than a year. You should be free now, right? Boy, what do you want to say?" Jameson looked at Anton and squinted his eyes. "I always feel that you have bad intentions. Are you ready to come back?" Anton asked. "Come back?" Jameson pouted. "You manage the Daily Bugle well. I have no reason to give up my current leisurely life. To be honest, it feels good to be a prodigal son who only knows how to spend money like you used to. But it will be very empty. Even Tony Stark has become Iron Man, not to mention that you are Jonah Jameson." Anton belittled Tony in a roundabout way and praised his own old man. Sure enough, the old man was very happy. "Go ahead." Jonah James straightened his face. "What do you want to do?" "Under your leadership, the Jameson family has already stood in a high position, but we still have some shortcomings," Anton said. "On the one hand, although the Daily Bugle has advantages that others do not have in controlling public opinion, on the other hand, we are just a newspaper after all. Although we are involved in some industries, it is just a simple investment. Simply having money cannot control the situation. If having money is not enough, what else do you want to do?" Jameson heard Anton's ambition. "I want to build a big company like Stark Industries or Oscorp that can control the situation." Anton smiled. "Old man, isn't this also your dream?" "Dream?" Jameson was stunned, looking at Anton in front of him. His heart was awe-inspiring, and he said in a deep voice, "Do you know that to become Stark Industries or Oscorp, connections are secondary? Of course, I'm not saying that this is not important. What I want to say is that the reason why they can succeed is because they have achieved their own uniqueness." "Unique?" Anton muttered in a low voice, completely understanding what Jameson meant. "In other words, it is the core technology. Howard Stark and Norman Osborn are scientists themselves. They use their IQ to build a framework for their careers, fill the core, and then let people realize and improve it. After years of development, Stark Industries and Osborn naturally became towering trees. Speaking of these two towering trees, we can compare them with Hammer Company. Both parties are big arms dealers, but the reputation and status of Hammer Company are not comparable to Stark Industries and Osborn Company. Why is this? Isn't it that the core technology is not up to standard? It can only rely on copying Stark Industries, plus a slightly lower price. to absorb a large number of local military and overseas orders. Even if this model is at the top, it cannot be widely recognized. Innovation is not good. The product is not popular. You can only pick up leftovers. That is what Stark and Osborn don't want to eat. Why does Justin Hammer want to take over Osborn Company so much? Isn't it just coveting Osborn Company's advanced patents and technologies in biological sciences and genetic technology? As for arms, except that they are not as good as Stark Industries. In terms of arms business alone, Hammer and Osborn are not much different. After all, Osborn is not just an arms dealer. Of course I have something unique. Anton smiled at Jameson. Old man, it's been so long. Please have some confidence in me. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked forward and put his hand on Jameson. Swish. The two disappeared from the house in an instant. Jameson only felt that the scene in front of him flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he came to a very unfamiliar place. Looking at the surrounding environment, this is sewer? Jameson was quite surprised. I never knew that the sewer could be so clean. Anton. Soon, a voice sounded. Several tall turtles rushed into Jameson's field of vision. Jameson recognized the identities of these guys at a glance. Ninja Turtles. Although he has been on vacation in Hawaii during this period, he can't help but pay attention to the news in New York. It is worth mentioning that the recent content produced by the Daily Bugle has been recognized by New York and even the whole United States due to Eddie's outstanding ability. Eddie's business ability also made Jameson feel that he made the right choice at the beginning. Just like he let Anton inherit the Daily Bugle. Who is this old man? Michelangelo saw Jonah Jameson and turned to look at Anton in surprise. He knew that Anton usually would not bring any strangers to the sewer. Is he a wanted criminal? Michelangelo's imagination was open, and he circled Jameson twice. He also sprayed men's perfume. Oh, the smell on this guy's really heady. Jameson's mouth twitched, very embarrassed. Anton laughed. Here's my grandfather, Jonah Jameson, the man behind Batman, the real boss of the Daily Bugle. I brought him here today to let him see your recent progress. Progress? Donatello immediately understood and stepped forward and said, come with me, Mr. Jameson. You will see the greatest invention of this century. The greatest of this century? Jameson was stunned when he heard this. He really couldn't think of any invention that could be called the greatest of this century. Of course, this is just an adjective. Moreover, when it comes from a person's mouth, it is highly subjective. Jameson didn't care, but he still had a great interest in the invention mentioned by Donatello. What exactly is it that can make Anton so confident? He followed Anton to the laboratory in the sewer. The first thing he saw was not various experimental equipment, but a man in a white coat with a gentle and easygoing temperament. There was another person next to this man who was relatively unfamiliar to him. However, he didn't pay attention to the latter, staring at the former, and was shocked. You are Kurt Connors, Dr. Lizard? Jameson never thought that he would meet Dr. Lizard here. Aren't Dr. Lizard and Batman mortal enemies? That's what it says in the Daily Bugle. Are you fooling people? Jameson looked at Anton in astonishment. Anton smiled at him and thought that you haven't seen anything more surprising yet. Then, Jameson noticed the changes in Connors. Connors has both hands intact. No. In New York City, anyone who has read the news knows Connors' experience. Connors became Dr. Lizard because of his own disability. Jameson suddenly had an idea and thought of the news that Osborn had previously announced to the public, plus Connors' intact arm. He suddenly understood what Anton wanted to show him. Limb regeneration technology. Jameson was slightly shocked. I didn't expect that this technology was really realized by you. Not bad. Anton nodded and smiled. With this core technology, we can open up the situation smoothly. But it's not enough. Jameson was excited, but soon calmed down. Just limb restoration technology. At most we can become the next Life Foundation. There is still a big gap between Stark and Osborn. In addition to limb regeneration, I still have a lot of things that I haven't shown, including arms, energy, and even life genes. I have everything you want. Anton smiled. Old man, limb regeneration is just the beginning. You didn't lie to me. Jameson turned his head and stared at Anton, with fire burning in his eyes. That was his long-lost fighting spirit. Of course. Anton revealed a little information to Jameson. Through today's action, I have established a certain connection with the aliens. They will not be stingy in giving us alien technology. Are you so sure? Jameson frowned. Those are aliens. Based on the alien invasion incident not long ago, Jameson also has a certain degree of distrust of aliens. I have what they want. Anton couldn't explain too much to Jameson, so he simply answered with the interest relationship. Don't worry, I know my limits. That's good. James breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the other holes in the sewer with interest. Is there anything else I haven't seen here? Let me introduce you first. Kurt Karnas and Bruce Banner. These two will be the company's chief scientists in the future. Anton smiled and pointed to the purple eye masked turtle. And Donatello. He is very good at computers, including some weapon modifications, which is also his strength. Hello, I'm Jonah Jameson. Jameson didn't care about Karna's previous criminal experience. After so many years of hard work, he had seen a lot of more filthy things, not to mention Karna's loss of control. Besides, since you are here, there is another person you might want to meet. After Anton finished speaking, he led Jameson into a hole in the sewer. A disheveled man was sitting on a stool, looking weak all over, staring fiercely at Anton and Jameson as they approached. You are. Jameson saw this person, and the expression on his face gradually froze. Norman. Why are you here? You are not unfamiliar with him. Anton said, of course. I'm talking about his other identity, the Green Goblin. Green Goblin? Jameson was stunned. His face suddenly looked strange, and he laughed. Norman would be stupid enough to blow up his own company. This is really not the Norman Osborn I know. He is indeed not the Norman you know. Anton explained. Because of a family genetic disease, he injected himself with human enhancement drugs, causing himself to have schizophrenia. What you see now is his Green Goblin personality. I locked him up here to cure his mental illness. Eliminate the side effects of human enhancement drugs. This is a good idea. He is the founder of Oscorp and will be very useful. Jameson chose to think about the problem from the perspective of interests. At this time, it was completely impossible to see what Norman had said to Anton before, that there was any friendship between the two of them. Anton was not surprised. The top executives of major companies know each other and have relationships with each other. This is called human relations. Jameson has accumulated such a large network of contacts. It's not surprising to say that he knows everyone and has connections with everyone. But it's impossible to say that he has close relationships with everyone. Let's go. After Anton introduced the current situation, he turned around and left with Jameson. Before leaving the sewer, he told Donatello, transfer Norman to the prison inside the war fortress. I will let Cyborg open your permissions. Understood. Donatello nodded. By the way, how is the arrangement of the laboratory relocation? Well, Karnas and Banner don't seem to want to move the laboratory to the war fortress. They think the sewer is a very convenient place. The war fortress will make them feel very strange. After all, that place is not the Earth. Anyway, there are teleportation bracelets. If they need the computer calculations of the war fortress, it is also very convenient, and they can be teleported at any time. Okay, whatever you want. Anton did not force the laboratory to be transferred. Things like doing experiments should be left to professionals. Then, he and Jameson returned home. It's easy to open up the market through limb regeneration technology, but if you want to develop across industries, it will be a big problem. You must have a product that you can show off. Jameson was excited. After learning so many secrets from Anton, he quickly built an idea in his mind and immediately planned to put it into practice. It's easy. Once you build the framework, I can always come to you with new technology when I need it. Anton was quite calm. He has a whole planet of Autobots behind him. Then, the last question. Jameson turned his head and looked at Anton. What name should we give this company? Jameson Company? Jameson narrowed his eyes and was a little distressed. Damn, this name is taken by another Jameson. Wayne Company. Anton thought about it and smiled. Let's call it Wayne Company. Wayne? Jameson is someone who has seen Batman movies after all. He murmured. Bruce Wayne, Wayne Company, Batman's company. At this point, he glanced at Anton and nodded. Okay, let's call it Wayne Company. With the name of Batman, the company can also be recognized by everyone at the first time. Believe me, Wayne Company will become Wayne Group soon. Anton was full of confidence and planned a blueprint for Jameson. In the future, Wayne Group will be involved in all aspects of society, including aviation, transportation, aircraft manufacturing, biotechnology, chemistry, construction, electricity, energy, entertainment, food, medical care, manufacturing, mining, oil, retail, securities, steel, weapons, and ocean shipping, etc. The most important thing is that we will be richer than Stark, even the king. Pa. A sudden slap hit Anton's forehead. Don't dream, the company hasn't even been registered yet. Jameson was quite disdainful. Don't paint a rosy picture for me. When I was fooling people, your father was just a sperm in my body. Chapter 163 Company Press Conference. Whose way is blocked? The next day, Jonah Jameson turned on the TV and found that all channels were broadcasting a news story. A sudden earthquake occurred in the Black Gorge at the border of Nevada and Arizona, causing the collapse of a mountain on one side, which had a certain impact on the Hoover Dam, but the impact was not great. In the news, there was a picture of the Hoover Dam after the earthquake. The originally towering side was now completely sunken, presenting a huge circular deep pit. A group of troops were stationed at the edge of the pit, prohibiting outsiders from approaching, but they did not refuse reporters from filming from a distance. Most people in the world don't take this matter to heart. There were no casualties in the earthquake. In this case, it was just an earthquake. Jonah Jameson is different. He is one of the few people who know the inside story. More importantly, he learned from the Secretary of Defense, John Kohler, yesterday that there was an alien inside the Hoover Dam that had fallen to the earth thousands of years ago. Today, an earthquake occurred at the Hoover Dam. Do you really think that his previous job as the boss and editor-in-chief of the newspaper was for nothing? Yesterday, Batman and Cyborg went to some unknown place with Killer. According to Anton, they encountered some minor problems. It doesn't look like a minor problem. Jameson took a deep breath, thinking of Anton's answer yesterday, and realized that the things Batman and the Secretary of Defense went to deal with were probably related to this earthquake. More importantly, Anton also said yesterday that Batman had cooperated with aliens, the Justice League, or in other words, Batman had something that the aliens wanted, and the aliens had to cooperate with Batman, that is, to provide alien technology for the development of the Wayne Company to be established. This world is really becoming more and more incomprehensible. Jameson sighed, regretting that he knew too much, and was frightened at this time. Ignorance is bliss. People only understand the meaning of this sentence when they are old. Los Angeles. Tony met his only good friend, Air Force Colonel Rod, in his seaside mansion. Tony, you called me here not to let me see your armor. Rod saw Tony dressed in casual clothes, and there were even traces of oil on his body, showing a disgusted and regretful expression. Let me make it short. What happened to the earthquake at the Hoover Dam yesterday? Tony turned a deaf ear and looked directly into Rhodes' eyes. NBE1, Batman, Autobots. Rhodes, I think you must know what happened there. Rhodes was shocked. The military had already spread the news about what happened at the Hoover Dam yesterday. Such a big event. Plus the military got involved at the first time. Although they didn't encounter the enemy in the end, they still got all the information from the politicians in the White House. Although Rhodes is only a small Air Force colonel now, he is favored by many bigwigs, and he is a good friend of Tony Stark, so his future is limitless. In yesterday's operation, he naturally participated in it. One of the fighter planes that arrived at the Hoover Dam first was piloted by him. Tony, how do you know this? Rhodes' face changed slightly, and he looked at Tony in surprise. This is top secret. I have my channels. Tony said, Rod, I'm very interested in those mechanical life forms. You should have dug out something from the ruins of the earthquake, right? When he said earthquake, Tony's tone became heavier, and the meaning was very clear. Since you know everything. Rhodes hesitated and nodded. We did find something, but it's not as simple as you think. He briefly introduced the identity of the Transformers to Tony, and then said, the bodies of those Transformers do not belong to the military, but to District 7. The organization's final connection is the White House. No matter what you want to do, Tony, you must communicate with those politicians. Understood. Tony touched his chin, thinking. If you can start with the military, with the good relationship between Stark Industries and the military, this matter is easy. Putting it in the White House is a little troublesome. However, recently many people in the government hope that Tony can hand over his armor technology to the government for management and continue to put pressure on Tony. Iron armor. It is undoubtedly a very powerful weapon that can be seen and touched. It is much more reliable than any super soldier serum. The Americans hope to use steel armor to supplement national defense. Of course, whether it is used for defense or offense in the end is a matter for the future. In short, these people hope that Tony can hand over this technology. Tony is definitely unwilling. However, the Transformers incident aroused Tony's interest. He thought that maybe he could take out the armor technology that he had eliminated, or even hand over a set of finished armor in exchange for a Transformer's body. Compared with a Transformer's body, this deal is definitely worthwhile. Tony pondered carefully. Suddenly, his neck hurt, his body twitched, and his face changed slightly. Tony. Rhodes noticed his abnormality and said in surprise, "You look weird." "It's okay." Tony frowned slightly. "Let's stop here today, Rhodes. I have something else to do. I won't send you off." A moment later, he received the test results of his blood. Palladium poisoning. Tony looked in the mirror with his upper body naked and saw the black lines extending from his heart on his body, and his face sank. His originally good mood fell to the bottom in an instant. 1 month later, New York. Wayne Company press conference. "Welcome everyone to attend today's press conference." Jameson smiled and was full of confidence. Facing the many news media and various officials and business leaders in front of him, his tone remained unchanged, smooth and powerful, just as we have advertised before. What Wayne Company wants to introduce to everyone is limb regeneration technology. This is a great epoch-making technology, a blessing for the disabled, and can completely solve limb disability. Next, we will show the disabled experimenter we publicly recruited a month ago. Look at what he looks like now. As he said, Jameson waved to a person at the side of the stage. This person has healthy limbs and his face is slightly nervous, but more of it is expectation and excitement. At the same time, a photo was shown on the screen behind Jameson. It was this man who lost his legs a month ago, before joining the limb regeneration experiment. He sat in a wheelchair with a gloomy look and a look of despair on his face. Compared with now, they are completely different, as if they were reborn. Seeing this, there was a cry of surprise from the audience. After entering the main show, people suddenly realized that limb regeneration technology was literally what it said. Only the people from Oscorp looked unhappy. In his opinion, limb regeneration technology should have been the cake of their company, but it was inexplicably intercepted by someone. This was too unfair. Jameson didn't care about these. The emergence of limb regeneration technology will definitely affect the interests of some people. But the emergence of this technology also means that a huge piece of cake will be eaten by the Jameson family. As a businessman, nothing is more pleasant than enjoying the cake alone. On the other side, Anton smiled and watched Jameson talking on the stage. He looked around and saw a group of people listening carefully. He smiled and knew that the first product launched by Wayne Company, that is, limb regeneration technology, was about to be a great success. Although this was something he had expected, he still felt happy when he saw this scene happen in front of him. The press conference was over. Jameson found Anton and said with a smile, "I just received a big order." "What?" Anton was curious. It must be a big order for Jameson, who always has a long-term vision. "Our vice president has a daughter. He loves his daughter very much. However, his daughter lost her right calf for some reasons." Jameson smiled slightly. "He called me as soon as the press conference was over and confirmed that the limb regeneration technology was feasible. So, our first service object is the vice president's daughter?" Anton blinked. "Yes." Jameson nodded. "With him helping us behind the scenes, Wayne Company will have a much easier road ahead, and we can get many official orders. You know, the rich people in this world are not short of kindness, but the Disabled Persons Association may hate us. Who made us businessmen?" Anton spread his hands. Jameson exulted. "Limb regeneration technology is just the beginning. If you plan to enter other fields soon, don't forget to provide new technologies. I will maintain the vice president's side. Through him, I can try to get in touch with the military and get military orders. Understood, Anton said, and turned to leave. He sat in the car and went to DC to discuss with Jim about the release of Batman 2, The Dark Knight. It is worth mentioning that Superman has been completely taken off the screen yesterday with a global box office of $760 million US. Although it is not as good as Batman and Cyborg, it is also a successful commercial film. As for the fan value, Anton has gained 31 million Superman fans. There is still a gap of nearly 70 million from the small goal of 100 million. Even if it is shot as a sequel, at least 2 more films will be shot. Moreover, the effect of the movie will definitely be getting weaker and weaker because people will fall into aesthetic fatigue. Only by constantly trying to launch new works about Superman, filling people's eyes from all angles, and relying on time accumulation, can the small goal be achieved. Anton was not in a hurry about this, as he had no shortage of fighting power. As for the villains that appeared on Earth, he was not bragging, there was not a single one that could fight. After returning to DC, he sat on a chair, opened the computer casually, and a news window popped up. Tony Stark, the Playboy is back. Prodigal. Stark Industrial Expo. Is it hype or the real deal? The entertainment gossip section was almost flooded with the name of Tony Stark. In the past month, Tony seemed to have returned to his previous life of extravagance and luxury, and frequently held parties. At the same time, the Technology Expo held by Stark Industries will be held in 2 months. Anton knew very well that the plot of Iron Man 2 had begun. It is estimated that Tony knew that his life was coming to an end, and he planned to find his previous happiness before leaving the world. Of course, Anton did not intend to participate in this matter. Anyway, he did not expect Tony to die, but seeing Tony in trouble, Anton expressed gloating. Soon, Jim knocked on the door and came in. I'm going to hold a premiere next week. The Dark Knight is a movie that many people are looking forward to. As the second Batman movie, it will be unstoppable, sweeping the entire schedule. He is quite confident. First, the plot of The Dark Knight has enough explosive points and depth. Second, it is because Batman has become a national idol. As the most famous superhero in the United States today, all the peripherals related to Batman are the hottest sellers. Although everyone knows that the virtual character Batman and the real world Batman are not closely related, there seems to be a certain innuendo. Just like in the real world, Batman never denies that he is not Bruce Wayne. And the creator of the character of Batman, Anton, also has a close relationship with the real Batman. In particular, Wayne Company, which was recently established by the Jameson family, has also been dug up by many die-hard Batman fans. The popularity of Limerick generation technology has soared. It is no less impressive than the Technology Expo of Tony and Stark Industries. Of course, the focus of these fans is still on the upcoming second Batman movie, The Dark Knight. Everyone is eager to know what role Batman will play in this movie. Will the alien information revealed in the Cyborg movie become the main villain in the Batman sequel? Will this villain also be a real person in this world? No, in this universe, people's curiosity is like a cat's scratch. They don't know that what is about to appear in their field of vision will be the most dangerous and fascinating villain in the DC world. Of course not the Rockets, but it has been ranked first in the top 100 comic villains voted by the American media for many years. In most media in the previous life, it also ranked first in the selection of the greatest comic villains in history. This is the Joker, the clown. It's a pity that there is no guide to villain playing in the system. Otherwise, Anton thinks that making a Joker clone to play with and then letting Batman appear in uniform will definitely make him earn more justice points. Of course, the above is just talk. If the system really needs to play a villain, he will definitely refuse. In fact, Anton really has no interest in villain roles. It is necessary to solve endless crises and be a bad guy behind the scenes. It's too contradictory. This is the real schizophrenia. Anton really doesn't have that mind. New York. Inside a building. Limerick generation technology. A thin man sat on a chair, his palms slightly red, releasing an unimaginable high temperature. Wayne Company. The man remained calm and stared at the press conference about Wayne Company on TV. In the content, the limb regeneration technology announced by Wayne Company made him frown subconsciously, and his eyes revealed a dangerous atmosphere. The plan has just been prepared to be implemented, and we can't let you interfere. Chapter 164 Killian's Thoughts. The Dark Knight is released. Aldrich Killian. This guy is the villain in Iron Man 3, the developer of the Extremis virus, and the founder of AIM. Killian was originally a crazy fan of Tony Stark, but was ignored by the bad-tempered Tony at a party. In despair, he was about to jump off the building to commit suicide, but was attracted by the fireworks above his head, so he had a desire for revenge, and decided to do his own research. After 20 years of struggle, he always remembered the humiliation he suffered at that time. He started from scratch, from nothing to fame and fortune, and received countless praises and respect, but he did not find back the dignity that was lost 20 years ago, and was trampled under the feet of Tony. Looking at the research results named Extremis virus by himself, Killian thought that he finally had a chance for revenge. The experience over the years not only distorted his mind, but also increased Killian's ambition. He not only wanted revenge, but also perfected the virus and controlled the US government to become the king in reality. The real king. To this end, he set his sights on a person. The first step of the plan was to conquer this person. Vice President Rodriguez. Rodriguez's daughter lost her right leg in an accident, and the Extremis virus he invented just happened to have the ability to regenerate a person's limbs. This was the perfect starting point for him to win over Rodriguez. However, when Killian was about to contact Rodriguez, he was hit hard by the newly established Wayne Company. Press conference, limb regeneration technology. The effect is completely overlapped with the Extremis virus. Although limb regeneration technology cannot turn a person into a superhuman with supernatural powers, the realization of limb regeneration technology undoubtedly caught Killian off guard. The emergence of limb regeneration technology made him lose the bargaining chip to win over Rodriguez. Killian could change his target, but he couldn't find a more suitable person. Or rather, he could find one, but Killian was unwilling to give up. Who else could do it better than the vice president? No. Then, there is only one way left. Destroy the development of Wayne Company, discredit limb regeneration technology, and make people no longer trust this technology. As for how to do this, that is another matter. Batman. Killian did not forget that the Jameson family stood behind Wayne Company. Rumor has it that Jameson Jr., that is, Anton, has a close relationship with Batman. The reason why Wayne Company is called Wayne Company is probably related to Batman behind them. Even if Batman is backing it up, it can't change the result. Killian pondered for a moment, watching the press conference that was about to end on TV, and sneered. Compared with creating a technology, destroying a technology is really easy. A few days later, the premiere of Batman's second film The Dark Knight was held as scheduled. Anton attended the premiere. In these few short days, the operation of Wayne Company was smoother than he imagined. As soon as the limb regeneration technology was opened for online booking on Wayne Company's official website, it received applications from countless disabled people from all over the world, hoping to become the first batch of healers. Many people left messages one after another, saying that as long as they could restore their healthy bodies, they would not hesitate to do anything, even if the experiment had side effects, and would not let Wayne Company be responsible. Of course there were no side effects. But with so many orders coming at once, Jonah Jameson was so busy that he was completely in a workaholic state. Judging from this, he might have to make up for the time wasted on his 1-year vacation after the establishment of Wayne Company. However, since the old man enjoyed it, Anton was naturally happy to see it happen. Anyway, he knew nothing about the actual operation and management of the company. To be honest, even if it was DC Company founded by Anton himself, he rarely participated in the management. It was mainly his assistant Betty who was busy. As the highest authority, Anton only strictly controlled the direction of the company's development. After all, to a certain extent, the ultimate purpose of establishing DC Company was not to make a profit, but to create fan value. Profit is just a win-win result of going with the flow in the process. While thinking, Anton came back to his senses. At this time, the car arrived at one end of the red carpet, and he got out of the car to greet the media and Batman fans near the red carpet. Under the expectant eyes of a large number of entertainment media, people in the Hollywood circle, and the lucky fans of the Batman movie itself, etc. Anton walked the red carpet, accepted the interview, and came to the backstage. A moment later, the movie finally kicked off. Coulson, who sneaked into the red carpet, sat in an inconspicuous corner, wearing a hat, and curiously staring at the screen in front of him. As for Tony, who was invited and looked flamboyant, he sat in the first row, with his driver, assistants, Happy and Boz beside him. Anton's seat was only a few seats away from Tony. The two looked at each other, and did not communicate. In fact, Anton caught a slight difference in Tony's neck. The slightly black marks revealed traces of palladium poisoning. In this case, he still had the mind to come out to watch a movie, which really surprised Anton. I can only say that he is worthy of being Tony Stark. The movie started. Several masked men appeared on the big screen, in everyone's field of vision. After a few simple exchanges, everyone knew that this was a group of robbers, and the only person whose identity was pointed out was called the Joker, who was the planner of this robbery. In the eyes of other robbers, this was a guy who sat back and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. In other words, the Joker was not among them. The robbery went smoothly. The Joker's madness was revealed by the fact that he dared to plan a robbery of a gangster bank. During the unlocking process, where is the guy who removed the alarm? The boss said that after he was done, he would let me kill him. One less person to share the money, right? What a coincidence. He said the same thing to me. What? No. No. Bang. The accomplices killed each other. Bag after bag of money was brought to the gate. The robber who had killed people before pointed his gun at the only remaining accomplice. I swear, the Joker told you that after the money was loaded, he would let you kill me. One less person to share the money, right? No, no, no. He asked me to kill the bus driver. Bus? What bus driver? Bang! Exclamation mark. As soon as the voice fell, a bus crashed into the bank door and knocked the talking robber out, bleeding from all 7 orifices and breathing weakly. This guy looks dead. It's time to go. Where are the others? The bus driver jumped off the bus and looked around in surprise, not feeling ashamed at all for killing a companion. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining robber opened fire without hesitation, killing the bus driver. Looking at his body, the robber shrugged. What that means is, they are just like you. Seeing this, the remaining robbers picked up the last bag of money and put it into the bus, just about to get on the bus and leave. You think you are so smart? Paying money to hire your people will make you end up like them. Previously, the bank manager who was shot by the robbers, a man in his 50s, lay on the ground, sneering at the remaining robber, not caring about his current dangerous situation. The bad guys in the past were very principled, honor, respect. Look at you. What principles are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Angry roars rose in the bank hall. Hearing this, the robber looked at the man curled up on the ground, walked to him leisurely, squatted down, looked into his eyes, and said slowly, "My principle is that what doesn't kill you will make you even weirder." He took off his mask, his green hair scattered around his ears, revealing a face of a circus clown, with pale skin, bright red lipstick on his mouth, and deep scars on both sides of his mouth. The Joker. He is a Joker. Everyone in front of the big screen was slightly surprised. This reversal is very interesting. In just a few minutes of the plot, an evil and cold character was perfectly created. Everyone realized that this Joker should be the villain that Batman will deal with in The Dark Knight. However, it seems that the Joker does not seem to have any extraordinary abilities. Compared with the villain in the previous movie, Batman's master, the assassin master, the Joker is more insidious and cunning, but it seems that he cannot pose any threat to Batman. So, the Joker may not be the villain that Batman will face in the end. It is probably just a small fry. The thought flashed through his mind. The movie continues. The long-lost Batman finally appears. In a white powder transaction, the Batman in the movie is like a god descending from the sky, driving the Batmobile, and sweeping away all the bad guys. In the middle, he also encountered 2 guys pretending to be Batman. But there is no funny scene in the movie. People vaguely feel that this may be a foreshadowing of the later plot. Then, the camera turns. Director Gordon appears, comes to the gangster bank that was robbed, and walks into the vault. After a few words with the assistant, Batman appears beside them. Gordon sends the assistant away and shows Batman a photo of the Joker. It's him again. Batman said in a low voice, "Who else?" A bunch of rabble. During their communication, another character appeared, the newly appointed prosecutor. This guy doesn't sound like someone who is easy to mess with. Soon, people met this prosecutor, Harvey Dent. He and Batman's childhood sweetheart Rachel became a couple. Harvey has been praising Batman in his words and hopes to take over this responsibility from Batman. The plot slowly unfolds. Although there is no Joker in this movie, everyone gradually realizes that Joker should be the main character in this movie. In fact, Joker is the final villain that Batman has to face. How can a guy with no extraordinary powers become Batman's enemy? People have been bombarded by a series of major events recently and have become extremely wary of extraordinary powers and ignored the human heart. Anton is not in a hurry to watch the movie. As the producer, investor, and even screenwriter of the movie, he is more familiar with the plot than anyone else. At this time, he observed the fascinated expressions of the audience around him and smiled slightly. The police and prosecutor seized the bank through traceable banknotes, but found that they were fooled. The Joker appeared again at the gathering of the gangsters. The guy responsible for money laundering fled back to Hong Kong, and Batman, Gordon, and Harvey discussed and decided to go to Hong Kong to catch this guy. Jumping from a tall building with brand new equipment, the hang glider unfolded and flew around the building, just like a real bat. Quite bold. Although these plots seemed simple to Tony, he had gradually realized that the Batman in this movie, and even the previous Batman, were all about Batman's transformation, not the nearly omnipotent Batman he saw in reality. So, what does the movie allude to? The birth of Batman? The source of his thoughts? Tony frowned and continued to watch. The Joker in the picture subdued a gangster, and the Joker's conspiracy against Batman began to unfold in front of everyone. The previous foreshadowing worked, and the body of the man pretending to be Batman was hung at the door of the building and could not rest in peace. At the same time, a video was posted on the internet. Do you think Batman makes Gotham better? Look, this is Batman's masterpiece. Batman must take off his mask and turn himself in. As long as he doesn't turn himself in, people will die every day. I keep my word. Ha ha ha. The audience felt a chill in their hearts when they heard the Joker's laughter. They finally realized the horror of the Joker. This is a madman with a twisted mind who doesn't care about order and social morality. What choice will Batman make in the face of such a madman? At a political fundraising party for the new prosecutor, Harvey Dent, held by Bruce Wayne, the Joker appeared and set the best example of a bad guy in front of the so-called upper class of Gotham City. Things are getting worse and worse. Under the leadership of the Joker, the bad guys in Gotham City united together, and Batman was gradually forced into a desperate situation. The theme of this movie also began to be revealed to all the audience. In the movie, force is infinitely weakened. Some people live only to turn the world into hell. The Joker is such a person. He is a special villain who is not interested in logical things, such as money, just for fun, the purest evil. Bribery, threats, reasoning, and negotiations are all useless. The Joker is just for fun. The appearance of Batman makes him feel that he has found the best person to play with. In the movie, Harvey uses himself as bait, hoping to catch the Joker. He succeeded. The Joker was arrested by the police and Batman. Countless people cheered. Gotham City fell into a carnival. Seeing this scene, people felt that these people might be too happy too early. That's a fact. At night, Gordon received a call. Harvey is missing. He immediately went to the prison to find the Joker, and Batman arrived at the same time. This is what the audience is most looking forward to. Batman and the Joker's head-on confrontation. You want to see me? Here I come. Batman punched the table in front of the Joker and gave the Joker a warning first. I wanted to see what you were going to do, and you didn't disappoint me. Batman, you let 5 people die because of you, and then let Harvey Dent take the blame for you. Even in the eyes of someone like me, it's too cold-blooded. The Joker kept talking, but was interrupted by the impatient Batman. "Where is Harvey? There is no turning back. You changed everything." The Joker laughed, showing his madness. "You make me more complete, Batman. Not in good condition, a little stuck, headache." Chapter 165. Wayne Company was bombed. In their eyes, those gangsters, they think you are a monster, just like me. But I'm not a monster, I'm just a level higher than others. The Joker shrugged his shoulders at Batman. His tone was calm, but it completely angered Batman. "Where is Harvey?" Batman grabbed the Joker's collar, his eyes revealing suppressed anger. "Look, you are still following these rules, and you still think they can save you." The Joker was grabbed by Batman and pushed against the wall behind him. Compared with Batman, the Joker, who was controlled by others at this time, had a thin and frail body. Instead of making people feel weak, it made people feel that the person who had the upper hand was not Batman, but the Joker. "This is the fact," Batman said coldly. "I only have one rule." "Oh, then just break it, and the truth will be before you." "The truth? The smartest way to live is to ignore all the rules, and tonight, you will break your only rule." "I think so. There is only 1 minute left, and you have one last chance if you want to save any of them." "Them?" Batman caught this word and his pupils shrank. "Rachel." At this moment, people realized that it was not only Harvey Dent who was arrested, but also Batman's childhood sweetheart, even his first love, Rachel. As the movie progressed, people saw the powerless side of Batman. Rachel is dead. Batman and Police Commissioner Gordon were fooled around by the Joker. Even the righteous prosecutor, Harvey Dent, showed signs of blackening under the Joker's relentless pressure. Fans who are familiar with Batman-related comics can recognize at a glance that this guy is a villain called Two-Face in the comics. People didn't expect that the predecessor of Two-Face was actually a righteous prosecutor. Moreover, before he turned evil, this guy was actually called Bright Knight and had a close relationship with Batman and could be called Batman's comrade in arms. Bright Knight. The movie is called The Dark Knight. What's the meaning? As for the Joker, at this time, in the relevant comics released by DC, the Joker was just a character that existed in the mouths of other villains and was feared by countless villains. He has never appeared. Fans don't know the true face of the Joker. Before the movie was released, DC made a very complete plan to ensure that the Joker's first appearance would bring people a surprise. Obviously, DC did it, because the plot of The Dark Knight is completely contrary to everyone's imagination. In the eyes of countless people, Batman in the real world is a superhero who is almost omnipotent. Just like in the movie Superman, people respect Superman as a god. In the real world, especially in New York, Batman's base, people have shown signs of respecting Batman as a god. Although it is just the beginning, it is shocking enough. Captain America doesn't have this treatment. Every time Batman appears, it is accompanied by the demise of sin. Countless citizens have been saved. In the past year, New York, where accidents frequently occur, has become more brilliant because of the appearance of Batman. But DC, the company that created Batman, actually took the lead in smearing Batman. Batman in the movie, Bruce Wayne, has, to some extent, completely become an ordinary person who is at the mercy of others. DC has given Batman a personal charm different from other heroes. It makes Bruce Wayne's character complete. People suddenly realized that, although Bruce Wayne was born in a wealthy family, he had experienced hardships since childhood, climbed out of the abyss, and had the most determined will in the world. For such a superhero, simple extraordinary abilities and all external advantages cannot summarize it all. This movie inspires Batman's most shining point. Batman's most amazing point. It's thought. Unconstrained imagination. Or is this a change in Batman's real experience? Everything in the movie alludes to the suffering Batman has suffered. In the world, is there really such a terrible villain as the Joker who does evil just for fun? Tony admired and thought at the same time. He is now deeply troubled by palladium poisoning and has fallen into an extremely painful situation. Substituting and drowning, he felt that he could empathize with the desperate situation faced by Batman in the movie. As we all know, DC and Batman have a close relationship. Tony knew that Batman must have seen the movie in advance, and maybe Batman was one of the screenwriters. The Dark Knight upholds Batman's will, and Tony felt this will and admired Batman more and more. On the other side, in the corner of the back seat, Coulson stared at the big screen with a slightly solemn expression. Obviously, he also thought of the threat of the Joker. Unlike Tony, Coulson had a completely different idea. If Batman and the Joker are two completely opposite people, similar to the positive and negative sides of a person, then, could the Joker be what Batman wanted to express, the blackened self, after losing his bottom line and ideals? Coulson felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly felt that Nick Fury's idea was not unreasonable. It is absolutely necessary to establish the Avengers. The Justice League has become an object that all forces cannot ignore. If Batman really turns evil and becomes a villain, the Justice League formed by him will inevitably become the biggest threat to the world under the leadership of Batman. In the movie, the Joker wants to create a world without Batman. This seems to indicate that the Blackened Batman wants to create a world without opponents. In such a world, Batman will be the only king. At this time, Gotham in the movie has been occupied by the Joker. Everyone wants to escape from Gotham. The police transferred all the criminals, sent them on the ship, and escorted them to other cities. At the same time, Harvey Dent was completely blackened under the brainwashing of the Joker. However, the remaining Gotham citizens who believed in justice still trusted this Knight of Light. Batman had no choice. If the news of Harvey Dent's loss of control came out, it would undoubtedly greatly reduce people's trust in justice. After the collapse of justice, faith will disappear, and everything will be destroyed. People will become zombies. Faced with such a future, Batman chose to bear the darkness himself. At the end of the movie, the Joker lost his freedom. But Harvey is dead. In the news, he was killed by Batman. The police chief admitted it himself. Thus, Batman became a despised criminal. And Harvey Dent was still the righteous prosecutor who carried everyone's faith. Gotham City returned to its former peace. Batman no longer appeared. The movie ended here. The Dark Knight. Tony and Coulson finally understood the meaning of the movie. Carrying darkness and yearning for light. So this is the Dark Knight. Clap, clap, clap. Endless applause rang out throughout the entire backstage. Jim had an irrepressible smile on his face. He knew that this movie would achieve unimaginable success. They reshaped the image of Batman in people's hearts. From now on, Batman will not be regarded as a god by people, but he will always be an idol in people's hearts. That is, the embodiment of justice. Anton stood up. Congratulations. The movie is wonderful. People around him gave their praises. The premiere was a huge success. Tony sat there, pondering for a moment, as if he had strengthened his confidence. Anton just passed by him. Anton. Tony called his old friend. This is an excellent movie. Thank you for the compliment. Anton said bluntly, it's a masterpiece. It's Batman's masterpiece, not yours. Tony replied indifferently, and stood up to leave. He could continue to stay here, and watch Anton and other creative staff show off on the stage. Everyone knows that the creators of this movie are not that important. Batman, this name, is the key to success. As long as it is covered with the name of Batman, even an epic bad movie can sell well. Not to mention, the quality of this movie itself has reached a very high level. Success is a natural result. Following Tony, Coulson also quietly left the backstage, preparing to report the content of the movie to Nick Fury as soon as possible. At the same time, he wanted to discuss with Nick Fury whether there are any allusions to Batman himself in reality in the movie. After all, Batman has caused a lot of headaches for S.H.I.E.L.D. Especially not long ago, Batman also had a relationship with the old American military. Moreover, with the Justice League's apparent representative, Anton behind him, the Jameson family's ability can also be connected to the political arena. S.H.I.E.L.D. originally had no possibility of suppressing the Justice League in terms of force, and now from a political perspective, it has also lost the conditions to confront the Justice League. In this way, the Avengers, which S.H.I.E.L.D. is preparing to build, has already been initially built, will be completely suppressed by the Justice League. This is definitely not the result Nick Fury wants to see. Soon, the premiere ended with countless people's praise. On the internet, major film forums and websites, reviews about The Dark Knight quickly appeared. Most film critics gave this film an unprecedented evaluation. A few sensational guys were directly ignored by the public. Batman and the Joker, two sides of the same coin. When you look into the abyss is also looking at you. The real Batman is regarded as a god by people, but the Batman in the movie can let you see his mortal side. One film review after another triggered a climax on the internet. Among the most well-known movie websites, Rotten Tomatoes has a freshness rating of 97% and IMDb has a score of 9.1. The high score that almost breaks history makes people look forward to it. Anton returned to DC. He took off his tie and sat in the boss chair, ready to wait for good news to come one after another. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang suddenly. The call came from the old man, Jonah Jameson. Old man, the movie is a success. After Anton answered the call, he just smiled and said a word, and his face froze instantly. Wayne Company was bombed. Jameson said with a hint of fear, I'm fine. Wick saved me. But the company is in trouble. This is a terrorist attack. How could this happen? Anton's face was gloomy, and there was a dangerous breath in his eyes. He slowly said, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Push the time back to a few minutes ago. Anton was still in the parking lot downstairs of DC Company, and was about to go upstairs. At this time, Wayne Company building, far away in another direction of Manhattan, sneaked into a few electricians in blue uniforms. They came to the building, where Wayne Company was located in the name of power maintenance, and entered the floor, where Wayne Company was located with a clear goal. Jameson was in charge of the overall situation here. As his bodyguard, Wick always stood guard in front of his office door. The appearance of the electrician did not attract the attention of others. Work went on as usual. But Wick realized that something was wrong. Once the king of assassins in New York, his keen sense of smell helped him escape from crises many times. Although the electrician was immediately isolated by the wall, after entering his sight, Wick still felt that the two electricians were a little strange at the first time. He went forward to check. When the electrician saw him appear, he was not panicked, but smiled at him. It was not a friendly smile, but a silent laugh full of mockery and madness, not taking life in the eyes at all, like a fanatic of the god of death, bringing an ominous omen. Danger. Wick subconsciously glanced at the skin of the two men and turned red. He raised his gun and shot. Bang. There was a tongue of fire at the muzzle, and the bullet flew out of the barrel and instantly shot into the hearts of the two electricians. The huge impact force caused the two to crash into the wall behind them. However, what surprised Wick was that the bullets did not bring fatal threats to the two men. After being shot, the mocking smiles on their faces were not strong. Damn it. Wick's pupils shrank, and he cursed in a low voice. He knew that there was something wrong with these two people, and he had run into a tough guy. He was not going to continue fighting, and turned to Jameson's office. These two people are very dangerous. In short, in this special environment, the key is to ensure the safety of his employer, Jonah Jameson. Wick is a man who keeps his promises. After agreeing to become the bodyguard of the Jameson family, his work performance has always been excellent. Not only because of the duties, but also because of Anton's identity. It is stressful. Everyone thinks Batman is a good person, but Wick, who once faced Batman, saw an unimaginable threat from Batman. That kind of oppression is like facing the god of death. Wick doesn't want to experience it again in his life. Bang. Wick kicked the door of the office open and saw Jameson looking at him in astonishment. Wick. Jameson frowned. What happened? Boom. Exclamation mark. At the same time, a loud noise rang out behind him, and the extremely high temperature accompanied by the strong flames quickly swept over. The half-opened window was instantly blown away by the impact of the explosion. Wick's face changed. He didn't have time to say anything, and jumped out of the window with Jameson. Fortunately, Wayne Company had booked the lower 5 floors of this building. The first floor was the lobby, the second floor was the office of the main researchers and employees at all levels of the company, and the 3rd to 5th floors were laboratories and treatment rooms. In other words, Wick dragged Jameson and jumped from the office on the 2nd floor, and the damage was not great. Wick's back hit the roof of a car on the roadside, and he protected Jameson in front of his chest, bearing most of the impact of the fall. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, the 2nd floor where they were, and even the 3rd to 5th floors, were all penetrated by the explosion. Broken glass fell like raindrops. Wick didn't hesitate and turned over again to block most of the broken glass for Jameson. For a long while, inside the building, black smoke billowed and it looked dilapidated. Jameson stood on the side of the road, looking at Wayne Company after it was swept by the explosion. Wick, who was not seriously injured, guarded him in a slightly embarrassed manner. Wick looked at Jameson. This matter is not that simple. Those two guys seem to be heading for Wayne Company. Even Wick knows the truth, but James has no reason to understand it. After pondering for a moment, Jameson's face turned grim. He took out his mobile phone and called Anton. Wayne Company was bombed. Chapter 166. Standing at the center of storm again. Anton rushed to the scene immediately. At this time, the commissioner of the New York Police Department, George Stacy, was already in place. As an expert in cleaning up the mess, the New York Police Department will never be absent after any incident. Of course, the little turtles did not follow. Although they belong to the New York Police Department, they are members of the task force. The explosion is different from the general terrorist attack. There is no need to dispatch a task force, and naturally there is no need for the little turtles to be on the scene. George and others came here, in addition to giving the Jameson family a face, of course, to survey the scene and give an explanation to the Jameson family and the citizens of New York. The nearby surveillance camera was damaged a day ago. The camera inside Wayne Company was damaged by the explosion and cannot be restored. George's face was slightly ugly when he heard the report from his police officers. Obviously, this was a very obvious and highly targeted attack. The explosion was aimed at Wayne Company. Who is so brave? Batman dares to take the initiative to provoke. George was very surprised. Jameson Jr., the man behind Anton, is Batman. This is beyond doubt, even a household name and a fact known to the entire internet. In addition, although the Jameson family is behind Wayne Company, the surname Wayne completely corresponds to the name of Batman, Bruce Wayne, which is well known to the public. In other words, in the eyes of many people, including George, Wayne Company is Batman's company. The Jameson family looks more like the manager of the company, rather than the actual controller. So, who dares to mess with Batman's company? George was puzzled. Kai. Suddenly, a car broke through the police line of defense. A man who was not unfamiliar came out of the driver's seat, and it was Anton. Chief Stacy. Anton greeted George, and then looked at the old man who had just been questioned by the police not far away. What's going on? Anton looked the old man up and down, and seeing that the latter was safe and sound, he cast his eyes on the destroyed Wayne Company, his face slightly ugly. Which bastard dared to blow up our company? I don't know. Jameson shook his head and looked at Wick. Wick, tell me what you know. It was two people. They were not afraid of bullets. Wick did not hide it and said, after I found out that there was a problem, I immediately went back to find Mr. Jameson, and then the explosion happened. I don't know the specific situation, but I think it might be a human bomb. Not afraid of bullets, human bomb. Anton narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. For a moment, he was completely confused. You go back first. Anton ordered Wick to take the old man away, but he stayed. The New York Police Department investigated for a long time without any results, and finally had no choice but to tell Anton, seal off the scene and leave. Anton entered Wayne Company and summoned Cyborg in a deserted place. He found the center of the explosion and entered all the data. Although there was no surveillance footage left, Anton still found something unusual through these data. Human bomb? Anton frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. The explosion started from here, but there was no body left. This was very unusual. If it was a human bomb, the body after the explosion would be torn and charred by the impact and the flames, but it would not be burned at that moment. Under normal circumstances, the temperature of cremation of a body should be below 1000 degrees Celsius, but the lowest temperature will not be lower than 600 degrees Celsius. The temperature produced by ordinary bombs is about 3000 degrees Celsius. Those with a little power can reach 7000 to 8000 degrees Celsius. Atomic bombs can easily reach more than 50 million degrees Celsius. But the key is that the temperature that can cremate a human body in an instant does not match the power of the current explosion. At this time, there was no body left at the scene where Anton was. Obviously, the body has become ashes, as if it had been cremated. This kind of effect is definitely not the power that an ordinary explosion can produce. If that were the case, not only the floors where Wayne Company was located, but also the entire building, and even the area within a radius of nearly 100 meters, would be destroyed by the explosion. Could it be that the explosion was caused by the human body, not the dynamite? Anton sniffed. He did not smell the smell of gunpowder nearby. While thinking, Anton collected information, took back the steel skeleton clone, and left Wayne Company. At the same time, on the internet, news about the explosion was gradually announced to the public. Wayne Company has been in the limelight recently, not only because Wayne Company is openly and secretly related to Batman, but also because the emergence of limb regeneration technology has made the newly established Wayne Company immediately the focus of the world. Can cure the disabled. Such slogans, as well as overwhelming publicity. I'm afraid that most disabled people in the world have heard of the name of Wayne Company. Therefore, this incident instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Wayne Company was bombed? Who is so brave? Even dare to bomb Batman's territory? The Jameson family is in trouble. I heard that it was not blown up by someone, but that there was a problem inside Wayne Co., and the explosion was caused by a failed experiment. I said that limb regeneration technology is unreliable. I heard that too. The experiment failed, and the human body exploded directly. It's too tragic. Even Batman's company can't crack the secrets of the human body. Netizens were talking about it. With the disclosure of some insiders, netizens ignored the official announcement released by the New York Police Department, and limb regeneration technology was immediately questioned by the public. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Even many appointments on the Wayne Co. official website were withdrawn. Jonah Jameson had just returned home not long ago, and the rumors on the internet had already turned into a spark, showing a trend of setting the prairie on fire. At the same time, major media and newspapers captured the relevant hotspots and took the initiative to provide hype content, adding fuel to the explosion. Wayne Co. exploded. Limb regeneration technology is questioned. Is it a terrorist attack or a cover-up? Is limb regeneration technology really a life-saving straw for the disabled? In just a few hours, major news releases further spread the incident and caused a very intense trend. It is worth mentioning that Wayne Company's limb regeneration technology offended more than just the Disabled Persons Association. To give the simplest example, if there were no disabled people in the world, then all products related to disabled people would become a thing of the past. The most obvious industry is a company that manufactures prosthetic limbs. A pair of prosthetic limbs requires extremely high craftsmanship and is expensive, and many prosthetic limb manufacturing companies have made a lot of money. Secondly, the sales of products such as wheelchairs and crutches will drop significantly. This is just something that can be seen at a glance. Not to mention that there are some deceptive medical services in secret. In short, in the face of interests, offending Wayne Company is nothing. Even if it means offending Batman, these people are willing to do it. Batman will never kill them because of normal business competition, right? If he really does this, will Batman still be Batman? Moreover, although most people believe that Wayne Company is related to Batman, on the surface, Wayne Company and Batman have nothing to do with each other except in name. Judging from the publicly registered legal person and shareholding, Wayne Company is 100% owned by the Jameson family. Bruce Wayne. Maybe Wayne Company and limb regeneration technology are simply something the Jameson family came up with for profit by borrowing the power of Batman. The explosion was just an excuse. In short, the explosion gave these people a breakthrough. Wayne Company once again stood at the forefront of the storm. Chapter 167. He still wants to play the clown. After Anton returned home, he met the old man with a sad face. Anton, the internet is full of negative news about us now. Someone must be pushing it secretly, the old man said with a headache, but these people are not the masterminds. The bastard who blew up Wayne Company would not reveal such an obvious flaw. Jonah Jameson has been in the business world for so many years, and he didn't take this negative news seriously at all. As long as the limb regeneration technology is real and effective, all rumors will stop otherwise. The problem lies in the mastermind. who blew up Wayne Company and caused the root of the negative news. If this person is not caught, even if the negative news is eliminated, similar or even more serious problems will occur in the future. The old man has already used his network of connections, putting pressure on the police station, while issuing a reward through the underground world, vowing to find this bastard who is secretly doing tricks. Old man, you continue to deal with the things on the surface, and maintain the reputation of Wayne Company. Anton ordered, although we are upright, and have nothing to fear, if public opinion is too pessimistic, we may suffer some losses in the future. After a pause, leave the rest to me, I will find out the mastermind. The old man was stunned and looked at Anton. He heard a hint of certainty from his grandson's words. Do you know who it is? The old man was a little surprised. I have some ideas and I'm investigating. Anton replied, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Human bomb. Looking back at the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, there is only one person who likes to place human bombs in New York, and it is a real human bomb. Moreover, it happens to be this person who meets the small details about human cremation that Anton found when he surveyed the scene before. To some extent, Anton can almost lock the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, before taking action, you still have to confirm it, lest you steal Tony's blame. It's a thankless job. To be honest, Anton was really surprised. Obviously, there is no grudge between them, so why would they inexplicably target them? Pioneer technology. Are you ready? Killian sat on the chair, looking at his men in front of him, and said calmly, Wayne Company is now in a state of panic, and public opinion is generally pessimistic. This is our chance to take advantage of the situation. But the extremis virus is not yet perfect. If it is put on the market rashly, mistakes will inevitably occur. Maya was a little embarrassed. She was Tony's one-night stand, and now she is Killian's collaborator, and one of the main researchers of the extremis virus. Maya Hansen has made a lot of efforts in the development of the extremis virus. Without her, the extremis virus would not have been developed so smoothly, and it would not have been put into use in just over a decade. Although it is not perfect yet, this virus, or drug, that can transform the human body, already has the function of strengthening the human body. This is the result that military scientists have been pursuing for countless years. Since World War II, the military has been committed to cracking the mysteries of the human body, and creating super soldiers like Captain America. Obviously, the military is extremely unlucky. After so many years of research, it is still not as good as the level of World War II 70 years ago. In recent years, the guy who is closest to the ideal super soldier of the military, Bruce Banner, was born due to an accident. Moreover, Bruce Banner is far away from the military system and has nothing to do with the military now. As for other experimental results related to human enhancement, they are all experimental results of supervillains or large companies. The effect is not stable and is far from the military's concept. The desperate virus is actually very consistent with the military's concept. What is lacking is mainly stability. Once the emotions are out of control, the human body may explode. Whether it is stable or not is not the key. The key is that we have mastered this technology. Killian said calmly, after Wayne Company completely occupies the market, it will be too late for us to catch up with them. Launch the product first and let our people show it on stage. As for the appointment and effect, we can just fake it and let our own people pretend to be healers. Most of the forces he secretly built were once disabled people. These people are determined. They survived the desperate virus and regrown their hands and feet. Although there are still risks in their bodies, it is enough to fool outsiders. Okay. Maya nodded hesitantly. Although she was dragged into the water by Killian, she still has a trace of conscience. Hearing Killian's plan, Maya breathed a sigh of relief. Killian meant to launch products first to make money, and at the same time, seize the market of Wayne Company. This business behavior has not really touched Maya's bottom line. Maya accepted it, and didn't intend to say anything. She quickly withdrew. Immediately afterwards, another subordinate walked in. Boss, we found the right person. The white man in a black suit, who looked fierce and looked like a bodyguard, raised his hand slightly and asked his younger brother to bring a person. A skinny man. His name is Trevor Slattery, an unknown actor. The bodyguard said. Him? Killian narrowed his eyes. Can he play the Joker well? Apart from his figure, I don't think he is similar to the Joker in the movie. Why are you so serious? Slattery suddenly smiled, showing a bit of morbidity. Sir, believe me, I'm the best candidate to play the Joker. Killian narrowed his eyes, looked him up and down, waved his hand and said, forget it, as long as you can keep it secret and strictly abide by our rules, you are the Joker I want. Take him to make up, I want to see the actual effect. Understood. The bodyguard led Slattery away. Killian did not move, sitting on the chair, his hands crossed, his eyes with a hint of teasing. Batman, I didn't expect you to create such a charming character as the Joker. He suddenly turned his head, looked out the window, and muttered to himself, in that case, I will borrow this name. I guess, you also want to see the real Joker appear in this world. A moment later, Slattery appeared in front of Killian dressed as the Joker. Why are you so serious? Slattery opened his mouth and looked crazy. Look at me, from today on, I'm the Joker. I'm Batman's enemy. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Killian smiled. Although Slattery's performance was not as crazy as in the movie, it was enough for the current situation. Remember, from now on, you are the Joker. Killian ordered lightly. Zzzzzz. Suddenly, all the things with speakers in the office made an electric sound. Not only the mobile phones of Killian and others, but also computers, and even the cameras in the corners. After the electric sound, a voice came out. Just because he wants to play the Joker. Do you look down on Batman or the Joker? The low voice resounded in everyone's ears. Killian, including Slattery, and the bodyguard in a black suit, all changed their faces. Chapter 168. Then you underestimate me. Do you look down on Batman or the Joker? A deep voice fell. Everyone in the office changed their expressions instantly. Especially Killian. His eyes were gloomy, and he clenched his fists, knowing that he had been exposed. How is it possible? How could he find us so quickly? Did someone tell on us? Killian narrowed his eyes, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He believed that he had done this quite secretly, and that he had been developing his power in secret for many years, and had not offended anyone else. Instead, he had good contacts with many underground forces. It's not that it's impossible to be exposed, but it's impossible to be exposed so quickly. How long has it been? It took less than half a day for Wayne Company to be blown up. It only took half a day. How did the other party find him? Killian was extremely angry. Although the other party only said one sentence and did not hint at his identity, Killian still guessed his identity. At the same time, he locked the surveillance, computers, mobile phones, etc. in the office. Cyborg. Killian gritted his teeth and a name popped out from between his teeth. Since he was ready to face Batman, he would certainly investigate Batman's information in the Justice League formed by Batman. In the Justice League, there is no need to say much about the others. The most noteworthy person, besides Batman, is probably Cyborg, Victor Stone. This half-human, half-mechanical cyborg has now become a national idol second only to Batman. The alien attack in New York not long ago directly sent Cyborg to the position of a top superhero. And Cyborg's ability, Killian also knows it very well. The brain was transformed into a quantum computer. Although it is not known whether it is true or not, and Killian seriously doubts whether there is such technology on Earth today, it is certain that Cyborg has extremely strong, world-class hacking ability. Batman's side is most likely to invade the A-Tech network, control their mobile phones, and all the items with speakers in the office to make sounds together. In the Justice League, only Cyborg can do it. Killian doesn't think that it is other forces that are looking for him now. He never takes chances in dangerous situations. Go. Killian shouted coldly. Retreat. Go. After that, the three of them quickly evacuated the office. Cut off the power supply of this building, and go to the underground parking lot. Killian threw away his mobile phone, and told the people around him to throw away all electronic devices, and go to the underground parking lot without hesitation. At the same time, Anton, who was far away in a wealthy area in New York, sneered. With a thought, the cyborg clone appeared in the space of 100 meters nearby, and flew into the sky, passing through the sky like a meteor, and flew straight to Manhattan. Whoosh. The appearance of Cyborg attracted the attention of New York citizens. They all looked up and looked at the figure in the sky. Their faces were surprised, with strong curiosity in their hearts, and at the same time, there was a slight panic. What happened? Why did Cyborg appear again? Did something big happen in New York again? New York Police Department. It was just time to get off work. After finishing today's work, George had no intention of going home at all, and he was still worried about the explosion of Wayne Company. On the one hand, the person behind Wayne Company is most likely Batman. Batman has a good relationship with the New York Police Department, and George feels that he has to help Batman solve this troublesome matter. On the other hand, the Jameson family put pressure on the New York Police Department through the top leaders, asking them to solve the case as soon as possible. Needless to say, George has another reason to work overtime. With the combination of the two pressures, George estimates that he will have to sleep in the police station for the next few days. Gang side. Bang. The office door was pushed open. Chief, the guys on night duty sent a message that Cyborg just flew over New York. George's police officers hurriedly reported. What? George was startled and thought of the relationship between Cyborg and Batman and guessed that Cyborg's appearance might be related to the bombing. Where did he go? George stood up and was impatient. Quick, send the police. We have to rush over immediately. Understood. The police nodded. I'll give the order right away. A moment later, more than a dozen cars drove out of the underground parking lot where Pioneer Technology is located and dispersed at the first opportunity to merge into the busy streets. Among these cars, except for the cars provided by Pioneer Technology, the rest were stolen from the underground parking lot by Killian's men. Leaving the parking lot together and leaving separately was to confuse Cyborg's sight. Even if it only caused a small disturbance, it could give them an advantage and increase the possibility of Killian's successful escape. Obviously, they thought too much. Anton's Cyborg clone has been monitoring all the cameras in the nearby streets. Although the building, where Pioneer Technology is located, was cut off by Killian, the streets outside are connected to municipal engineering, not the circuits inside the building. Through the cameras outside the building, Anton instantly eliminated several cars. Of course, there was no trace of Killian in any of them. There are 2 left. Anton finally arrived at the scene. He first found one of the 2 remaining cars that had not been eliminated. Seeing the unfamiliar face in the driver's seat, his face was cold. He didn't intend to pay attention to the other party, but the other party was like a brainwashed fanatic, stepping on the accelerator and preparing to hit him hard. Then Anton didn't need to show mercy. Raise your hand and fire a shell. Boom! Exclamation mark. The car that rushed straight towards him was directly blown away and fell heavily near the sidewalk. There is only one left. In an instant, a terrifying airflow spurted out from under his feet, and Anton flew into the air. It only took him a dozen seconds to reach another street and find the car. But the person in the car was still not Killian. Anton was surprised. Then he understood something and sneered. Sure enough, he is a little smart. He rarely praised Killian, but the coldness in his words almost condensed into ice. Close your eyes and use your brain with all your strength. In an instant, he took over all the cameras nearby and eliminated them one by one. At the entrance of a lane a minute ago, he captured Killian's face, and the match was as high as 100%. Obviously, Killian asked his men to drive to confuse the line of sight, and he himself could avoid the surveillance cameras through the exhaust pipe, sewer, etc., appear from the corner, and then blend into the crowd. Immediately afterwards, Anton left the scene without hesitation. In the car in front of him, under the horrified gaze of Killian's younger brother, he once again soared into the air, and a strong airflow burst out from behind him, causing a wave of air. Amid the exclamations of the onlookers around him, he arrived at the street next door. He quickly locked onto a figure wearing a sweatshirt and a hood, covering most of his face. Killian, do you think I can't find you like this? Anton looked at the man, his electronic eyes flashing red, and his words contained a strong murderous aura. Then you underestimated me. Maybe because I was too tired. I was inexplicably depressed. There will be fewer updates recently, and it will be a little easier to maintain 2,000 a day. I looked at the time, and it will last for half a month. To be precise, it will be like this before the 27th. After the 27th, There will be a burst of updates, and try to make up for the debt of 10,000 a day. Well, try to keep updating. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 169. Now I should be qualified to judge you. Cyborg, it's you. Killian saw that the man had found him, and he was too lazy to hide any longer. He took off his hood, his face was cold, and he stared at the silver figure hanging in front of him with an indifferent tone. I'm curious, how could you find me so quickly? He spoke slowly. It seemed like he was just chatting, but he was actually observing the surrounding environment and finding the best way to escape. Killian didn't want to fight to the death with Anton, who had transformed into Cyborg in front of him. Cyborg's combat power level had been thoroughly analyzed by many media and netizens through his previous actions in New York. Killian certainly had some understanding. He was not afraid of Cyborg, but the key was that, if he continued to entangle with him like this, if he attracted other superheroes from the Justice League, it would inevitably be disadvantageous to him. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Anton translated a famous Eastern saying into English. Killian was still well educated and fully understood the meaning of this sentence. Besides, before he could speak, Anton said again, the biggest mistake you made was not doing something wrong, but underestimating Batman. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Anton did not give him any more chances. Energy shells gathered in his palms and instantly broke through the air and killed Killian. As for the civilians near the two of them, they understood the situation as soon as Cyborg arrived, and they all evacuated the area without any agreement. After nearly a year of continuous attacks, the citizens of New York now know the first choice when facing a crisis. Run first, run to a safe distance, and then watch the show. Of course, if it is a big event like an alien invasion, it doesn't matter whether you run or not. Anyway, no one can escape, except those people living in the suburbs. You have to die anyway. Humph. Killian snorted coldly, and he was prepared. He jumped and dodged the energy shells that were shot at him. Boom! Exclamation mark. The ground where they were originally located was blasted into a large hole by the shells, which shows the amazing power. Stone chips flew. Smoke and dust flew. Killian did not fight back. He saw the passage he had aimed at before and ran away quickly, still not intending to fight Anton to the death. However, Anton's speed was faster than he thought. During the flight, they also used artillery shells to bombard continuously, forcing Killian to dodge everywhere. Although the continuous attacks did not cause any harm to Killian, they made Killian, who had failed to escape, very annoyed and completely enraged him. At the same time, Killian also realized that it was almost impossible to escape. The steel skeleton behind him had a brain comparable to that of a quantum computer, which could monitor nearby cameras at any time. No matter where he escaped, he would be captured by the other party. In addition, the steel skeleton was staring at him, and it was actually difficult for him to escape from the other party's sight and find the right time to escape from the other party's attack range. Then, he had to fight. Killian's face was solemn, and he finally made up his mind. He turned around and jumped. The high temperature stimulated by his body instantly burned most of his clothes. At the same time, he burst out with an ability beyond the limit of human beings, bounced to 7 or 8 meters in the air, and swung his fist, which also turned red. The air around him became distorted due to the high temperature released from his body. Bang! Exclamation mark. He wanted to collide with Anton with all his strength to let Anton know how powerful he was. Boom! Exclamation mark. Following closely behind, Anton, who had transformed into Cyborg, had already predicted Killian's sudden attack through his footsteps. Therefore, Anton was ready and waiting for his attack. The terrifying sonic shell exploded in front of him. Killian turned around and bounced, and hit the sonic shell straight, and was then knocked out by the huge shockwave, smashing into the building behind him like a rag doll, completely destroying one side of the wall. Crack, crack, crack. Broken bricks fell like raindrops and immediately submerged him. Hiss, Cyborg is too strong. You are worthy of being my idol. The spectators who were far away saw this scene and cheered. To be honest, this level of crisis is not enough to scare New York citizens who have seen big scenes. The endless major events in the past year have helped them to train a big heart. Moreover, every time there is a crisis, Batman and others will appear at the right time. In addition to property losses, the actual casualties in New York are only a few unlucky people. Therefore, people did not fall into extreme panic because of these major events. They even felt that, because of the occurrence of these major events, powerful superheroes were born, which made them feel extremely safe, and was the biggest reason why they dared to stay and watch the show. Full of trust in Cyborg. Son of a bitch. In the small pile, formed by broken bricks, Killian suddenly exerted his strength, and the extremely high temperature instantly melted the bricks covering him. Even the ground under his feet reflected the red color of his body and seemed to have a slight sign of melting. Is this the extremis virus? Anton took the opportunity to observe the changes in Killian. To be honest, although the upper limit of the extremis virus is not high, the lower limit is still commendable. It can be regarded as a very interesting technology. To some extent, in the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, the extremis virus is most likely to become the ideal technology for the military to create super soldiers. The premise is to solve the stability of the extremis virus. From Killian's point of view, this is not an insurmountable problem. Killian can use the power of the extremis virus very well. However, no matter how well he used it, in Anton's opinion, he was just a small figure who could not cause any waves. The extremis virus is a good technology. Unfortunately, your ability cannot support your ambition. Anton looked at Killian, who was glaring at him, and said lightly, "It's not your turn to judge what I want to do." Anton's condescending tone made Killian instantly furious and felt that his dignity was trampled on again. He gritted his teeth. His body seemed to turn into a furnace, and his red cheeks made his anger more vivid in front of Anton. Boom. Killian rushed towards Anton in midair. The airflow behind Anton burst out, pushing him to Killian. This time, he gave Killian a chance to confront him head-on. Bang. Killian's fist landed on the metal body in front of Anton's chest. However, what shocked Killian was that his hands, which almost turned into lava, did not cause any damage to the steel bones in front of him, but only left a faint trace of burning. This. Killian's eyes widened, and only one thought flashed through his mind. How is it possible? The next moment. Bang. Anton pressed Killian to the ground with an energy shell. Killian fell heavily to the ground, smashing a deep hole in the road, with cracks spreading on the edge. Killian's chest was deeply dented by the shell, but with the rapid self-healing ability brought by the desperate virus, he was only seriously injured, and not to the point of death. Just as he was about to stand up, Anton, who was approaching, stepped on his head. I think. Killian, who was stepped on by Anton, showed an eye full of hatred and madness, and heard the humiliation from the enemy. Now, I should be qualified to evaluate you. Chapter 170. I haven't exerted my strength yet. Killian didn't speak, or rather, with half of his face being stepped on by Anton, he couldn't speak at all. He could only grit his teeth. The only eye that was exposed showed a ferocious look, as if he wanted to tear Anton in front of him into strips of meat and eat it. But Anton didn't care. The more the enemy hated him, the greater the blow to the enemy. Besides, it was the other party who suffered the loss, and being looked at by the other party wouldn't make him lose a piece of meat. Boom. In full view of the crowd, Anton didn't kill Killian. Of course, although he once again stepped on Killian's dignity, it didn't mean that the other party had completely lost his fighting power. The depression in Killian's chest changed in a very short time. Anton looked carefully through the perspective of the steel skeleton, and even caught that Killian was blown into a bloody mess by the energy shells, and he could see that the wound on his ribs had grown some fine tender granulations. The amazing recovery ability brought to him by the desperate virus was only slightly worse than Kana's lizard potion. The key point is that the main function of the lizard potion is not to enhance combat effectiveness, but to cure disability. This seems to indicate that the extremis virus is much more powerful than Anton imagined. So, he moved the big foot that was stepping on Killian's head. What do you want to do? Killian noticed the cruelty in the man's eyes, and suddenly a huge panic arose in his heart. Kai. Anton shot out lasers from his fingers, cutting off Killian's hands and feet, instantly turning Killian into a human stick. At this time, the police car that Anton had been watching for a long time came again. George Stacy saw Anton using laser to cut off Killian's hands and feet from a not too far distance, and his heart was chilled and puzzled. In his impression, Cyborg did not seem to be such a cruel person. Cyborg. George quickly led his men closer. What happened? Aldrich Killian, the boss of Avant-Garde Technologies, is also the mastermind of the Wayne Company explosion this morning. Anton said lightly. He did some shameful things behind the scenes. Since I have caught him, I think it should not be difficult for you to find out what he did behind the scenes. But, George asked in confusion, why did you cut off his hands and feet? He was injected with the extremis virus, the latest research of Avant-Garde Technologies, which can strengthen the human body, but it has certain side effects. Anton explained. Didn't you see that his hands and feet have stopped bleeding? What? So fast? George was startled and turned his head to stare at Killian on the ground. Sure enough, he saw that the blood had stopped flowing from his broken hands and feet, and there were signs of healing and even regrowth. I understand. That's it. George immediately understood why Killian wanted to blow up Wayne Company. The potential of the extremis virus and Wayne Company's limb regeneration technology would cause a huge conflict. Business behavior. It barely makes sense. Although George thought that as the boss of a large company, this behavior seemed a bit blind, but as Cyborg in Batman's camp, since he had already caught the mastermind, he naturally didn't bother to say anything more. Leave him to us. George nodded to Anton, who was in the form of Cyborg in front of him. I will give an explanation to Wayne Company. Anton had never intended to deal with Killian privately. Under the watchful eyes of the public, even if it was a superhero, it would be easy to leave a handle if he took the initiative to kill a criminal. After all, superheroes have no law enforcement power, only the obligation to maintain world peace. Killing is only officially allowed in passive situations. The Avengers in the original plot were affiliated with SHIELD, and even if they had law enforcement power, they were resisted by various governments and the United Nations, because they were too unscrupulous. The Justice League learned a lesson and there was no need to be stupid. What's more, the Justice League has just established contact with the old American government, the military, and the United Nations represented by the World Security Council. If they force themselves to take the lead, it will damage the friendship that has just been established between the two sides, and the gains will not outweigh the losses. Secondly, for Batman's sake, the Justice League and the police have always had a very good relationship. Giving the police a face will make the Justice League more popular. I left him to you. Anton ordered. Remember, he was injected with the extremis virus. His body has been transformed and has a strong recovery ability, comparable to that of a lizard man. His hands and feet will grow out soon. I advise you to cut his hands and feet with a knife every half an hour. Otherwise, the police station can't hold him. Understood. George looked solemn and nodded seriously. He heard Killian's extraordinariness from Anton's explanation. Obviously, this is another extraordinary person who evolved the human body with the power of technology, just like the lizard man who appeared before. Then I'll leave this to you. After Anton finished speaking, a huge airflow burst out from his feet, and he soared into the air, turned into a meteor, and disappeared into the sky. George watched him go away. Killian, who was beside George, ignored George at all. With a pale face, he stared at the disappearance of Cyborg. The hatred in his eyes almost condensed into a substantial sword. I won't let you go, Killian muttered to himself. Then, he turned into a human stick, and could not move at all. He was carried into the police car by George and others. The steel skeleton clone disappeared in the sky. Anton in the house blinked his eyes, went back downstairs, and saw the old man who was busy guiding the public opinion on the internet. Old man, the mastermind has been caught. You can call the New York Police Department now and ask them to issue an official announcement again to clear the name of Wayne Company. Anton said. In addition, I will ask Eddie to publish the course of this incident in the Daily Bugle tomorrow. However, there should be comments about this incident on the internet now. You can guide public opinion in advance. Oh. George Jameson looked at Anton in surprise. It was done so quickly? Exclamation mark. Even the comments on the internet appeared. What did you do? Jameson was quite surprised. It's not that he didn't think Anton could solve the problem, but Anton said an hour ago that he was confirming the mastermind, and now he told him that he had solved the other party. The current situation gave him an illusion that I haven't exerted any strength yet, but you have already fallen down. In fact, this is not an illusion. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, Jameson's cell phone rang. After answering the call, he communicated with the other end of the phone for a moment. His face was instantly shocked, and while talking on the phone, he looked up at Anton in front of him. It was not until he hung up that the old man finally spoke. I have to say, he couldn't suppress his smile, and his tone was full of exclamation. You really surprised me, Anton. Chapter 171 Wonder Woman is on the agenda. For Batman's sake, and under the pressure from Jameson, the New York Police Department immediately issued another notice, stating that the mastermind of the Wayne Company bombing had been caught. In addition, Jonah Jameson instructed the Wayne Company's legal department to issue a lawyer's letter, severely warning the group of people who were jumping the most on the internet. The public opinion on the internet was gradually reversed. Netizens were not interested in the turbulent waves of this incident. They were more concerned about the battle between Cyborg and a criminal that had just taken place on the streets of Manhattan, New York, which was disclosed on major forums and news websites. When the incident happened, it was just after get off work, and there were many onlookers. Hundreds of eyes saw that Cyborg mercilessly pressed the criminal to the ground and beat him. In the end, in order to prevent the criminal from escaping, he even cut off the criminal's limbs. At the same time, during the battle between the two sides, the criminal burst out with abilities beyond human limits. His body seemed to be able to burst out extremely strong heat, like magma, and the temperature around him was enough to distort the air and melt everything. Someone recorded this scene and uploaded it to the internet. The video includes Killian breaking the bricks on his body and melting them, and then rushing forward to fight with Cyborg. On the one hand, people once again witnessed the strength of Cyborg. On the other hand, people have great interest in the mastermind behind the Wayne Company bombing. The omnipotent netizens even found out the real identity of this person through the face in the video. The boss of Avant-Garde Technologies, Aldrich Killian. Although Avant-Garde Technologies is not well known in the eyes of the public, it can be regarded as a large enterprise. What is particularly worth mentioning is their research direction. Human regeneration, biotechnology. People have a good show in their minds, as if they understand why Killian sent people to blow up Wayne Company. At the same time, people also began to take Wayne Company seriously. They did not ignore that, although it was the New York Police Department that issued the notice. The person who actually solved the matter was Cyborg from the Justice League. Who is Cyborg? Batman's recognized little brother, the second person in the Justice League. This shows that Wayne Company is really closely related to Batman. Maybe the limb regeneration technology is the advanced technology provided by Batman to Wayne Company. Netizens didn't know that they had accidentally guessed the truth. However, with the revelation from the Daily Bugle the next day, the incident was further fueled. The Daily Bugle said that Killian himself was a bad guy in the underground world. He was ambitious and had many wanted criminals under his command. He even brainwashed those retired disabled soldiers and used them for his own purposes. He was extremely harmful to society. After netizens got accurate information from the Daily Bugle, their investigation speed was no slower than that of the New York Police Department. They quickly dug out the relevant secrets of avant-garde technology, including Mayor Hansen. And all these guys who were closely related to avant-garde technology and Killian were caught by the police at the first time. However, during this process, the police were counterattacked by the experimental subjects injected with the extremis virus inside avant-garde technology. The task force finally played a role. The four little turtles were extremely excited and made great efforts to help the police clear obstacles, cut off the limbs of these guys, and arrested them one by one. As for those guys who fought desperately, they all exploded and died due to the side effects of the extremis virus. The next night, after get off work, the New York Police Department welcomed their guests who were not welcome. Chief Stacy, see you again. Carlson smiled slightly. George stared at the man with a heroic hairline in front of him and had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Please hand over Killian and his accomplice, Mayor Hansen, to us. Coulson said, SHIELD has more experience in dealing with such extraordinary events than the New York Police Department. I haven't received the order yet. George had a blank expression. Crunch. Suddenly, the police officers under George broke into the office. Chief, the mayor's call. George's old face darkened. If he got angry, he could completely ignore the mayor, even though the latter had more power than him. But it is conceivable that the top person on this call was not the mayor. The mayor was just a mouthpiece. I hope that next time SHIELD won't have to pick up the slack from the police station. George was too lazy to answer the phone and looked at Coulson coldly. If SHIELD can show up before the Justice League solves the crisis, I will be very grateful. I hope so too. Coulson was helpless. More than 10 days passed. The situation gradually calmed down. The endless news overwhelmed this matter. With Jonah Jameson's aftermath, Wayne Company quickly relocated and rebuilt it. With Jameson's preparation, it reopened online reservations. The number of orders exploded instantly. After the commotion of Killian of Pioneer Technology, everyone understood that limb regeneration technology was not as unreliable as some people thought. On the contrary, limb regeneration technology should be quite reliable, which made Killian feel threatened, and did not hesitate to use explosions to destroy Wayne Company. This result was somewhat unexpected for Jameson. Wayne Company was developing in full swing. The new movie The Dark Knight, released by DC Company, where Anton worked, was also well received. In just half a month, the global box office exceeded $800 million. If this continues, it is estimated that the box office revenue will be $1.3 billion when it is released. Taking into account some peripherals, as well as the development of DC Comics, animations, and other content driven by the movie, the harvest is huge. Through the system panel, Anton has a very intuitive judgment. On average, the success of The Dark Knight has increased the fan value of these superheroes currently announced by DC by nearly 1/5 of their original figures. What surprised him even more was that Superman's fan value has exceeded the 35 million mark. What movie should be made next? Anton touched his chin and began to conceive his next work. He opened the system panel and looked at the remaining superheroes that he had not yet redeemed. Superman, Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Constantine, Shazam, Atom, and so on. Relatively speaking, Superman, Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and Atom are relatively conventional superheroes. The remaining Constantine and Shazam are magic side heroes. As far as the current situation is concerned, magic side heroes are a waste, and Anton directly excludes them. The remaining cheaper Atom conflicts with Cyborg's conditions, so he can also be ruled out. Superman is too expensive. He can't be done in a short time, so he is ruled out again. Well, looking at it this way, there are only 4 options left: Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern, and Wonder Woman. Aquaman is worth 50 million fans value. The Flash is worth 50 million fans value. Green Lantern is worth 40 million fans value. Wonder Woman is worth 30 million fans value. Anton pondered for a moment and found that he seemed to have no choice. Damn, is Wonder Woman going to be the next movie? Chapter 172, The Anxiety of SHIELD. Although Aquaman is not a real god, his half-human half-god body is no less than that of a god. Judging from the performance in the movie alone, even if the group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals are removed, as the Lord of the Seven Seas, Aquaman is still better than the ordinary Thor. You know, although Aquaman Arthur Curry's home court is the ocean, he is still a tough guy on land. Pure strength may be able to fight Superman. However, the fan value of 50 million makes Anton reluctantly give up. After all, Aquaman's character is not popular in the current comics released by DC, and his fan value ranks at the bottom. Now making a movie to exchange for Aquaman is too cost effective, and it may not be achieved in one step. The Flash is actually good, and his popularity in DC is also a second tier hero, but it is still too expensive. It is difficult to get a full 50 million fan value in one step. Why is the Flash so expensive? Anton pondered for a moment and felt that it was mostly because of the ability to travel through time and space. Time travel is a setting recognized by the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, if he exchanges out the Flash, Can he also travel through time and space? Then, as a second choice, Green Lantern is worth 40 million. It's not impossible, but there is a premise. The Green Lantern movie failed, and the loss in the previous life was really unbearable, forcing Ryan Reynolds to switch to Marvel and play Deadpool. Only then was he reincarnated, reversed the situation, and became prosperous again. In addition, Green Lantern's popularity in today's DC company is only slightly higher than that of Aquaman, neither up nor down. If you want to exchange this guy for the relatively cheaper Wonder Woman, it can be said to be time consuming and laborious. As for why Wonder Woman is cheaper than Green Lantern, it is probably because in the second part of Wonder Woman, the combat power collapsed seriously, and Gal Gadot's long legs were wasted, and the system couldn't help but neutralize it. Wonder Woman's current fan value is 4.38 million, only 25 million short. Anton stared at the Wonder Woman panel, imagined himself dressed as Wonder Woman, and subconsciously shuddered. By the way, they are all clones anyway. After a moment, he couldn't help but fantasize. It's not unacceptable to make a female clone for fun. Anton pondered, and thought that Thor would appear on Earth soon. As a member of the gods, Wonder Woman seems to be able to be used as a benchmark for Thor. Soon, another half a month passed. The Dark Knight was released, with a global box office of $1.42 billion. At the same time, Anton finally prepared himself mentally, and made up his mind to shoot Wonder Woman. He found Jim, and asked the latter to set up the crew. At the same time, he found the gold medal screenwriter Browning to discuss the script. The script of Wonder Woman is easy to determine. After all, the first Wonder Woman in the previous life was a huge box office success, earning $822 million worldwide. Although the plot was not without routine, it was also remarkable. Now, if we shoot according to the instructions, as long as we find the right actress, we can naturally reproduce the style of Wonder Woman. The remaining 25 million fans are also a fairly easy goal to achieve. If we choose a good female lead, people will naturally lick the screen. In addition, Anton's preparation for the filming of Wonder Woman is not a secret. The first to receive the news was not from Hollywood's entertainment newspapers, but from S.H.I.E.L.D. Wonder Woman. After receiving the information, Coulson immediately went to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury's office, to meet Haley Ludan. Based on their understanding of Anton, filming Wonder Woman would not be simply for the development of the company, but must have a special purpose. In other words, will there be another superhero in the Justice League? Wonder Woman. Although Superman has not appeared yet, we cannot rule out this possibility. Haley Ludan's face was solemn. After the release of Man of Steel, it was not as they expected. Superman did not appear. But seriously speaking, Man of Steel was not a movie shot by Anton himself, which seems to be an exception. After all, Anton was filming Cyborg at that time. Cyborg, Victor Stone. This guy is a real person who has been in the limelight recently. Now Anton is preparing to film Wonder Woman. Does it mean this is a preview given by Anton to the world? Just like Anton filmed Batman and Cyborg? In other words, after the movie is over, someone in the real world will play the protagonist and appear in the real world. Black Braised Egg has always been cautious and dared not rule out this idea. Keep watching. Tell me anytime if there is any situation. Black Braised Egg ordered. Also, investigate Anton's crew. Wonder Woman. Diana Prince. She may be hiding in the crew. Understood. Coulson nodded seriously. Then, Coulson left the director's office, and Black Braised Egg watched him go away. The door blocked his sight, but the solemnity on his face did not ease, but stared at the information on the table. Diana Prince, Amazon Paradise Island. There are only women on the island, as the daughter of Zeus, the king of gods, and Hippolyta, the queen of Amazon. Greek mythology. Black Egg frowned. He believed that there were aliens in this world, not only because he saw it with his own eyes, but also because he believed in science. But now theology has emerged. Greek mythology. Diana Prince, the daughter of Zeus, the king of gods, and the queen of Amazon. Is this true or false? Although Black Egg didn't think it was true, he couldn't say it was false. After all, Batman, Cyborg and Green Arrow, these tricky guys appeared one after another. Black Egg urged the power of SYNOPSIS to investigate Anton's interpersonal relationships, but he didn't catch Anton's connection with these people. Now, he is no longer absolutely sure, and it is definitely false. Theology. Black Egg looked out the window and thought of the Cosmic Police, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who were fighting against the strong and helping the weak somewhere. If there are gods in this world, will there also be from aliens? However, thousands of years ago, when humans were still in an ignorant and uncivilized period, they worshipped these powerful aliens as gods. All kinds of possibilities flashed through Black Egg's mind. He finally sighed. It's too difficult. The situation facing the Earth is becoming more and more complicated. The feeling of being powerless is getting stronger. The formation of the Avengers must be accelerated. The strength of the existing personnel is not enough. The extremis virus can strengthen the human body. It is necessary to improve it as soon as possible. Black Egg pondered. Soon. Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Dr. Octopus Otto, who had just joined SHIELD, stood in front of him. Nick, what's the matter? They looked at Black Egg. What do you think about the extremis virus? Black Egg did not hide his purpose. He stared at the people in front of him and confessed his thoughts. The three looked at each other. Hawkeye was the first to express his opinion. I'm willing to be injected with the extremis virus. With fire in his eyes, he said, I don't want to be a drag, and I don't want bastards like Green Arrow and Batman to continue to show off in front of me. Chapter 173 The Flash TV series. MVP is a given. Anton didn't know about the serious sense of crisis within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Although the lower limit of the extremis virus is high, the upper limit is low. Even if Hawkeye and others are injected with the extremis virus, at most they can strengthen their bodies and enhance their recovery and attack power. In the middle and late stages of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it is equivalent to a stronger cannon fodder. Although Hawkeye and Black Widow seem to have made great efforts in Avengers 4, in fact, any two people can complete the task. The reason for filming like that is nothing more than giving them a perfect curtain call for the sake of the first generation of Avengers members. Look, how glorious is Black Widow's death. In the current era, the further back you go, the more bizarre the characters that appear. Either like Tony, stick to the path of science and technology and pursue mechanical ascension, or look for mysterious power beyond the rules, that is, the so-called laws, such as Scarlet Witch's chaos magic, Captain Marvel's binary power, and the Mind Stone on Lokiceptor, etc. It is conceivable that Hawkeye and Black Widow, even if injected with the extremis virus, can only be strong supporting roles and will never become the protagonist. Their potential is not even as good as that of Dr. Octopus Otto, whose fate was changed. Otto is at least one of the few smart people in the Marvel world. In terms of the ability of scientists alone, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, among humans, he may only be inferior to Marvel's biological father like Tony Stark. Anton is now busy preparing for the Wonder Woman movie. The script was completed quickly under his guidance. Immediately afterwards, as a movie with a big heroine, the male lead doesn't matter, the focus is on the actor of Wonder Woman. Anton chose an old acquaintance. That is, when he was filming the Batman movie, he often discussed the script with him and did not ask for the heroine back. The actress who plays Rachel. This actress's long legs are not inferior to Gal Gadot, and the key is that her murder weapon is also stronger than Gal Gadot, comparable to the original design in the comics. When the actress picked up the weapons to fight Anton, Anton had seen the power of the weapons more than once, so he was absolutely sure that she would be able to play Wonder Woman well. At the same time, in the process of preparing for the filming of Wonder Woman, Anton thought about it and discussed with Jim and others about the future development path of DC. Relying purely on making movies to increase fan value, although the effect is good, it is a bit too troublesome and the cycle is too long. It takes several months at a time, which is really too much trouble. In today's world, especially in New York, it feels like something will happen every 1 or 2 months. Even Transformers have emerged, and it is hard to say whether there will be other messy movies integrated in the future. In addition to making movies, we have to think of other ways to see if we can use a fast cycle and low capital to leverage fan value. In other words, we have to pursue cost effectiveness. After discussing with Jim and others, Anton got a pretty good suggestion. TV series? Anton touched his chin. Shoot and broadcast at the same time. It sounds good. TV series is indeed a good idea. Moreover, the form of shooting and broadcasting at the same time has a short cycle and can quickly produce results. Even if the ratings are low, it can still expand publicity. In fact, the idea of filming a TV series has long existed in the minds of DC's senior management, and several meetings have been held to discuss it. But in the end, somehow, it ended in vain and nothing came of it. Now, after Jim mentioned this, Anton just thought of two well-known American superhero TV series in his previous life. Green Arrow and The Flash. These two American TV series are really bad and people still watch them. The former is directly ruled out. Oliver Queen has been exchanged, and there is no need to put any effort on this guy. The main thing is The Flash. Barry Allen. Very good. Let's film The Flash. After Anton finalized it, he said, "Browning, you go and discuss with the people in the editorial department and give me a first draft of the Flash script as soon as possible. According to the outline I originally gave you, add the role of Wonder Woman and Diana Prince in it, understand?" His idea is to film the Flash first and then use Wonder Woman to replace the position of the Green Arrow in the previous life and become the Flash's comrade in arms. The two characters are connected, triggering a cross-plot. Of course, Wonder Woman must maintain a certain degree of mystery. After all, the power gap between the two is a bit large, and it is not easy to make up for the plot. It is best to let Wonder Woman become the mentor of the Flash. In this way, although Wonder Woman appears less, her style is high enough. In addition to the movie he filmed, once the Flash TV series attracts attention in a few months, won't the promotion of Wonder Woman be twice as effective with half the effort? As he said, he discussed with Browning how Wonder Woman should be added to the Flash and appear as a crossover character, and the charm of Wonder Woman should be enhanced so that people will fall in love with her at first sight. In that way, it will naturally attract the attention of a group of LSPs. Isn't the fan value still rising? Even if these people fall in love with the actors, most people will naturally have a good impression of the characters. A few days later, Anton ended his relatively long break and joined the crew to shoot Wonder Woman. He came to a small island in Italy to shoot a plot about Paradise Island. Browning quickly rushed out the scripts for the first 2 episodes of the Flash TV series. After Anton reviewed it, Jim, as a producer, began to prepare the TV series shooting staff and cast for it. Another half-month passed. The shooting of Paradise Island was over, and the female lead of Wonder Woman went to the Flash TV series to shoot a short plot, or Easter egg, at the end of the first episode as a crossover character. Although there were only a few minutes of plot, the exposed armor and long legs were enough to attract the attention of LSPs. Time passed quickly. The shooting process was more than halfway. Anton has been in the group for almost 2 months. During this period, the first episode of The Flash was uploaded, which attracted a small range of attention. Judging from the fan value statistics of the system panel, the effect of the TV series is much worse than that of the movie, but relatively speaking, the cost effectiveness is high enough, and it can attract more attention than comics, novels, etc. It is still worth it. When the Flash TV series gradually attracts attention from the fan group and gradually breaks through the circle, it will surely usher in a good result. In addition, it is worth mentioning that, in the past 2 months, there has been no special incident in New York, which has made the frightened New Yorkers a little uncomfortable for nearly a year. Instead, a big thing happened in Monaco. Monaco is a small European country with one of the 4 most famous racetracks in the world, the Monte Carlo circuit. The Monte Carlo circuit is mainly street-based and is the shortest of the F1 circuits. It has the slowest corners and famous tunnels. Model's father, Iron Man, Tony Stark, somehow suddenly became very interested in racing. He specially sponsored the F1 race in Monaco and organized a friendly match before the official start of the F1 race, a supercar race. In the friendly match, when Tony was about to cross the finish line in his R8, he was attacked by a Russian who had been planning for a long time. Yes, Tony was attacked at a speed of nearly 300 km per hour. An electric whip flew out from the side of the track. However, at this brewing terrifying power, the electric whip easily broke the curb beside the track and was about to scratch Tony's R8 and cut it in half. At the moment, Tony's R8 transformed into a humanoid mecha over 5 meters high and knocked down the attacker beside the track with one punch. At that moment, the whole audience was stunned, and then Tony was greeted with crazy cheers from the audience. MVP is a given. Chapter 174. The expo begins. Seeing this news about Tony, Anton knew that the development of the timeline was similar to what he expected. After Iron Man 2, there is at most half a year before the Battle of New York. Anton had a vague feeling. To various extents, the Battle of New York is inevitable. As long as things fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., there will be no good ending, unless S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to hand over the Cosmic Cube. This is obviously impossible. After pondering for a moment, Anton retracted his thoughts and continued to look at the news. The person who attacked Tony was naturally Whiplash Ivan Vanko. This guy is also a rare technical genius. Relying on the arc reactor technology left by his father, he made a set of Whiplash armor by himself. The nickname in the comics and movies is Whiplash. However, the appearance of Whiplash did not surprise Anton. What Anton found most unexpected was the amazing change of the R8 that Tony was driving when he defeated Whiplash. What is the difference with the transformation of the Autobots? Anton carefully observed the video footage circulating at the scene and felt that the humanoid mecha driven by Tony, which was transformed from a car, was very familiar, like a smaller version of the Transformers. Obviously, Tony absorbed a lot of alien technology from the Transformers and transformed it into his own technology. It was the body of the Decepticon left at the Hoover Dam. Anton quickly figured out where Tony got the technology about the Transformers. At that time, in the Battle of Hoover Dam, the bodies of the Decepticons and others were abandoned by them in the ruins formed next to the Hoover Dam. Anton didn't take it to heart. The Americans have been studying Megatron since the last century, and they haven't developed anything powerful in so many years. Even if they leave the broken bodies of the Decepticons to them, can it be faster and more thorough than asking the Autobots for technology directly? However, Tony's performance made him understand that Tony, who originally had a good relationship with the military, probably reached some cooperation with the military. The content of the cooperation is likely to be related to the bodies of Megatron and others. Otherwise, Anton didn't think that Tony would have the idea to come up with the Autobot transformation. As the thought flashed through his mind, someone called him from behind. "Director, get ready." "Well, let's start shooting." Anton no longer paid attention to these trivial matters and continued to work. The news about Monaco and Tony being attacked spread rapidly throughout the world, especially the Americans, who were shocked at first and then completely attracted by Tony's new mecha and fell into great shock and yearning one by one. As a country with a strong car culture, Americans have a little more affection for cars than people in other countries. The technology Tony showed completely touched the man's heart that never grows up. Isn't a car a big toy for men? After the Autobot transformation incident, Tony's upcoming Stark Industrial Expo in New York immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Order's mouth was about to smile crookedly. In addition, all those who were interested in the new mecha believed that Tony Stark, with his extremely arrogant personality, would definitely show them this brand new armor transformed from a sports car at the upcoming expo. Obviously, their idea was right. Tony, who was threatened with palladium poisoning, was ready to give himself a perfect ending. The Stark Industrial Expo was probably the funeral he prepared for himself, and by the way, he made up for some of his past regrets. Until he saw the inheritance from his father that the Black Salted Egg brought him. In Monaco, Tony's attack became a hot topic that continued to heat up. But people paid more attention to the new mecha Tony showed and completely ignored the instigator of the incident, the attacker, Ivan Vanko. This guy didn't expect that he would be beaten to the ground by a huge humanoid mecha. He broke several ribs on the spot, fell and had a bloody head, and the simple armor on his body was scrapped. In fact, his armor was useful. If he hadn't used his only savings to make such a simple armor, he would have lost his life under Tony's punch. Afterwards, Ivan was brought back to the United States and then put in prison. Many people targeted Ivan. Everyone was a knowledgeable person. The simple armor that Ivan made at the time seemed simple, but the technology in it was a peak that countless researchers could not reach. They tried every means to contact Ivan and wanted to get the technology to make armor from him. The most critical thing, of course, was the arc reactor related to energy. Justin Hammer was the most courageous. Surpassing Stark Industries has become a demon in his heart, including the previous move to dominate Oscorp, which was also to achieve the goal of surpassing Stark Industries. The appearance of Ivan made him see the possibility of achieving his goal. Arc reactor technology. Justin must get it. Anton, as a time traveler, knew the turbulent waves behind this. However, he was busy filming Wonder Woman and had no intention of intervening in these messy things. Ivan Vanko, a mere Ivan, was worth at most 1 million justice points. It was more important to exchange for Wonder Woman. The filming process was more than halfway through. The outdoor shooting is basically finished. The next shooting is basically indoors, which is much easier. Anton estimated that it would be finished in about a month. As for post-production, he has already asked the special effects master Quentin Beck to start. After Quentin resigned from Stark Industries, he joined DC and set up his own special effects studio. With the support of Anton, he was like a duck in water in the changed environment. Quentin's special effects studio has gained a lot of fame in Hollywood after the feedback from several movies. Moreover, the money earned by the studio was not distributed as dividends, but was used by Quentin to study holographic technology, which was fruitful and attracted a lot of attention from the scientific community. Quentin is finally no longer the frustrated boy who can only snatch glasses from high school students. Soon, the shooting of Wonder Woman movie is coming to an end. The much anticipated Stark Industrial Expo has finally kicked off. The day before the expo started, Anton, who was in Los Angeles, received an invitation letter from Tony. Tony had watched so many of Anton's movies, so naturally he hoped that Anton would go to his exhibition to take a look at his new works. Anton thought about it and did plan to join in the fun. However, he was not going to appreciate the works, but to appreciate Tony getting beaten. Although the plot had changed a little, Anton believed that Tony getting beaten was the most anticipated shot and was indispensable. When the time came, I would take 2 photos of Tony getting beaten and put them on the front page of the Daily Bugle the next day. It would surely resonate with and make countless people laugh. Isn't that how headlines come about? I'm worthy of being the boss of the Daily Bugle. Anton pondered, handed the crew over to the assistant director, and took a vacation with peace of mind. Returning to New York, I will update the typos first and then correct them. In addition, I'm a bit stuck. There are some places that I need to think about more. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.